Can they hear me? They can hear me. Good morning. And of course, well, it's gonna have to be this lotion. And I hope it doesn't burn, because not all lotions are good for the face. But I don't feel like... Oh, it smells nice. I don't feel like jumping up and putting on more stuff, so... Alright, so this isn't the topic that we are dealing with. I spent a little bit more time hanging out with one of my favorite content creators, so I ended up hanging out a little too early. Wait, a little too long. Where are you now? Where the hell is the image? Here we go. Oh. Damn. I like it. No, god dag nabbit. Let's play you back. Here we go. Here I am. And nope. Let's see, because I'm looking for my... Here we go. So 1v1. And the next one should be... Here we go. Hey, guys. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to set up. Hey, everybody. Good morning. No, it's not dual swords. It's just one. And chains, I think. Hey, Ray! Like, I answered the question and then said hi. I don't work right. All right, guys. So... That would have been nice, right? Good morning, guys. Good morning, Archbishop.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. You look better. You look rested.
Yeah, well, I've been up for hours, by the way. So, no, I'm not rested.
Oh,
It's just,
okay.
you can only see half of me. I can't see. Give me 1 second. Let me adjust.
No,
Hold
I
on.
can see. I can see all of you.
No, Astronova was saying.
Oh,
Yeah, I was only slightly off the camera. Hey, it's my Shane. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Archbishop. This one is in particular a fun one. And it will lead us into the Bible breakdown that I'm gonna be going into at 12. So I'm gonna give my you guys in my audience time. Even atheists can come up and debate me on whether or not Jesus truly loves the sinner, yes or no. Because there are multiple answers to this. And let's see which, let the best answer win. And pardon my nails, my daughter is getting ready to redo my nails. Because I'm actually tired of letting people touch me. So, Mini Fluff will be doing my nails, and I will be showcasing them off tomorrow. Hey, Lush. So, you guys can hear it. I have been losing my voice. So much so that I got called a man. And you know what? Shit, I just might be. Like, what is so wrong with being a dude? Now I'm just the dude disguised as another dude. Right? That's just beautiful. Who's with me?
hello.
Have you been?
Well, that was kind of different.
Well, it's kind of different. This
A
one?
dude with another dude or something. I have no idea. I was trying to follow it along.
That's because you don't watch TV.
No, I really don't. I don't like TV.
And I like TV. I like escapism. I like engaging in the escape. I think it's pretty cool that the human brain is designed that we can do such a thing. I like it.
Okay.
I like the fun that we can do with our own minds. I don't like the harm that we do with our own minds, but I do like the beauty that comes out of it. Even if I don't find some things beautiful, I do like that some things are, just by their construction, beautiful on their own. So yeah, I do have an appreciation for chaos as well as order. It's just that I don't like chaos to have victims. I like chaos to just be the absence of order, so you can see order clearly. I just don't like it on that life and death scale. I'd rather it like between planets and stars that don't have life on them. Be like, oh, look at all the chaos. But I'm biased. Archbishop, does Jesus truly love the sinner?
Oh God, again. Does he truly? Yes, he does. And don't tell me then why is there a need for hell?
No. Which one?
Which one what?
Which sinner does he love?
All of them. Jesus died for all people.
Oh. But he doesn't see that. He says he is sent only to one people.
You tell him I say he's full of shit.
But how can the God of the Jews be the God of everyone?
Why not?
How?
Why not? How can he not? I mean, there's one God. The Jews pray to him, the Muslims pray to him, the Christians pray to him, the God knows what prays to him. Everyone prays to God. We know him differently. We call him by different names. but he's really the one God.
But even in the Christian narrative, he's not the one God. He's one of the gods.
Where do you find that?
Deuteronomy 32:8, Psalms 82. He's one of the gods, and not
Psalm.
even the Most High. We're either talking about the one that created the heavens and the earth with his counterpart and his children, or we're talking about the one that created Adam. And if we're talking about Jesus loving the sinner, then truly it can only be the sons of Adam that need the saving.
Well, yes.
So it's not the whole world, Archbishop.
Well, everyone's a descendant of Adam.
No, not everybody is a descendant of Adam. Everyone is Adam. Because we are all earthlings, made of dust. But Ha-Adam, we are not all of Ha-Adam and Eve. We are not. We can't be, or else Genesis 1 is invalid, and therefore the whole story is invalid. And Genesis 4:17 is invalid, and therefore the whole story is invalid. And therefore Seth getting a wife is invalid. Therefore all of the Bible is invalid. Because if Cain is able to get a wife in the land of wandering, and Seth gets a wife before Eve gives birth to a daughter, how can we all be of Adam and Eve when there are others outside of the garden? It can't be all of the world. Not all of us are from Ha-Adam and Eve. So if Jesus truly loves the sinner, is he loving the children of sin?
Is he loving the children of sin?
Remember, original sin, according to the Christian narrative, comes from the garden, which means that this narrative is only based on Adam and Eve and the seed of evil they breed into humanity.
You realize I'm probably not comprehending half of what you're saying because I'm kind of high right now.
Yeah, same.
Oh, pain meds are wonderful, but
well,
they got the punch.
You all right?
Oh yeah.
But Archbishop, no. You can't dodge. You are an authoritative voice on the scripture.
No, I'm not.
You can't.
No.
Yes, you are. You can't dodge it. No, don't you run from me.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm telling you right now. No, I'm not.
I know. This isn't your. This isn't your branch. I understand. This isn't your field.
You know, no, definitely not. And people find that interesting, but when you think about it, to have the knowledge that you really need to teach theology and scripture, you need to have the PhD. You have to have that in theology or scripture.
See?
That's not me. No.
And it's not me. But since we are both laymen in the field, but you are ordained for the message, you should know this. Ecclesiastes tells you to seek this knowledge.
No. Okay, now you have to ask the question of the century. Do I care?
Well, I think your parishioners would need to know the question of the century.
I don't have a parish anymore.
I know, but they still exist. They still believe and have the faith in you, not only the Word and the God, but in those that are kissed by God's Word and given the gift of understanding through the spirit of wisdom. So, yeah, you have to be able to answer these questions, because if you've led us to the gates of heaven but don't know why we're standing there, did you do it right? Did you lead us to hell because you lacked the sentimentality of the Word of God? Did you lead them correctly? Did you care about the Scripture or not care? If you don't care about the Scripture, do you also not care about the congregation? Because he who teaches you to break the least of one of these commandments will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. What'd you do?
What did I do?
Yeah. Are they great in the kingdom of heaven or least in the kingdom of heaven will they be called? Did you lead them right? Whether you have a congregation now or then, the weight is still on you, right? If you've had students, the weight is still on you. If you've been in this path, the weight is on you. Much like I sit in my chair and the weight is on me. Is it, where'd you lead them? If it doesn't matter to you, did it matter to the steps they took and where they landed?
Yeah, definitely.
So then it has to matter to you. The Scripture must matter. Because they're not going to question God. They're going to question God through you. Like I'm doing. Are the faithful entitled to the truth, the understanding? Or are they only entitled to the comfort?
They're entitled to it all.
So then should you care?
Of course I care.
And did that care at any point in time empower you to ever discover it on your own if you were giving it to them correctly? What you gave, the information that you gave, the information that you are, you remember, you are a religious storehouse of knowledge. Did you give it to them correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Are you able to show the work that you gave it to them correctly? In your own mindset?
Can I show the work?
Through your own mindset, yeah, that you...
Oh, right now, no. No. I wouldn't dare try. I'm on pain meds. I barely know where I am.
The only reason why I'm asking is because when I became ordained, just so my lunatic of a friend can get married on a beach in December in New York.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Wow.
It's like she just needed it to be legal, and I'm like, all right, I could do that, right? The little nut job didn't get what she wanted, but now I had something that put me in a position where I can do a thing. How high was my integrity going to be on something so easily obtained? Was I going to treat it as cheap as it was? Was I going to make a mockery of it? And no, I never did. I never utilized it. I never touched it because it wasn't mine to touch. It was only mine to utilize for legal purposes. Right? Now, throughout the process of realizing what I can do and realizing what I want to do, I've now decided to utilize that for someone else's benefit without putting myself in the position to assume a position of authority. Right? It doesn't make me any more virtuous than a person that spends their lifetime in seminary and teaching and in servitude to God. It doesn't make me on an even standing with a person that has devoted their life to God, truly believing in what they say. It puts me in a position of a skeptic that knows why it's necessary to have the freedom of religion. Because it's not a Christian country. Right? So I have a different perspective, and therefore I have to take an ethical approach. But inside of this concept, do you take an ethical, a moral, or a professional approach when you engage in biblical studies and dialect?
One engages in biblical studies?
When you engage in biblical studies, I have to take an ethical approach. Do you take a moral, ethical, or professional approach?
I say professional.
What is the professional approach of a priest?
I don't know. Oh no. Oh, knock it off. Leave me alone. Bad, nasty woman. Nasty woman.
Does nobody ever realize it's just my nature?
No. You're very convincing.
I'm gonna lift the skirt to check out your ankles. It's just a thing. All
What's
right.
not?
So it's just gonna be nice little turn to the ankle. But yeah, it is a turn to the ankle because you're turning from the conversation. You're turning tail. Don't turn tail. Don't tuck tail and run from me.
I always say don't run from Fluff because she's like she gets like a hungry like predator thing going. Then she's gonna go run. She's gonna try to chase you down.
Oh, God. She'll win, trust me.
It's built for running. I was built for speed.
I can't run for 20 steps. So you'll be just fine.
He's like, look, I'm not even dangerous over short distances.
So, good morning to everybody in here. It's great to see you on this Sunday morning, 9:20 a.m. People just hanging out with us to get the day started. I know a bunch of Christians out there probably saying they're going to church, but the truth is they're just sitting at home sleeping in and pretending like the rest of us. Anyway, if you can, please continue to tap on the screen. It's an early start. We are used to this on Sunday, but also remember to share out the live. That little share button. I don't see any shares out there. And you know what? I'm actually guilty myself because I didn't hit that share button, but I'm going to now. Please go ahead and share the live out. Hit a repost if you're in the mood for it. Don't forget the little heart knees. And thank you, everybody. We will continue.
All right. Just for a postscript, I have a doctor's note for missing church, so I'm perfectly in my legal rights to sleep until whenever the hell I want.
That is absolutely fine.
Well, here's the problem. Sweet Happy Jesus is on vacation.
Oh.
So Fluff is unable to separate codependency. So I tell everybody I'm very codependent. So when he has absolute free time, I need to be right here in his face and he needs to look at me or else I'll cease to exist. Like, I have to make sure that we are still married like every hour and a half.
Why?
Oh, it's just routine.
Oh, okay. Sounds like fun. Fun.
I think it's always good to make sure that your partner is just slightly off balance with sleep. Keeps them on their toes and alert for all signs of changes. It's a lie, but yeah, I'm very codependent. Especially to this one.
Really?
We've been friends for 38 years.
Wow.
It's my favorite conversation. So yeah.
Whoa. You've been friends for 38 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're only in your early couple years old. You're 43.
Mm-hmm.
And is he 43 as well?
Mm-hmm.
So you know each other since you're 5?
Well, since he was 5 and I was 6. Yeah.
Wow. Oh. Mazel tov.
Yeah, we've kind of been like derping through life together.
Mm-hmm.
Really? How interesting is that?
It's kind of interesting that even though I swear up and down I don't understand this human being, apparently I do.
Hmm.
He gets me.
Did you live in the same neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
No way, really?
Mm-hmm. Same neighborhood, same classes we grew up in. We played together all day. I would bully him and then go hang out and play video games together. Mm-hmm. Puberty
You
was a
bullied
fun
him?
ride together because we're like, I like you, and then I disappear, and go off and experience life because where's my best friend going? Nowhere. I was the only girl allowed to just walk into his bedroom whenever I felt like it. Close the door and lock it, and nobody would bother us.
Wow.
Mm.
Hmm. So, I mean, no, okay. Not be too personal. I said, did you ever date other people?
Yeah, of course I dated other people.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
Of course I did. We didn't actually start dating until 22. We were 22 when we actually officially dated as adults, and that was the last time we dated other people.
Oh, you were 22.
Yeah, we were 22.
We were 22.
Oh, okay. They meant 2022.
It was 2004. We dated for, he says 6 months, I say 3. And then got married after 2 weeks because I don't have a high patience level for other people's bullshit, especially when it's about me. The fuck am I having a conversation with you for on my shit? Goodbye. I'll just do it the easy way and I don't have to deal with anybody. The people that gave me shit were not invited. I'm not even playing. I didn't marry them. I married him. I didn't hang out with them. I didn't grow up with them. I didn't love them like I loved him. I don't need somebody else telling me shit. It was always mine.
Wow.
What's mine is mine. It stays mine, and it's not shared. So it's mine. There was what I had a boyfriend. I feel so bad. In high school, I really feel bad about this. And he knows I feel bad. We're still friends because I felt bad. He was sweet happy, was waiting at a bus stop. And I was literally holding my boyfriend's hand at the time, and I saw him standing there. I snatched my hand away from my boyfriend, ran to the bus stop, jumped on Sweet Happy Jesus, kissed him dead on the mouth. Took me a second before I realized what I had done. And then I'm like, I kiss all of my friends on the mouth?
Yeah, no.
And then one of the friends we were walking with is like, oh my God, who's that? Don't worry about it. He's mine. And that was it. Like, it came out before I realized what I was a lunatic. Yeah, it just happened. So, yeah. Wow. I got the same treatment. His girlfriend called. He broke up with her. Didn't even know. She didn't know that he was breaking up with her at the moment. It just happened to be visiting that day. It's just like, yeah, we threw the world away for each other.
Nice.
So, I will be one of those people. If I lose my partner, I will die of broken heart disease.
Aw. Well, he can't go.
He can do what the fuck he wants.
Oh, Jesus.
I figure when he's ready to go, it's time to close everything down, and we're all done here.
Okay.
No, but that's the reason why you stay married, to make sure that your partner lives long and healthy, because you get your shot, right? You know what you sign up for. You sign up for till death do us part, through sickness and in health, forsaking all others, unless you guys have a conversation. All kinds of vows and oaths. But if you're serious, you don't even need to say them out loud as long as you live them, right? And it's not easy to live those things. Marriage isn't a fairy tale. It's not a happily ever after. That shit's fucking work. It's hard work. And imagine that. You commit to a human being and you pour so much into them to still be surprised by them damn near every day. But people are so shit sure that a God is this nature or that nature and this and that. And it's less consistent than your partner is. Even if your partner is a lying cheat, God is still less consistent than your partner. You can count on your partner to be a lying cheater. You can't count on God for shit. To lie or tell the truth. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's kind of like when you realize that the hard work of a covenant, of devotion, of dedication is first shown through your loyalty, faithfulness, and ability to forgive when it comes down to family. That when it comes down to your friends are literally the echoes and the foreshadowing of the marriages you will have between whatever form of relationship you have, because each relationship in and of itself is a form of marriage. Now, when you divorce a person, do you practice divorce or do you practice marriage? Do you practice divorce or do you practice healthy relationships? So when you truly get married and the actual tests are over, here's the real live exercise. Now, if you die here, you die in real life, right? This is no longer practice mode. What have you been practicing? Now with God, if you're thinking that it's okay to sin, and Jesus truly loves the sinner, what are you practicing? What kind of relationship are you in? Are you in a toxic relationship where your partner believes you and trusts you, has faith in you, and all of a sudden you're constantly over and over and over again, repeat offending? You think your partner's not going through a level of trauma? Okay, we practice which form of relationships? A marriage is very much that. When you're married to your job, you're married. Yeah, I'll put you down. When you're married to your job, when you're married to your God, when you're married to mankind itself, what are you practicing? Are you practicing healthy relationships, healthy friendships, continuity and longevity? Are you practicing the ability to say, yes, I have lifelong friends? Are you practicing the ability that people are replaceable? Are you practicing replacing human beings? You're welcome, Archbishop. That would come down to helping you understand if Jesus truly loves the sinner. Do you truly love? Is love a temporary thing? Or is it the greatest force on earth that survives even death itself? Is it such a frivolous thing? So common, hard to obtain for so many people, but the ones that get it, do they take it for granted? Does Jesus truly love the sinner if the sinner can't truly love the God? Can Jesus love you more than you're capable of loving him or yourself or another? And if he does, why is his forgiveness more limited than that of a child you've abused over and over and over again that still wants to believe you can change? So, anybody want to come up and see if you can engage in that little bit of a thought experiment? Have I just been sitting here? No, sorry. Hey, David. What do you guys hate me this morning? No, it's this. It's me. Hey, loves. No, it's me, actually.
What happened? Why is it you?
Because I'm also a moderator on my own damn panel.
Okay.
And I'm not moderating my own damn panel. Not everybody is aware that I am on. Remember, I took 2 days off. So the algorithm, while it's catching me for me, because I happen to be, because I use my secondary watch. I'll show you. I use this account so sparingly that nobody ever realizes it's actually me. So when I do take a break, sometimes it's actually necessary because when I take a break, my second profile picks up faster than this one does. So my shares go out exactly to my Fluff followers. So technically, Fluff Butter follows Fluff subscribers. So they're always alerted. And it's Sunday. So Sunday is the quietest and most relaxed day. I'm not expecting something. It is Sunday or Saturday? Sunday. I'm not expecting a lot. As a matter of fact, hey Blue Hurricane, I can always start the Bible study now. Remember, they're in church. It's daylight savings. So I'm relaxing on this. And that's another reason why I didn't want to do a sub only, because I'm letting my subs die off, because I'm noticing that during the holiday season, it's just best to let everybody do what they can, when they can, because there's a lot of going broke during the holidays, and right now with the economic situation that we are facing, I don't want to add to it. Not everybody can afford $269 a month. $299 a month. Not everybody can afford to be a super fan. So I'm not making that something that you feel pressured to be a part of, where you feel like you have to go ahead and get your subs in to be part of content you think you're missing. So far, the subscriber and the non-subscriber are getting the exact amount of content. So you guys are not missing anything. Then the other thing is Sweet Happy Jesus is reposting full lives to YouTube. Okay? So if you felt that you've missed a live, yeah, Grandpa can always snatch me up for a dual stream. I would have fun with that. And you guys, you can always borrow me every once in a while. I want to spend less time on other panels. I do. I do like supporting other panels, but the problem is I get pulled up a lot, and because of my personality, I will take over their panel. So for the strength of personality I'm exuding, let's keep it here. And this way you guys don't feel like you're missing out on anything anyway. So on the nature of just being relaxed, enjoying this entire situation, sure, we can do a history podcast. And that would actually give me, of course it takes some work, but that's all we've really been doing is putting work in. So what we can do is we can do a history lesson. We can do a science lesson, because Sweet Happy Jesus, I really want him to go live so I can moderate on his panel. And we can do a religion/science, because it'll bring politics into it eventually. And that allows for a little bit more of an open narrative, because I am finding that a lot of my relaxation and a lot of my cool is going. Like, I come in and I'm like, all right, I'm refreshed and I'm ready and I got my smile on and I'm like, yeah. and then the fuck, so in light of my mood swings, um right now Sweet Happy Jesus is the co-host, and Fluff Butter is making sure that people don't accidentally tap in just to save everybody the damn headache. um you know what, Sweets, are you cool? We have a
I'm
slow
cool.
day. Let's pull everybody up. I don't even need
Okay.
opposition. As a matter of fact, let me push this back. Let me
I
put this
literally just
back.
want to share with you a new Bible verse that
Hold
I
on, Jack.
really, really like.
Hold on, Jack. Just save a spot, though. Okay, save a spot or two for.
I got 2 spots.
Okay.
Do you want me to change the panel layout?
You know me. I always like that other one where it's kind of like wider, so you're more visible and your background's more visible.
I don't think I need to be more visible. They can
I'm just
see
saying.
me.
I get. Yeah, but that's not for you.
What do you mean it's not for me?
It's for other people to see you.
I don't think other people need to see me more.
Okay, do what you want. It's your panel.
Okay, guys, you got 49 of you in here, even the co-host. Bigger fluff image, fine.
Fluff image, fine.
Uh, whatever works best.
You know, maybe it's just because after 38 years, I still like your face a lot. So, there. All right, what do you want me to tell you?
Oh, you're flirting. That's adorable.
Why are you making that face? I
I
love
don't
looking at
know,
you.
but I'm like a feral cat with affection. So okay, so let's yeah, see? Fluff image fine.
Sure, let everyone just do what you want.
Even Randall. Thank you,
It's
Randall.
your live.
And Randall doesn't judge. Fluff image fine. Oh yeah, you guys, if you think that I haven't checked some of your little patterns while you're in my comments, I pay attention to you. I like you here. I do pay attention. So, Sego.
Yes.
Sao. So what do you want to look at? Let's look at it from a political position because it's not going to change the narrative of the question.
Um. Oh, I was just when I was saying that, I was just like saying in terms of like I would love to talk like if when I do my own panels and stuff like that. Yes, I go live sometimes. I just I just get shadow banned a lot, so like no one never sees me. But I like to talk about like religion from a political like standpoint.
Hold
Oh,
on.
I don't
Jag,
know.
where'd you... 2 Kings 6:33. You're heading out. Okay. I'm like, what the... 2 Kings 6. She had me fucking cackling with another one. The prophet. Her prophesying. Oh, God. Not bad. All right. Let's go.
Yeah, so like that's what I meant originally is because like I find and this is just the truth that I've noticed thus far. I find a lot of deconstruction panels don't necessarily talk about the relation to like politics, even politics in the past, when it comes to how religion intersects with it. And I think I don't know if that's necessarily intentional. Um, I don't know why that's the case most of the time. Because like I would think they would go hand. I was just talking to people like literally this morning about this. Um, I think that like it goes hand in hand a lot of the times, and I think that's just in general the most um informed way that I could talk about religion as opposed to just using scripture only because I'm not savvy with scripture. I know some scriptures, but like I don't know it all, and I don't know like certain arguments I can make with scripture alone, if that makes sense.
Well, I like to see this. Um, the scripture defends you. It does not defend the believer.
Right.
Why? I want you to see why, so you can understand your position a little better.
Um, I think mostly I
I
think
know,
mostly
right? I just fucked your head up. Like, wait a minute. What do you mean, why? Why is it that way? You know the answer. It's very obvious. Break it down. Like a tornado. It's just made of dust and wind. Find that single point of dust and wipe the wind away. What do you got?
because for me, I feel like it's a mechanism for control. It's a mechanism for allowing the extraction of labor.
So
Just,
why does it defend you?
why does it offend me?
Come on, you got
Um,
it. You're right there.
oh God, I
Simplify
almost want
it.
to simplify it. Okay, because like I get very wordy very quickly, so I'm trying not to do that.
I know. Simplify it. You're right. But why is it power narrative? Why is
Why
it
is it?
that the power narrative defends you? You're almost there.
Oh, I am like flaking. Oh my goodness.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I don't believe people blink. You're like, wait a second. How am I looking at this? In the box or out of the box? Yes. Take
It's
them
a
both.
it's power and control, and it defends me specifically
Because you
because
don't believe in it and it was written by non believers.
oh duh
You
duh
see it? That's how simple
Y-
that is. The reason
yeah
why it defends you is because without the lens of faith, it is only a tool of control.
e- e- exactly
Within the lens of faith, it is a tool of informal, incorrect indoctrination. Correct indoctrination
exactly
you can't believe in.
yeah,
It's
that's very much true.
it's meant to enslave the mind, not free it.
I felt like I was in school like with a pop quiz. I'm like, oh my
Right.
god.
You went to look hard. And that's why I said it's a tornado. Tornadoes are just made up of dust and wind.
Hmm.
Throw all of the dust away. Finest grain of sand. Throw the wind away. It's just air. What do you got? It cannot be written by believers. It has to be written by non believers.
Hmm. And that, you know what, that is such a great point. That is such a great point because the people who benefit from like belief and stuff like that
Don't believe in it.
is not don't believe in it. They
Nope.
benefit because they're looking for a material benefit, not a religious one.
Correct. And there is only material benefit in religion.
Yeah.
So now, throw me into your social dynamic. What does it look like now?
As in terms of like interacting with believers or interacting with people who
I don't care which layer of the onion you're taking it from. It's an onion. All of the layers are going to make you cry. Pick your poison.
yeah. Um oh God, there's so many limbs I could go with this. I know how you feel about like politics as it relates to like
Politics
but like
comes into the pipeline from church to prison. So I
Right.
just
That's
adjusted the prompt so what you're talking about is along the same narrative. You're fine.
hmm Well, even if we take slavery for example, like slavery had to have tenants to be justified. Like people had to sign on for that to be okay, and that part of that signing on to stamping chattel slavery as okay for the time was coming up with specific tenets that othered people. And there were many mechanisms that did that. One of the mechanisms was religion.
Now, I was about to say, wait a second. If you take all biblical Abrahamic slavery out, how much of history still contains it?
A lot of it,
One more time.
as in terms of like the,
In terms of slavery, any
in terms
form
of
you can
like
think of. Chattel
any
slavery,
form.
sex slavery, mental slavery, hostage, no negotiations. You take out all forms of Abrahamic slavery. What are you left with? How much slavery is left in human history?
Probably not that much.
All of it. All of it is saturated with slavery.
hmm
The Bible didn't do anything, it capitalized. The religion didn't do anything. It didn't create slavery, it capitalized on it. It found a good, succinct way for this
hmm
people to engage in it according to their moral standard. It was already in existence. But what's the story of Hagar?
Oh, I'm not familiar.
No worries. In the story of Hagar, Hagar is an Egyptian slave that when she was told she has to sleep with her master and bear him a child because his wife is too old,
hmm
she hit them with, "This is not how we do it where I am from."
hmm
So, what are they utilizing for their methods? Divine decree. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just divine decree. And divine decree comes from what? The justification of slavery in a society that is adjusting their moral behaviors. It's telling them to keep a tradition alive instead of removing it. It doesn't add it, it puts it back. That's why they introduced the story of them being slaves in Egypt
hmm
when no such history exists.
Because again, for like the material benefit of like, I would argue free labor. I would also argue, like you, well, I would echo what you said, control and dominance, power and dominance. Um, there's always this there's a paper that I've read called On Contradictions by Mao. Um, and it talks about, like, it briefly went into like specifically um how certain ideologies become theologies and become stagnant.
They're all stagnant the moment you write them down.
Yeah.
That's it. I tell people to think back to the first form of indoctrination. If you can think of what the very first form of indoctrination is, some things begin to just make painful sense. Okay?
Oh, like a good example of that. When you said that, I immediately thought about like misogyny.
Mm. But what gives you misogyny? What formulates misogyny as a sound practice now with humanity instead of it being misandry? Now it's sexism, male to female instead of female to male.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What shows up with their level of control? Reduce the population to like 5,000.
That's what that's the line I was thinking of, like a reduction in resources, a reduction in your environment having resources for you, and therefore like your population size being affected by that.
When your
Like,
resources are in abundance because your population is low, what's the need for somebody to control you?
oh, that's interesting. Mm, population is low, but you have a bunch of resources.
Let's take a look at
That's a
Africa.
good. That's a good question.
Africa is resource rich, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was wrong with the people that were living there, utilizing their own resources just fine without somebody else forcing them to do it?
That's very true. And a lot of times, before like pre-colonial history, it's not the case for every tribe, but like a lot of them didn't have like patriarchal structures. Some of them did still, but like it was very rare.
Right. So if they didn't have a patriarchal structure, and in some cases they didn't even need to trade with outside tribes and
Exactly right.
nations, what would be the necessity now for them to need to fight over resources when they've been readily abundant and they've been replenishing the land as they take from it?
Because I feel like the equalism, because of colonization and religion having a hand to justify colonization, it switched over the equilibrium of like that region's stability. Because if you have stability, you don't need to keep going back to your. There's not an excess of consumption that's happening.
Correct. Imagine you come to a new land, right? And you find that the people eat a particular meat in all forms,
Hmm.
but you can't see the meat that they're eating anywhere around. Where'd they get it from? Tastes nothing like bear or elk or moose or coyote, deer. Doesn't taste like that. It tastes, or a cow. It
Hmm.
doesn't taste like that. Not a lamb, not a sheep, not a goat. It tastes wild and gamey, like a buffalo, right?
Hmm.
But there's only so much of the buffalo that this particular tribe possesses, and it's just enough to feed the tribe through a particular series of seasons until they can replenish, right? Now that's going
Hmm.
to be 3 seasons till replenishment. So they'll have 3 different stages of that meat, and then the entirety of the animal gets utilized, where you're like, where the hell are they getting this from? There's a migration pattern where multiple nations congregate. A run happens because another migration is happening. And in the crosshair of that bit of migration, nature decides to be natural, where only what is needed is taken and utilized, and then everyone goes about their separate ways. Over
Hmm.
years, the numbers are culled by this practice of all nations coming in to take what is needed out of a massive herd. And because of the size of the herd, not much is needed to be taken, right? This means that there's always enough for next season and for themselves to keep replenishing. Now imagine an invader comes in and with a new refined method of hunting just piles up carcass after carcass after carcass, not for necessity, but for sport. What have
Hmm.
they done to the ecosystem?
Destabilize it.
And now what do you need? You need to rely on them to produce a substitute.
Exactly.
And here you
I
go. Now, guess what? When will your beef prices go down? They let you know this, by the way, publicly. You're in
ooh, that
2025. They told you publicly when these beef prices will go down. And now you saw when the beef prices began to go up. When will they go down? Think about it. They told you. This is politics now.
ooh,
Sweet Happy Jesus has the answer to that for me. Because I want to hear his voice.
Well, I'm not sure actually what you're getting at with it.
You told
Because
me
beef
about the
prices
beef
are-
prices will not go down because they won't lower them.
Well, yeah, but there's a combination of factors. I mean, like, look, you have farmers who, they're charging what they're charging because their supply chain is all jacked. Then you have corporate farmers who are charging
yeah,
what they're charging because they charged you a higher price and you were more than willing to pay it when
exactly.
when things were wrong. So now they figure, well, shit, if they're willing to pay it, then we don't have to lower it back down to pre-pandemic levels. I mean, it's a combination of greed and stupidity on some people's parts, and I mean, it's just a whole bunch of bullshit.
And I would like to add that as well because like you had brought up like the the slaughtering of like for sport of that resource and it destabilizing and like now populations are reliant of that that invaders ability to like hunt at mass and provide that access that they hoard. I want to highlight as well that like even if because of like they were just simply able to do that or have the ability to do that through their technological age that they're living in, a lot of invaders and colonizers do that with intention, specifically to because we could take North America, well, Turtle Island, I like to call it, for example, um, and what they did to the buffalo. There was intention behind that specifically to destabilize indigenous populations and tribes to get land and to get labor.
And to
No,
make
for sure.
sure that it was controlled, we had a railway that ran right through that migration pattern,
Oh yeah,
right through it. So when you
Uh,
went through the land, you can actually see piles of buffalo getting hunted.
Let's also not forget that all those any of the bailouts which happen, those bailouts primarily go to corporate ag, right? And
mm-hmm.
I mean, last I checked, major corporations don't need a bailout, but they sell it as some kind of a bailout for all the farmers. It's not. When you look at the amounts that were given over to large corporations, the last time Trump had to do a bailout, which was in his first term, he had to bail out farmers. The last time he did it, it mostly went to corporate agriculture, and now this time with his new quote unquote farmer bailout package, it's going to yet again go to corporate bailout. It disproportionately bails out corporations over your small mom and pop farms. End of story.
And like
I was trying to figure something out. Fucking eggs.
oh my gosh, eggs is
The
such a
It is the most abundant resource.
No,
it's
well,
it's absurd how like the egg market is like treated.
let,
It's
let,
absurd.
let me just add something. I mean, when we call flocks because of disease, you're talking about billions of birds being eliminated at once, right? Because you can't risk disease spreading. So the problem is you're reducing funding for things like USDA
Yeah, that
and
too.
to help and the FDA, which help approve and maintain our flocks. And you just you throw your hands up like, oh, there's nothing we can do about these egg prices. Like it's not going to get resolved, for instance, just because, people will it to be resolved, right? Like it's just not.
In a lot of
But
cases, they don't will it to be resolved.
no, absolutely.
Like it's
With no food checks, right? In certain uh, populaces, it is an almost guarantee of of the deterioration of health in certain
mhm,
areas and the rise of other medical problems, which gives rise to corporations gaining more money.
mhm,
The true product of money, the true creation of money comes from death.
yeah. And I'll connect it even with like the topic on the background, like did Christ come to save and enslave? Like, um, in a more vague sense, religion specific, like even I don't want to say it's psychosis because I always feel weird about how like religious psychosis is being presented in a lot of conversations, but I do think that like it exists, but like the way that people use it feels
I want to
a lot
ask
of
you a
time.
question. Who's not fucking insane?
Right, exactly. Exactly, that's my point. Like, I feel like people don't have nuanced takes about like what that phrase means.
One, insane is a legal term because how do you quantify and classify who's not nuts?
Exactly. Right.
Take a
Right.
woman lives her life perfectly, everybody accepts her, has wonderful friends, does wonderful at a job, has to shit, goes into a coffee shop. They won't let her take a shit because she kind of looks like Meth Head Annie. Turns around, drops trowel, takes a shit, lifts it up, and chucks it across the counter. We don't know what a person is until they have to show themselves.
Hmm.
Who's not fucking nuts?
And with that, like it's specifically like the deteriorating of health. Excuse me, I can't speak. Deteriorating of health due to like what we just talked about, like the food quality in a given area because it's being controlled or it's not being taken care of because price gouging, right? Um, it's like the deteriorating of like mental health because of now it's a lack of resources. Your health deteriorated. Now you have to go for medical bills and stuff like that. People start going into lanes where religion fills the gap of their suffering at the time, and it may not be doing anything good or helpful or conducive to them, but it's enough to like take their mind off the fact that they're experiencing the type of disparities that they are under a certain society or the dominant society.
No. Fuck all that. Fuck it all. Ask this question. What is the positivity about a war?
I don't think there's anything. Well, the dialectic part of me wants to say when people uh, are always resisting their oppressor. That's what I would tell you. But like I also do believe in restorative justice after the war has happened. So like I don't think war is good all the time, but goddamn it is useful, but only in the hands of the oppressed.
Oh, put your emotions away. Think like a warlord. What's the benefit of war?
Power, land, resources, maintaining like the empire for another season or several seasons, consolidation of wealth, status.
Question. Why would we fight over resources? We can train each other to cultivate.
You asked a very beautiful question. Because I agree.
So
Why
think
can't we do
deeper.
that?
Ah. See, here's the thing. We gotta think deeper. Since a particular dynamic exists, and the question is, why this way or not that way? Why this way? There's an answer. There's no lack of an answer. It's been here too long. The answer is simple. To you. I'll have a different answer, but to you this answer becomes simple. What is it?
Power? Um,
Don't look at the comments because the answer's in there. Don't look at the comments.
I try so hard not to. Um,
Population, Cullen. We've
I
said
think
it
there's a-
twice. We've said it twice.
I think there's aspects of that, and like that's why I brought it up because like specifically like there are aspects of people who hold that type of control will want to
Notice,
maintain.
notice something. Culling and decimation have actual measurements.
Yeah, that's true.
We gave it such. We've measured it. Try to envision a year without a war that doesn't engage in population culling and decimation.
I can't think of one.
What are we doing? Maintaining our own numbers.
Hmm.
And it becomes
Blood.
even
Bloodletting.
more
It's a bloodlet.
it becomes even more violent the higher the numbers go.
World War One. How many men died in World War One?
Irrelevant.
Well, that's a lot of genetics gone down the drain.
No, it's not. It's still irrelevant because cold view of evolution, they should have survived. If they can't survive, they won't survive.
Well, it's kind of an artificial selection, really. It's not a natural
I would agree with
selection.
David here actually on that one. If you think about it, right? It's
It's a
not like
man-made
they're-
construct.
well, it's not
It's a
just that.
man-made
It's also
construct.
the reason why I agree with you is because if you think about it from the perspective of how their unalivement occurred, um, it was utilized using tools, right?
Hmm.
But
Cannon
tools
fodder.
that were made
Cannon
by
fodder.
others. It was tools made by others, and there was no real chance for them to quote unquote be the more dominant of X or Y. Instead, it was a case of numbers, and then some hidden faraway scientist creating things like mustard gas or
Freon.
you know what I mean?
Chlorine.
Like,
Yeah.
yep, it wasn't true.
H-bombs.
It wasn't true natural
Nagasaki.
selection. It wasn't.
Why
It
did
wasn't
Nagasaki
trauma
get a
selection.
bomb?
Yep.
Wait, artificial or a natural and inevitable process of an evolutionary species?
Still artificial.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it
Yeah, that's a
artificial?
synthesis.
Because if this is our forte, being able to build bigger and better and more advanced tools, then it's still survival of the fittest, isn't it?
I think
Fluff,
there's a
when did war become a part of human culture?
When
See,
wasn't
because
it?
we were around a long time. We
When
were around a
wasn't
long
it?
time though. But I'm talking about organized war. You know what I'm saying?
When?
Do you get me?
I would
Was
argue it's probably
war.
there prior to us because there are
Exactly.
other divergent species that have shown organized warfare.
Exactly.
Do you
right.
think?
So I don't
Well,
think
I'm
I don't
just.
think I don't think necessarily that like it's not a feature of like evolution. I do actually believe that. I agree with Fluff. But
I
I
also
do
kind of agree.
but I also want to point out that like I think there's a dichotomy and nuances to it. But
Absolutely.
that dichotomy is that like a lot of times with like evolutionary species on this planet um destabilize themselves, it's through like um overconsumption, or it's through like that fast progression towards like
Mm,
a particular technological age that's unsustainable.
What triggers
yeah.
evolution? And let's not get sentimental
Struggle.
about it.
Struggle.
Now, too sentimental, less sentimental.
Change in environment.
There you go.
And that always happens. Like I remember reading. This is very vague because like I don't remember all the pieces to it, but like I believe like a couple years ago I read something um that talked about like how the human brain grew after like mass extinction events or during mass extinction events that they were able to study. Um, like I believe like any I think the example that I read was specifically volcano eruptions.
Toba, Mount Toba, 70,000 years ago. You're right. There was a bottleneck. 9% of the human population made it through. And afterwards, it's not so much that the brain physically grew, but there was a cognitive renaissance. And we start to see cave paintings 60,000 years ago. But 9% made it through. The greatest
I think your
diversity in the world.
timelines are off. Stop giving me the numbers. Because you're fucking me up with these numbers, David.
I'm right, though. I'm not being arrogant, but I know this.
I actually think he's correct
No
again.
offense.
It doesn't matter.
Mount
Stop.
Toba.
You're fucking me up with the numbers. Did you guys ever pay attention to the fact that I'm like, oh my god, wait, no, is it BC or AD? Did I get the BC from AC and DC? Was it 117, 91, 773, 255? What? You're fucking me up with the numbers, David.
Okay. I'll
That was the same way.
I'll keep the numbers out. But that's what happened. There was a cognitive renaissance. It's not. I mean, from the time of say Homo erectus prior to our species, brains had already grown rapidly from the earlier primates. But yeah, there was something happened after Toba, Mount Toba, which was a worldwide event. Like it fucked the world up. Excuse my language. Lots of people, 90% of people died. Sorry.
Come back.
Yeah.
Hey, Lords! Let me ask you a question. Come back.
I love lords.
Yeah.
You called it artificial. Crows create tools. If a crow utilizes a tool and unalives another tool, is it artificial? Or is it still Darwinism?
Okay, right. Okay. That's within the wider context, you're correct. Okay. It's all natural selection. It's all natural selection, right? I use that word within the context of modern human culture where we send 16-year-olds to Dunkirk to be cannon fodder.
Well, I will actually to play devil's advocate for that. I would actually offer like we have primates that are in their Iron Age and in tool making ages. We observe them currently,
Absolutely.
so like
Absolutely.
they may
Orangutans fish with fishing rods. They've observed humans doing it, and now they just go off and do it by themselves. That's been observed. You're right.
And they teach younger generations to do it, newer generations to do it too.
Absolutely. Acquired knowledge. Culture. It's called culture.
Yep.
That's acquired knowledge.
so there is a natural
Generational
there,
knowledge.
there is a natural occurrence of like species always going to outcompete each other because they're wanting to adapt to survive and pass on that survival knowledge to their offspring. So like
1 second, real quick. Thrail, this might be, which is Sundays, the only time that my panel is relaxed enough for you. Outside of that, it sometimes it just gets like nothing but havoc, and I'm like, I can't take it anymore. But yeah, this is probably the only time because where Sego wanted to talk about politics and religion, so they can kind of go interwoven. So at any point in time, you can just feel free to jump in. You always give me like free voice on your panel, so I want you to have the same here.
hey,
And besides, you got to hear the voice.
Good morning, everybody.
good morning.
Hey, Trell.
See?
Good morning, David.
I love your voice, man. My God.
I like
And
yours.
I do want to talk about like something specific. It's like it's part of, I don't want to give too much deep into like myself and what I believe, because like yes, I could get into it, but then like usually that goes down rabbit holes that I don't care for at the moment. I just am enjoying my time here. Um, I I I hold that like specifically nothing can be utopic. I hold that view. Um, so usually what that means for me, even with my analysis on like how I think things could be more conducive to humans, that's I still understand that like I can't have a utopic view of wanting that. I think me wanting conduciveness doesn't mean that I want like perfection, because like
Perfection doesn't exist anyway.
right,
Perfection is an illusion, right? Without
exactly.
if we had perfection, there'd be no evolution, right? What is evolution is a product of struggle. Yeah.
Why do you
Hmm.
keep saying struggle? You're very sentimental about that.
How is that sentimental? I
How
mean,
is it not
climatic
sentimental?
shifts and the
Can it
the
just be
climate changing or
conflict?
the world changing. It's struggle though.
Is it
It's
struggle?
struggle.
Or is it a
Yeah, of
change?
course it is.
Does it have
It's
to
a
be
change
struggle?
brought about by struggle. There can be no change without struggle, Skip. Fluff.
Why are generations born more attractive? What's the struggle there?
Be- because there's sexual selection towards more attractive men and women. Attractive men
So
have
what's the
babies with
struggle?
attractive women.
So what's the struggle? We're reproducing no matter what.
Yeah, but the population is weeding out the ugly people, right? So that's the struggle. The struggle is on the ugly people,
I
or
don't
not
Oh,
know.
ugly people, but
Well, I don't know if it's weeding out ugly people or if it's weeding
right.
out less symmetrical people.
I understand what you're saying. Let's zoom out from humankind for a moment and let's just talk about evolution.
Hold on 1 second. Angelina Jolie's face is supposed to be perfectly proportioned, right? Damn near identical on
Yeah.
both sides, right?
And Johnny Depp as well is another good example of that. Kurt Cobain was a great example.
Can we stick on Angelina?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she beautiful?
Objectively or subjectively? I mean,
By
because
your
subjectively,
standard. You can't
by my
speak for
culture
another man.
standards, you mean?
No, by your standard. You're the person that is in possession of your genitalia that may or may
Right.
not jump in response to what you see. Is Angelina Jolie
Okay.
beautiful? Yes or no?
You want my own personal sentimental answer, my answer from David.
No, I want your cousin Ralph's
Okay,
opinion
okay.
on if she
She's
was
all right.
wearing blue
She's
shoes.
all right. She's not a stunner, in my opinion. She's okay. Yeah, she's not ugly. She's not ugly. She looks, I don't know, her face looks a little cold or something, or dead eyes. I don't know. I don't know the woman. I've never interacted with her, so maybe she's really charming and all of that. But I could probably list off 10 actresses that I find more attractive.
Stick with Angelina Jolie. Why do you guys want to dance everywhere?
Okay, so what do you want me to say about
I
Angelina
don't
Jolie?
know,
She's
but
okay.
I got like
She's
I do have like the brain span of Dory from Finding Nemo, right?
No,
like
you
I
don't.
practice. No, I do, and I practice staying on topic.
okay. So I gave you my answer. Angelina, will I rate her out of 10? She's a 6.9 or maybe a 7.2. She is an attractive woman, but she's not a stunner.
Okay, so
She's
what's the
not
struggle? Other than you making it a struggle for me to have the conversation with you, what's the real struggle on Angelina Jolie's beauty? That formulates exactly. And remember, she only has a handful of her own children, right? So she's really only replaced herself. How many times did she really add to the population? Exactly. Did she really add to the population or not?
No.
So now is she a genetic benefit to humanity? Considering that she had to remove her breast due to her genetic predisposition to cancer. What is the genetic benefit of her being attractive? So how is
I
that
forgot that happened.
Right. So how is that an evolutionary struggle? How?
It's a it's very nuanced, Fluff. Okay, we're talking about human culture, society, and evolution.
Ta-da!
Human culture
And
is
I've
his
broken it
next.
down to one example of absolute fucking lunacy. So now, when we
It's the first time
take
you swore today. That's the first time you said
no,
fuck today.
no, but now that you
It's the first time I heard it.
realize that one human being is the exception, how many other human beings along her breed, right? Because humans, because of how many of
Per
us,
breed.
we are per breed. I have a breed, you have a breed, Thrail has a breed, Sweet
Right.
Happy Jesus
Yeah, I
has a
get you.
breed, Sago
A
has a breed.
phenotype.
Right.
Phenotype. Yeah.
So now, what causes that evolutionary need? Because we're assuming evolution is linear, aren't we? And
Not
evolution is
necessarily.
synonymous
I never
with
say
progress.
that.
I don't
But are
think we
we
generally assume evolution is linear.
are we
No.
making it synonymous with progress?
No, evolution isn't progress.
I'm
it's.
asking if David is doing it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not really. No, like I said, it's a product of climatic struggle, environmental struggle, even like we were talking about sexual selection.
Right,
Why do
but what's
peacocks
the
have big
beauty?
tails?
Where do you see the formula that beauty as an evolutionary emergence of the human species by human preference is a form of struggle?
Sorry,
Can I offer a different
can you
example?
repeat that question? Can you repeat that, Fluff, please? Say it
I'm
again.
not even so sure if I asked it correctly.
Right.
Can somebody
We're
steel
really in the
man that
weeds with this
question for
one.
me? Because I'm having a hard time keeping my mind focused while you're talking on me. So it's just
Sorry.
like, can somebody kind of
I
steel man that for me, please? My question?
I want to use myself as an example because I think this might help a little bit. Well, it depends on how clued in David is, but like we'll see. Um, Take me as someone who's a trans person, someone who's gender diverse. Um, does evolution care that I do my own version of child rearing?
No, not at all.
So if you can understand that, then if I'm not passing down genetic material, but I'm still causing a generation to have like my specific traits that I teach them and then go off into the
Absolutely.
wild.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah,
It's not it doesn't I just did that because like I just chose that for myself. I didn't do that from like uh, a,
I understand.
like
Yeah,
a primal reason or like
of course.
like
You have no
that
genetic
within it,
benefit of doing that, right?
right?
You've no
That is
genetic
a
benefit of doing that.
exactly there. That is that is a non-evolutionary way. Evolutionary. How can I explain this? That is not
I
a
don't know, but you just fucked up my head because now you're a better example of my example that I'm trying to make because now I'm asking a whole bunch of freaking questions. And the most important question for me is this: does that show us genetic progress? Or does that show us genetic variance from the beginning, which gives us the formula of the variance of relationship types,
Mhm.
personality types, personality breeds, which is what I mean by breed. Um, and the
Personality breeds.
yeah, we have
You
personality
mean
breeds.
like extroverts, introverts, INJPs, and all this kind of thing? Is this what you're talking about now?
Right.
Okay.
Like, I like to use the example of the importance of 5 major personality types during a crisis. And Thrail and I were talking about it, and we got onto I would make a horrible leader. Because of my black and white approach to things, I would make a better strategist. Because I'm going to take away the sentimentality on it, right? So I would make a better strategist than a leader, which means that I'm fit for a particular role. I would be
Yeah.
healthy in crisis because that's when I would settle down into my position of going, We have to fix it. Right?
Hmm.
That would be me. But if I'm a leader, I would be incapable of making the right decision at the right time. Personality breeds.
Well, okay, so let's go with that then. Okay, so let's just imagine, or not imagine, but let's go with your example that there is five
Why?
major personality types.
Why? Why are we going this way when I was trying to stay on Angelina
Well,
Jolie? And then Sego.
all right, that was like 8 minutes ago.
No, it wasn't. We never finished it.
Yeah, but
Okay, right.
it's exactly for the reason why I brought up that myself as the example, because like specifically evolution doesn't care that Angelina Jolie is pretty or not.
Right.
Exactly.
And evolution doesn't care that like I chose to make a family a traditional way without or not, or a non-traditional way, even though because I don't have a womb or anything like that. It doesn't care.
Absolutely.
If I
agree.
decide to do it, I've aided in evolution in a particular way, but it's not evolution is not going behind this. It's not apparent in the crowd at the theater clapping their hand because I did something that furthered it.
It's
I
a
didn't do a
very
performance for them.
We
absolutely.
really
I
were
totally
stuck
get
on
what
Angelina Jolie. I'm
Fluff.
sorry, everybody.
It's my turn now. It's my turn, right? Okay. Sego. Is that your name?
Sego.
Sego. Okay. It's a very nuanced conversation that we're having, okay? Because we are human beings, we're primates, okay? We're highly socialized, highly culturalized at this point, right?
I mean, we gave us
And
that
your
monikers.
desire, your desire to become a mother to children, okay, is that is a fundamental part of being human. Now I know those kids don't carry your DNA,
Hmm.
but you still had that drive because you are a highly intelligent organism upon this planet. Okay, so
I don't
we
think it's
want to.
intelligent. I don't think it's intelligent for me to like want to raise kids. It's something that I
Why
want,
not?
but it's irrational.
How is it? How is love irrational? It's a part of your human condition. You need
It's a
love. You need you. Yeah, of course you do.
If it's a
we
natural
Of
need
course you
such
need
part
what we
of
love.
the
need.
condition.
Why do humans? Hang
Hold
on.
on one
Why do
second. Hold
humans
on. Hold
love
on.
at all?
Why are humans born without the capacity to be able to love?
You're talking about psychopathy, which is like less than 1% of the population. Is that what you're talking? You're talking about an anomaly.
6% of the population.
Is it okay? Okay. We weren't talking numbers, but okay, right?
Then why bring them up?
Psychopathy.
So,
Psychopathy still. Listen.
am
Psychopathy still
I gonna be
exists.
able to speak, David, without you literally needing to smuggle
Sorry.
me into the closet so the bad guys don't hear me?
No. I'm not trying to be aggressive, but I am trying to address everything that's been asked of me.
How
And
can you if I'm not able to finish the question?
sorry. Please go ahead. I'll mute until
No,
you're ready if you
seriously,
like.
I want to have that conversation now. How can you hear me if you're not hearing me?
I haven't finished my answer to Sego yet.
Right,
I'm
but are
going
we
somewhere
But even
still within the
I
realm
was
of Angelina Jolie and transgender factors as necessity, and beneficial or non-beneficial to the evolutionary process?
Well, listen, like, with all due respect, I see them as slightly different conversations. Sego and I are having a conversation about her desire to raise and educate children
We're
because of
not.
her fundamental human condition
We're not.
for love,
We're
okay?
not.
Her desire for
I only
love.
use that
We're not.
I've only
But
used that I only use that example to explain like Fluff's example of Angelina
Exactly.
Jolie. And the reason why I did that is because I get Fluff's point that like it's not important. That
it's
was like
not. It's not. And
so like it's I me wanting so is not even significant because it's irrational for me to like want to carry children in a world like this or carry children. Wow, I don't have a womb, but I feel like I do sometimes.
I have a
Uh,
child. I have a child, and I'll tell you, I don't think it's irrational to want to have children at all. I have a child. It's the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my life. I've only got
if we're
one,
Congratulations.
but
talking, if we're
But
I
I'm a
want
if we're
parent.
ta-
more. I want more.
That's lovely.
if we're
But
talking
as a
if
parent, totally fucking cruel to bring him in here.
I don't agree with that
Of
perspective,
course.
guys. If we all,
I mean,
if we all
But
just
here's
look,
the thing. Why is it cruel to bring him in? 95% of, 95% of the crime committed on this planet is committed by men. There has not been a year without a war in over 3,000 on your planet. Their children are dealing with global warming and food scarcity. Isn't it selfish and cruel to ignore the world they walk into for your own sentimental greed?
exactly. There,
if I, s-
and I still I can still have that realization of that type of cruelty, but still as a human, just because of how my neurology and my hormones are set up, I want children still.
of
That's
course you
still
do.
that makes
That is
me.
not irrational. That is not
Thrill?
irrational, though.
Thrill, can you
I'm
come
You
in
might, you
with
might
your
think it's
opinion, please? Hold on. I want to hear
You
from
might think.
Thrill real quick.
Okay, okay,
Thrill, do
okay.
you
I
have
was
an
going to say
opinion?
you might think it's illogical, but it's not irrational.
David, hold
It might
on,
be
because
illogical.
Hold on,
You
David.
want
Yeah, let's get everybody involved in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm
you
sorry.
want my sleep deprived opinion on on evolution and beauty?
Yes, please.
like all of it's contradictory, and that's by design.
And I got next up as well because I haven't given one.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what to form an opinion on here. Do I think beauty is? I guess I need a question to answer.
Do you think beauty is a form of evolution born of struggle? This is David's position. To steel man
Yes.
it, like, kind of solidly. I hope I got it right. But
Born of struggle.
born of struggle, because we're arguing evolution is a product of struggle. I know it seems like crazy that we're all over the place, but I actually remember where we are.
I don't know if beauty is born of struggle. That seems more like beauty is something that we have come to decide upon. Probably like it's post hoc. I think we decide it's beautiful,
Yeah,
and it is what has evolutionarily been advantageous.
absolutely. It is advantageous.
Is
Would
it
you say though, Trail?
advantageous?
Would you say,
I,
Trail,
It's
that
well,
random.
hang on.
It's random.
The beauty itself is not what is advantageous.
no?
I think the
I
better
think it
phrase. I think the better.
implies a certain health. I think the symmetry has implied a certain health, and that has been the advantage, and we have associated that with beauty.
I wouldn't even argue that because, like, I think that's half of it. I think it's like completely just random. It does not care what it may look like to be like. It's advantageous to health because beauty has shown up more often to mean, oh, this means that it's healthy. That's just our observation as a species or an organism, saying, oh, this must mean that this is healthy. But truly, evolutionary like factors are so random. Like the ugliest thing could be the most healthy under evolutionary standards, and we would know that because like for whatever reason the dice rolled that pretty people just popped up more.
I think it's more that after the fact, we've like I said, we see something as healthy, we lean towards that, and we have decided that that was beautiful, and as that has become less a necessity in our evolution, in our societies, we've found other standards to impose beauty upon.
Absolutely. And would you say that beauty is also there's a nuance to this, guys? Would you say that beauty is subjective within various cultures.
To a degree, but again,
You
some
said
of it
there's a
is going to
culture, there's
relate.
a
Some of it's going to relate back to health
Someone just said a
and
really
what
good thing
absolutely.
we
in the
perceive
comments.
as healthy.
Someone said a really good thing in the comments that like needs to, I feel like could add context to this conversation. How about the social construct of oh, that's the wrong one. Um, Phenotype are based on environment. How does beauty apply in the grand scheme of things? That's a very good question. Because phenotype is based on environment. Your phenotype is dictated by a lot of things, environment
Totally.
being one of them.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
that's not like an advantageous thing. That's a my body did this because my region necessitates that I adapt to this environment.
I'm missing something. I'm
So that's the
forgetting
advantage,
to
right?
I'm forgetting to incorporate something, aren't I? The necessity of beauty is because of men. Women
Mm.
are not as pretty as men are. Think about it. What do we classify as the beauty scale for ourselves? Glorious locks. Men tend to have healthier hair and thicker strands than us. Lashes. Men tend to have longer lashes overall than women. Brows.
Exactly.
Men tend to have shapeable brows. Heels. Men used to wear them. Wigs. Men used to wear them. Corsets built for men. The beauty standards are a man's standards of beauty. We are gauging it on beautiful men. It's not men gauging it on beautiful women. We're picking them. We are picking the men, not the men are picking the women. We have to reverse the
Exactly.
perspective.
You are the gatekeepers to the
Yeah, we have
womb,
to
right? You
yeah,
are
the beauty standard is ours. We're creating the
the
evolutionary
man.
process to create the structure that gives us male beauty standards in our future progeny. We do go crazy for the children that are more likely to have dimples, like men, the cleft chin,
Yeah.
the aquiline features, the heavy lashes, the
I
legs
I
built for
So
heels. Oh my
I don't
god!
know if I agree with this because it's like though every one of those things is subjective to an
the
evolutionary thing.
individual. Mm.
Oh
And
no,
you're
I
And
think
also
we're basing
speaking.
it
You're
on you
you're speaking
guys.
on. You're speaking on physical traits also, though. You're speaking on a certain type of sexual selection, but there's other reasons why women choose men. Not just how they look, but how they behave, what their attributes are. Can they provide? Are they
Right.
strong? Can they
And an
protect?
attractive man is more likely to be trusted. An attractive man is more likely to get the job. An attractive man is more likely to get the girl.
Yes, but he may not hold on to her because he may be an awful husband and father, and a terrible provider, a bad protector, okay? Now,
But
if you
doesn't
met a
this just go,
guy,
David? Hold on. I
if
want to
you,
I want to touch on something that you just said. Doesn't this just go
yeah,
back to the point that what Fluff was saying with Angelina Jolie that like if those lies were uncovered, wouldn't that just show specifically that like there was only a need to breed and there was not no evolutionary benefit? Because
there's
like
only a
your
need to
your example,
breed.
like your example pointing out that like he could have been a horrible father despite being attractive or despite performing to get the other partner. That
Hmm,
performance drops once he has her.
yeah, and she'll probably leave him and move on with the child she had with him and choose a better man next time. A
with
better
the
man, not a
child.
better looking, not
I
a
think
better
with the
looking man.
child.
Yeah, but sure, that's been happening since the beginning of the human race anyway.
not necessarily. Um, uh,
Do you want
uh,
a bed?
I said not
If you,
necessarily simply because it's not. Men would quite often be like, I'm like, they would take their kid with them, right? Like, I'm going to raise my child to be exactly what I expect it to be.
All men?
If we're
No,
talking if we're talking historically, yeah, because women didn't have that much control.
yeah, like if women didn't have the right to, like a woman, like here, I'll give you an example since this is a religious live. A woman could divorce technically it could be removed from a household, but she would be thrown out on her own, and the children would be part of the husband's family, right? And so, like, this was not necessarily something that was just like today, where women have the right to keep their kids. It's a given right.
Modern. It's a modern.
It's more modern than you would think.
Of course, it is.
And so what I'm saying is men certainly did, just due to strength, have more control over the lives of their children than they do today.
Absolutely, but right now we're still talking about societal and cultural factors. Okay, I thought we were talking about evolution.
Well, it's a combination of things, right? Because I mean,
Exactly.
I was particularly
incredibly nuanced.
addressing the point. I was addressing what was said regarding, where the children go, that particular thing, right? And so I was disagreeing with your assertion that the children would be with the mother. That's not in the case of a separation. So that's not necessary. In fact, in general, it was still more like the men still had more control over how the children were raised in that regard.
And that's only with our species, right? We don't necessarily like we'll see that with like other animal species, but like that's varied. Like other animal species are more matriarchal, and women control a lot more things. Animals and not women, excuse me. Female animals would control a lot more things.
Lioness.
And control like where the child goes a lot of the time. Meerkats famously do this.
Here's another question for you. Why is it evolutionarily a thing that men hit their sexual peak younger and women hit their sexual peak older? What is the evolutionary benefit to that?
Are you getting to a point that young men should be having babies with slightly older, more mature women?
Over 30. We have to maintain the health of the female and the eggs. Remember, we're going through senescence.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Do you understand there's no reproductive benefit to that? So now, what is the evolutionary benefit of women getting a heightened sex drive older and men having a heightened sex drive younger, when it doesn't benefit a woman or a man to have children?
Does it benefit the children?
No, it doesn't.
Does it not? Think about it.
It does not.
Think about it. A woman, okay, she hits puberty at 12, okay, menstruates, okay. She goes through her teens and 20s, but she's an inexperienced young human, okay? By 30, like what you just said, she hits her sexual peak, her sex drive, her estrogen levels, progesterone levels have
40.
mature. She's a mature woman.
In her
40.
40s. 30 is senescence.
40s.
30 is human senescence so far. Roughly the age of human senescence.
Right, so 40s. So let's say a woman, and just allow me this for a second. I'm not talking about the modern world. I'm talking about human evolution, okay?
That's all we've been talking about.
Right.
Right. So let's not talk about wigs or high heels or corsets anymore. Cultural, societal things, okay? Let's talk about human evolution, okay? A woman matures and hits 40.
David, have you not been paying attention this whole goddamn time?
I'm totally paying attention. Listen to me. I'm paying attention.
Okay, then do me a favor. Stop trying to control something while you're thinking. Think in silence, so this way you're not overstepping.
Okay. Well, at 40, okay, she is mature, experienced. She knows all the plants that are good and bad. She has learned how to do what is necessary. Do what is necessary to ensure the next generation survives childhood.
Well, we're talking about the reproductive aspect of it. Like, what's the benefit evolutionary?
I'm talking about a reproductive benefit. What's the reproductive benefit of dead babies? If a woman is inexperienced and cannot
Why'd you come
make
to
her baby
Best
survive?
Buy? All right, look.
Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what
No.
I'm saying? I'm not trying to be awkward here. I'm genuinely speaking the truth here to you. I'm giving you my truth.
Well,
This is
seriously,
my
if you don't
answer.
want a dead baby, why'd you come to Best Buy?
Do you
That
understand what
part,
I'm saying?
that part.
What is? I don't get the Best Buy
It was about
reference.
as
I don't know what.
random as dead babies. The next thing out of my
My
mouth
point
is going to be
is,
that sheepdog is filthy.
my point was that a mature
Sir,
woman
sir, this is Arby's
hits
is
her
crazy.
sexual. She hits her sexual peak because she's finally mature and experienced enough to truly ensure the survival of her infants through infancy and childhood.
But that's not even guaranteed. Evolution, like, she could lose all
I
her
know
That
it's not
infants.
is
guaranteed.
okay.
I
David,
know it's not
David,
guaranteed,
David,
but
my
it's a
love,
better
my
chance
sweet
at survival.
David. Question.
Sakuo, I hear you.
Question. How dangerous is childbirth for a woman?
Extremely.
Okay. What happens during the process of gestation when you go through prenatal care over the age of 30? What is it that the doctors are now concerned about?
Uterine and ovarian cancer, breast cancer.
Incorrect.
What?
During pregnancy? I didn't, David, what are you?
After, she said prenatal. Oh, sorry. Okay, I thought you were
Prenatal.
talking postnatal. Okay, prenatal. Okay, prenatal. Okay, just give me a sec to think. I thought you meant postnatal, after she had a child. Okay. What is the primary care that doctors are concerned about for prenatal care?
Over 30.
Over 30. Okay. I don't know, Fluff. I don't
Okay.
know.
Thank you. They're going to focus heavily on your family history. And 2, they may test your amniotic fluid by inserting a needle into your skin, into the uterus.
Yeah. I know what that is, actually. I know it.
What's the
to check.
test for?
Tell me. I don't know. I've heard of the amniotic fluid being tested.
Why?
What is the main concern, the primary concern? Tell me.
You don't know?
I don't
Higher
know. I said that. I
chances
don't
of
know.
Down syndrome and genetic deformations.
Okay.
Now, do you understand? The question is, what is the genetic and evolutionary benefit of a male's sex drive peaking so young and a woman's sex drive peaking so old
And
after the age of senescence? This is
I've
the
got
question.
a new answer. Can I? Okay, I've just thought of something because you got me there. You brought me, you walked me through and held my hand. Now here's my answer. Maybe there is no sexual or child rearing benefit or child reproduction benefit. Maybe there's a social benefit for a woman to become more sexually active in her 40s. Maybe. No? Okay.
Not if
then I
we're
don't know.
matching sex drives. It's immoral. You'll never be able to convince me otherwise.
What's immoral?
Matching the sex drives at that age. For the heightened sex drive of the youth to the heightened sex drive of the elder, to match them together, for me, would be immoral. Right? So what is
there's always
the
a power
benefit
dynamic.
of it
What do you mean
existing?
to match them? What do you mean that? I don't understand what you mean by to match them. Like,
I don't know how else to explain it.
I'll also say this for everyone on the panel, not just for David, because like I also care about like this as well, and like for critical thinking purposes. We just brought up that like the concern for like genetic mutations and Down syndrome when it came to like women over 40 having prenatal care. That's the concern, right? I want to offer this as a caveat only because like this also goes to the point that like evolutionarily, like all of this shit is basically random. It's I'm gonna ask something very
But
crass, so
Sego,
please
this
follow
is a
me.
good reason why politics and religion should not mix. And when it comes down to women's health, men should never make decisions on it.
Right.
Because when we have decisions that affect reproductive rights by putting a crime around AB rights. What have we just now done to the woman over 35 who needs to make sure that her amniotic fluid is monitored for the health of her baby?
Exactly. And like it even goes deeper when it comes to like the way people have thoughts about poor people and eugenics and mental illnesses and mental disabilities and eugenics.
Absolutely. Neurodivergence. Yeah. Can I just add something without? I'm not asking anybody anything or telling anybody anything. But has anyone heard about Norway 2027?
What about it?
Us
Well, we're
Americans
talking
are
about eugenics.
still busy in United States 2025.
I understand. So I learned this during the week. I was shocked. I learned it from another follower on TikTok, an Irish girl. Norway has passed legislation that will come into law in 2027 that it will be basically legal to euthanize a person with bipolar disorder. Look it up, because I couldn't believe it till I did too.
Has the
Is that being it?
study been recovered that people with bipolar disorder are suffering significantly and constantly
Hold
losing
on.
their
Well,
battles?
Hold on, Fluff. Hold on.
I think I can answer that. I can answer
Wait,
that
David,
though. I can.
one second. I'm gonna go on tea time because I do not believe it is as you stated. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
you are misquoting it. I am gonna go
Okay.
double check it. I am sure it's
Right.
more like along the lines where if a person were to, you know what? Let me not assume. I will be right back.
Cool.
Because I think I was going
Fluff.
to ask the same question that Bluff was going to ask.
Uh,
Because if it's consensual, why should I give a fuck? If it's not consensual,
consensual.
yeah. If it's consensual, as in the adult, in the person that's experiencing the bipolar decides that they want to go that
Maybe.
way,
Okay. Maybe
why
that
should I
is
care?
the nuance I'm missing. Maybe that is the nuance I'm missing. That the bipolar person decides they want to self-terminate and are given status to do that.
Hmm.
Fair. Fair. Okay. Fair. Okay. I just thought it was interesting. Eugenics. We're talking about it. I have bipolar disorder, by the way. I was diagnosed 5 years ago. I'm 37. I found out when I was 32. I suffer sometimes, but I'm glad to be alive.
No,
I'll tell you that.
I can make an argument. Because I'm intelligent. I can make an argument that says that society probably pushes people to consider, um, euthanasia because society doesn't provide them resources. I can make that assumption and say that that's a form of eugenics, but ultimately, people are still individuals. They make their own decisions at the end of the day.
Do you know what
True.
else is another
True.
form of eugenics?
Okay, that is a lie, by the way.
Is it? Is
There
it?
is no law that was signed in Norway regarding euthanasia, specifically updated as of 5 days ago within Norway. It still remains illegal for even assisted suicide.
Okay. So the
I
question
don't
was brought
like
up but
that.
rejected. Is that correct?
Is what?
So the issue was brought up but rejected by Norway. Is that what?
It had nothing to do with bipolar or anything. There is growing support among the populace that physician assisted unaliving,
Right.
as in you want to and they will assist you via physician, has been seen
Mm,
growing support. But that's across the EU in
right.
general, because it should be someone's right to not have to go into their bathtub and unalive themselves
Oh yeah.
there,
I know. I know. I know. I know.
and instead seek a more humane way if that's what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there is not a single law that has been
Okay.
signed regarding it. So you just got to be
I
careful with what you
apologize.
read.
I
And
know. I
you,
got duped. I got duped. I'm sorry.
Hold on,
no,
I
it's
suppose
I
I
did want to
got.
hear. I
I
did want to
suppose
hear what
I
Fluff.
got emotional about it myself because it just struck me personally.
I'm a
I
very
did want to hear what Fluff
strong
had to say.
believer in assisted.
What?
I'm a very strong believer and advocate for assisted unalivement. So when people think that, I'm like, all right, why? Because it is yours, right? It was the one thing that you were given against your will, but your dignity is yours as well. And
Exactly.
if you know, right, if everything, and it, hell, You may be at an age where you just want to stop trying and you want to go in a particular way. I
Fair.
do believe
Very fair.
that if we can rip life from people and destroy them, starve them and burn them out of their homes, and do the most atrocious things to even the infant sucking at the breast, the least we can do is give a man the dignity of dying a dignified death.
Fair. I'm glad I brought it up because yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, someone said something in the comments. They said I'm on the fence, and I was just about to talk about this. I think that people who would have a problem with euthanasia, or would have a problem, or maybe they don't have like a full problem with it, but they're on the fence. I think that comes from back to the topic of like politics and like religion. I think that comes from the need to again extract labor. I think it comes from the need to extract labor, and like they see it's a waste of a body to go that way because they want to ordain that society has the tools to help that person through their suffering so they can still be productive members of society. That's typically how I see it, and specifically that's how politicians posit it, and they posit it more succinctly that way as opposed to like the average Joe coming up with these conclusions themselves.
Let's take a look.
It's a
right?
very fair perspective.
We want to talk about religion and politics, but what are we having the conversation?
We started
inside
with
of?
war, didn't we? We started with war and population goals and stuff.
It's going to stay within religion and politics, no worries.
Yeah.
But seriously, what are we all having the conversation in?
I don't know. I'm just enjoying it. It's good, right?
A giant fishbowl, a giant terrarium.
We are just a microcosm about. This is literally just a microcosm of like thought. This is not like extrapolated to other regions in the world.
What's up, Thrill?
I was just gonna say the terrarium's really probably a sandwich. It's got layers.
Ooh, I want pepperoni, onions,
No matter
lettuce.
how many layers, it still makes you cry. It's an onion.
I want specifically red onions.
I just have a quick
Laughing?
question.
You guys, you have to realize that when Thrail speaks, if he hears another voice, he will shut up. And
I'm
then
sorry, Thrail.
he speaks under everybody. So in the band, Thrail is the bassist. Okay? So while everybody's going, Thrail's just keeping the rhythm. So you gotta pay attention. The guitarist, the singer, everybody's louder. But the bassist is still in the show.
I'm sorry, I'm from Chicago. I can't help but be loud. Pharrell, go
The
ahead.
backbone of the band.
I'm good. I did play bass though.
What the fuck?
You
I'm a
called it.
tenor. I like the spotlight.
Oh, I'm not the drummer. I'm the pianist.
Grand.
I'm just
I
a
don't
hype
even
man. I do
need the
ab.
band. I can play by myself and just dance, and nobody's like, I like that song. I don't even need the band.
Listen, I just do ad libs in the back. I got the mic. I'm the hype man. I'm like, yeah, ho.
Why do we not mix religion and politics, guys? Why?
Because
Why do
it's
we not
already
do
So
that?
mixed.
I did have
Hi,
this
Iron
question
Man.
really quick, and it just has to do with misinformation. I know we're all subject to it. David, I do have to
Yeah.
ask personally, are you more conservative or liberal leaning?
Ooh. I think that's going to be a very difficult question to answer as an Irish European to a bunch of Americans. I think they mean different things within
No,
our.
That's
I'm
that
taking
may
it from
pause.
the
That's
perspective
difficult
of
for you
my
because
culture.
I would think it would be
taking
less
it from-
difficult because of your Irish heritage. Wait, pause.
What I
Well,
was
that's
going to say is I'm taking it from the
Yeah.
perspective of someone who, I'm able to understand European conservatism is slightly different than American conservatism. I mean, at its core, conservatism contains roughly the same ingredients, right? Which is why you see more
True.
and more conservative movements happening globally. But
Same eggs and flour, but different cakes. I would
yeah,
say slightly
and the
different
same
cakes,
thing goes
different
with
icing.
liberalism, right? Like, so my
Yeah.
question is regarding just your perspective on who you are as a person. Are you more
Okay.
conservative or liberal leaning?
It depends on the arena in which we're speaking. I'm liberal in certain ways and conservative in others. Like with the misinformation, I brought up the Norway thing, the
Uh-oh.
eugenics. Okay, so in this one particular very finite slice of my persona, I would say I have a moral objection myself to self-termination.
Okay.
I have a moral objection to self-termination myself.
Why?
Not for other people, because YOLO. YOLO, bro. You live once. You only live once.
So if you only live once, you should have to suffer throughout it if you found that suffering unbearable.
What can I say, Trail? I'm an optimist. What can I say? I'll be honest. I'll be honest.
Optimist
That's
or
my perspective.
sadist?
I'm still a young man. I have a lot to learn and experience. That's my current perspective. Okay.
For clarification, what is your age, if you don't mind me asking?
37 years old, born in 88.
The Irish
feel
are
young,
always
and I
young.
look young.
But
Young at heart. Young at heart.
You believe you should?
Please
You
don't
believe
use
you
that
would have the
accent.
right
You're
to
always
impose that
young.
on others?
Sorry, sweet.
Do you
happy?
believe you would have the
Maybe.
right to impose that belief, that structure on others? That you should be able to.
No. I tried to be specific there. I said for myself. I said I'm not imposing that on other people, but I myself had let's call it a personal emotional reaction to that misinformation I heard the other day, because I myself have a moral objection to self-termination.
Hold on, Iron Man. You
I
were
just
saying
wanted to be
something.
clear.
What were you saying, Iron Man?
Yeah, I was saying, David, please don't lose that accent. I love it, even though
Oh, thank you.
I've lost
Wait till
more.
you hear me singing.
Sorry?
Wait till you hear me singing. Wait till you hear me singing.
Oh,
He can sing quite well. I'll vouch.
With these three people on the panel, I feel like I'm in a D&D campaign. What is happening?
I'm telling you guys, we're starting a band and we're starting a YouTube history channel. I'm telling you.
I feel like
Technically,
I'm in a party with three bards.
I am the bard.
Excuse me, four bards.
I
Wait,
am the
Fluff.
bard.
Fluff. It's
Fluff.
reminding me of the movie Sinners.
Isn't it?
Oh, great movie!
I'm waiting
Great
for the
movie! Oh, I saw that in the cinema.
Yeah, well,
Oh my God,
David,
I loved
I'm
it.
waiting for you to start the jig.
Fluff.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm not a vampire. Oh my God, I'm on the light side. I'm not on the light side. I'm not on the dark side.
Doesn't matter. The jigs
I'm not
were great.
condemned.
The
Hey,
jig was
Fluff.
They
great.
were.
Hey, my
Yeah.
Iron Man. No,
I
thank
actually
goodness.
came here to share a news with you. It's you're the first live. Yours is the first live that I want to share this news in because I've learned so much from your live. And this news is huge, and I'll tell you why. First, the news. My mom, my 82-year-old mom, just told me this morning that she has deconstructed completely from Abrahamism.
Good for her.
Remember, I brought the topic here. You said to leave grandma alone. Well, I didn't listen to you.
To let Nana
Oh, that is
do what she wants.
that's a joyous occasion. Let's pop bottles for that. Yes.
I did not listen to you, Fluff. I still continued. And so this morning she told me she has deconstructed. And this is why this news is huge. She is a princess of an Oyo Empire. Her father is a prince of Ekiti Empire, Ekiti Kingdom. And her father was a Christian before he said he had a dream and became a Muslim. Prior to that, he had built a church. Can you believe that? And then he became a Muslim. She too was a Christian, then became a Muslim, and then went back to Christianity and became a minister. And this morning, she left all of that behind, and she is now back to her good old self, the way humans were supposed to be born, free. Yes. So, praise Jesus!
Hallelujah.
Thank God, huh? Thank God.
I
Hallelujah.
love that.
God bless her.
And now I'm gonna draw because I have a lot of things to do today.
And give her kisses because I know her cheeks are sweet.
I know. Thank you. Thank you.
And buy her a bottle of white diamonds. I know that elderly ladies like white diamonds. Buy her a bottle of white diamonds.
I forgot it's a perfume. I was about to say, we just liberated Nana. We are not inebriating Nana. Wrong white diamonds. Okay.
She
Don't talk
deserves
about the
one or two
perfume.
sherries. One or two sherries, a small glass. It'd be okay.
I'm like, we just liberated Nana. Don't inebriate Nana.
Well, that's how we celebrate things here in Ireland. When something good happens, we all get hammered.
I can't. Well, let me not make that depressing. Never mind.
Look, it's a cultural thing. You gotta be here to understand us,
My mother's
or be one
afraid
of
to
us,
talk
maybe.
to me. My mother she's willing to spoil me now. I'm 43 and I'm like, hello, Nana. But she's like, sweet, right? And I like that she's trying on a regular basis to make sure that we have a nice, healthy relationship as I'm getting older and as she's getting older. But she's afraid to talk to me. She'll let me borrow her Bibles. And she'll tell me that she wants me to fight this prophet, that pastor, this minister, but I can't talk to her about it. I literally
That's
face my mother's fear, and it makes me a little uncomfortable because she's the reason why I wasn't a Christian. So it's like
that's deep.
you gave me the opportunity to be free. I was indoctrinated into belief, but I didn't have a belief forced on me. And then I was given the opportunity by said mother to choose. Well, because I only have the one. And here I am this whole time. And my daughter's like, wait, are they going to think I'm weird? Because I'm like, watch, go any way you feel like it. And she was so goth with her little crosses upside down and right side up. And they're like, oh, look how cute she is. Nobody cared. Right? She was just like me. They're like, oh, cute little baby devil worshiper. Oh, come here. You want some cake? That's my family, right? So,
Gosh. Come here, you little heathen.
yeah. Oh, my grandmother always used to say that. Oh, come here, you little heathen, and kiss me right on my forehead. And then sometimes before I go out, they anoint me with some olive oil, and I'm like, how long has that been sitting there? Jesus. And I wipe my forehead because I'm like, that's shiny. And
See,
like,
I would have been
had
extra. I
enough.
would have hissed.
So it's like, that is just probably the strangest thing. And I think I can address it with other people. But when it's my own mother, I'm like, help? I need help.
That's
You're
how
a human being.
that's how I
You
feel
have
about
compassion.
that's how I feel about talking to my mother about like politics, and specifically my brand of politics. And I'm just like, yikes. Because my mother is my clone, and I know that she holds the same views as me, but because of marginalization and because of like religious like trauma and just like general family trauma, she wouldn't come into her own with just me helping her do it alone. Like yes, I'm her child. I probably can be more convincing than most people, but getting through that baggage is not my. It's a bit much. It's a task.
But I don't understand her formula. Does that make sense? It's my own mother,
Hmm.
and she's an enigma to me. Because the first line of support for what I'm doing outside of my family and TikTok was my mother.
Hmm.
So, your mother is an enigma wrapped in the sandwich of your deconstruction.
She doesn't make
Can I
any
get that with a
sense.
side
She's
of mild sauce and
adorable.
fries?
Hey, Ray. She's adorable.
On
She
that,
makes no sense.
on that food for thought, I do need to go to bed. My back brains are melting.
I've been hearing you breathe and change. Like if we said you went to sleep, you would have done the immediate man response. No, I'm awake. But you're not. Thanks for hanging out with me, Terrell.
appreciate you, Fluff. Thank you.
Did I just hear somebody say mild sauce?
Yes, I'm from Chicago. Yes, mild sauce.
Oh yeah, I'm in the city too.
Can
Very much.
So
somebody?
Wild Hunters, South Side Chicago, Roseland.
That's right.
Very much that
oh yeah,
tea.
from the
Can
hundreds.
help
Okay,
me
that's
with
what's
Yes.
my
up.
mama.
High school you went to?
No, if I can help Iron Man with her mom, can somebody help me with my mom? She doesn't make any sense.
She
I
she
think
loved you though,
honestly, your
Fluff.
mom doesn't actually believe in it per se. I think she wants to convince herself that she does. But if you ever notice, she doesn't care for any of it. She has her Bible that she doesn't want you to damage. But when you looked at it, it was completely uncreased, and she's had it for years. And then the other Bible that she actually gave you was completely uncreased, and she's had it for years. She doesn't actually care for any of it. It's more like the I believe, I don't really, and I'm going to just keep saying I do because I
She's
want to guarantee
Pascal
my
wagering?
I do think so. Honestly, for the 30 years, 30, 40 years almost I've known your mother, I'm 99, and for the 20 some odd years I've known her as an adult, I I don't think she's a true believer, an actual believer.
That's right. Can't psychoanalyze your own mother. There you have it. Because I was like, what's going on?
And I think that you speaking to her will probably convince her more that there's no reason for her to be like, and that scares her. That concept scares her.
Well, if I'm going to hell, I mean, if my sisters are going to heaven and my grandma's going to heaven, everybody's going to heaven, I'm going to hell by myself, maybe my mom should hang out with me. I make her laugh more.
Hey,
Have you
Fluff.
tried? Have you tried giving her mild sauce on lemon pepper wings? That could fix anybody.
As a
That could
matter
fix
of,
anybody. That's true.
please don't, because Sweet Happy Jesus is going to ask me to make a fried chicken with garlic, honey, soy sauce that goes over it.
Yes,
Oh,
all flats. Someone said all flats. Period.
All flats, all the way.
I don't know where you're getting all flats from in the city though. But
I like my little
hey, Fluff,
drumsticks.
I came up because
I have a little drumstick of a finger.
hey, Fluff, I
Almost a.
came up because that the fact that we have these stations daily and the internal critiques and everything. You know what I mean? It just shows that people are listening, taking the information, doing their own research, and they're making decisions based on the work that you're doing and others are doing. Like it's a beautiful thing. So I just wanted to come up and give you your props, show you some love. I'll be here tomorrow all day with you, like I
Thank
said
you.
on Mondays. But
It was
but
one of the
yeah, that's
reasons
it.
why I didn't remove deconstruction from the bio, because I know what happens to those in the comments. But I try to keep it from being the very center of the panel because it makes people emotionally heavy on me, and it's like that's not
Mm.
fair.
Hmm.
Like I don't
Yeah, it's not
understand
fair.
it. Yeah, I don't understand it. So, like I'm gonna fuck up.
Yeah, but we just have conversations because we're critical thinkers like to think and we like to talk about what we're thinking about. That's really all it is.
And
Yeah.
we're all nerds.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'm
saw
a
a video
nerd, man.
today. Yeah, I saw a video today. Just nerded out on it. It was a D&D. Like I've never played D&D, but it was like the dude from The Punisher was talking to the other castmate, the redhead chick, and she just basically nerfed him into D&D just off a conversation. And he was like, "Whoa, we're actually, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool."
I have little like TTRPG books on my desk right now. I don't get me talking about D&D Pathfinder, Vampire the Masquerade. I will literally lose my mind.
You do
Fluff
know it's
loves
out,
vampire.
right? We
Fluff
have
Yes, I
been
wants
do
to
know it's
waiting for
out.
years, and it's finally here.
What is it? What is it? Tell me about it, Fluff.
Vampire the Masquerade.
Is that
okay.
a game, a
So
video game,
yeah,
or is it
the
board game?
first one,
Well,
everything. The
it's a
second one
TTRPG.
glitched as hell. So we've all just been waiting and waiting and waiting. I think what 20 years.
No,
Mm-hmm.
Bloodlines. Yeah, 20 years for Bloodlines too.
Now
So
that
it's
is
PC
gaming
Fluff,
only,
obsession.
or is it console?
Right now,
I
I have
found
it
that
on
out about you. I
Steam.
love it.
I don't know if it's on console. I have it on Steam.
You have it on Steam?
See?
Oh God.
Yeah, I bought
I,
it for her years ago when it
years
was
ago.
announced, and they if you requested a refund at the time because the studio went under, they would have given it to you. But I just left it on the hope that they actually released it, and so she has it. I guess she just hasn't really played it yet, but it's available.
I was part of the crowdfunding crew for Hellblade. The moment they told me what the concept of the gameplay was going to be, they just needed donations, and I did that immediately. It was every fucking thing I had hoped it would be. And there is no better way to play Senua than in the dark, with headphones on, by yourself.
Oh gosh, that was such a good game. That was such a
don't
good
be
game.
offended by this. Don't be offended, but
I thought
you are a
I thought
god tier nerd, Fluff, and I respect it.
I thought I was a huge nerd, but you find your tribe. Your tribe finds you.
I could go in
'Cause
late to talk
Guys,
about Magic the Gathering. It's real nerd. It's giving real nerd vibes up here.
yeah, I've never played. Is that the cards? Magic is cards, right?
Magic the Gathering is a card game, yes.
If
Yeah, yeah.
I
My soul just taught me how to play it. My soul just taught
if I
me
were to
when I was
turn
in
my camera,
Bosnia or
the
Kosovo.
background, if I turn off my background, you guys would actually
yeah.
see all of my game swag behind me. And Mass Effect happens to be my most played out game. Castlevania happens to be a heavily played out. Like, if I get depressed, you'll know by which games I'm playing. If
Castlevania
Wow.
lore is so wild. I did it. I did it like a YouTube deep dive on like Castlevania lore, and like, oh my goodness, like there's future settings in Castlevania. By the way, if y'all didn't know, like set in like futuristic future.
Speaking of
oh
There's
yeah,
Castlevania,
see, here's our Magic the Gathering stuff, and then we have like D&D for
Here.
beginners.
Shadow,
For
no,
the
no, no.
kids?
Shadow, no, it's not for
Oh,
beginners.
this
Oh,
is
wow.
Shadowrun, and then Scion. Where's
Rifts.
Scion?
I can't find that
my
book,
God.
and then there's D&D and a couple of other ones. There's no, I don't have any of the beginners. The starter kit I threw out because the kids didn't want to play.
We didn't throw it out. It's in the.
It's gone.
You threw it out.
It's gone. The kids didn't want to play.
You didn't do the starter kit.
I did, so try to get the kids into it. They didn't want to play, so I just got rid of it.
Oh,
why would you give it the starter kit?
exactly.
But yeah,
Not you throwing out the starter kit.
yeah. Shadowrun though is the OG, in my opinion.
I
love
don't. I don't care for Shadowrun.
it. It's much better than D&D.
Does anybody know why I don't like Shadowrun?
That's my opinion. End of story.
Because I
Although
was.
Pathfinder-
Oh,
Just gonna shout out to Pathfinder.
Go make a friend. Because
wait a minute. Shadowrun is before D&D.
No, is it? I'm just saying.
That's what he just said. Did he just say that?
no,
I
I don't
don't
think
I
know,
so.
thought I
but
heard him say that.
skeptical chose violence.
Guys, I have a confession to
I don't
make.
think Shadowrun is before D&D. What I'm saying is I think it's like better than D&D. It's like OG for me.
I think Pathfinder is better than D&D.
Oh, that was
Pathfinder's great.
You're saying it's great, but is it better than D&D?
I mean, it's based off D&D, and it takes the best of D&D and does it better.
So if it does it better, I think that's better than D&D.
Yeah. I think
Period.
WotC is trash right now. It's the most trash tier friggin' company in the world.
Has anyone ever tried to do D&D on a live with others on the
Hold
I would
panel?
love to do that.
Let me tell you how severely somebody fucked up. Two things. One, any give a fuck about Shadowrun and me. And two, a perfectly formulated original character. So, I run everybody through an interview I ask you 5 questions. It is based on D&D format, right? Now I want it in almost every way we can get it.
I got your cards.
Hey, Luke Flair.
Like
Oh,
that
I'm
would be
so
something
sorry.
I
I
would
did
be.
not mean to do that. I love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me put you down.
Fluff. I would love to like. I want you to tell me the 5 things, but I would love to like if you ever thought about doing something like that to teach me, because the creativity for that game intrigues me. So,
Okay, so let me
like, if
finish
y'all ever
telling
want to do
you.
like a live, yeah, go ahead.
And let me get the book so I can get your interview. Hold on one second.
Oh my
You're gonna
god,
do it
let me
right
sit
now.
up, cause I will go to my computer right now. Don't even play with me.
Hold on. So, what is happening right now?
Ah,
Am I about to get a character?
you're falling.
I'm a big
Master
ass
Blast.
child. I'm
What
a big ass
happened?
child. This shit makes. I'm a
Okay.
big ass child. This shit makes me happy. So like, if we're gonna do something fun like this, I'm getting
This is
up.
gonna be
I
I'm
keep
up.
this will be
hiding my
fun because
pen.
I don't know what to do, and this is interesting to me.
It's not personal. I don't do personal like that. I think everybody's entitled to their own privacy. What in holy heck and tart? You know what? No, I don't wanna. Sweets. I need 2
What?
things: something to drink and a pen. Oh, I have a pencil. Okay. It's been so long since I've penciled. Oh dear. I love pencils.
Are you left-handed?
No, I'm right-handed. Although I tend to
Okay.
know a fuck ton of left-handed people.
Well, you know another one now.
Yeah. Tends to happen from the UK.
Excuse yourself. Ireland is not part of the UK. Ireland is Ireland.
Fine. Tends to happen in that region of the world. Almost everybody I've met from Ireland, Scotland, or Britain.
Wales.
I don't think I've actually made a Welsh friend yet.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I have so much to say. I have so much to say right now, but
I don't think I've
gotta
made a
go
Welsh
shopping.
friend. All right. Okay. So.
But I do want to tell you something before I go. I just want to wrap it up real quick. Don't want to
Are
waste
you
people's
about
times. But
to declare your undevoted love and attention, love for me? I know.
no, God no, God no.
Damn.
Maybe
I
next
thought
week.
today was the day. Okay.
Not yet. We're not there yet, Fluff. We're not there. But you're gonna love this one. So like, just roll it back a little bit. Trail mentioned terrariums. I said polydarium. Do you know what a polydarium is?
No, I've never heard that.
Polydarium is basically, it's a terrarium, but it has a land piece and it has a water piece. That's a polydarium.
Ooh,
Water and land in the terrarium. Yeah, it's cool. People put fish in the water and they have little froggies and stuff and all that kind of stuff.
I want one.
So I'm really into herpetology. Do you know what that is? Do you know what herpetology is?
Yeah.
Cool. Right, and I have geckos right beside me actually here in the room. I have mourning geckos. Do you know what they are?
Are they the orange and green ones that have that thing
You're
that
thinking
shoot
of
out of their neck?
No, they're not even geckos. They're anoles. And what you're talking about, anoles are agamid lizards, and what you're talking about is their dewlap.
Yeah. I used to see
Yeah,
those
that's not
in
a gecko.
Florida a lot.
Oh yeah, you would. Yeah, and they have them in Cuba too. Cuban anoles are aggressive.
That's why I jumped.
But anyway, here's my point. What? Who jumped down whose face?
It's a long story. I'm still traumatized. God.
It was a traumatizing introduction. What can I say? Anyway, I have these geckos, right? And this species of gecko I have, you're going to love this. They're all females. There's no men.
Clever
They don't
girls.
need... That's what I say to them. Oh my god, you like Jurassic Park? I say that all the time. Clever girl, clever girl.
I also
Anyway,
like
I'm
Jeff
getting off
Goldblum.
point
It's
here.
a long story.
The Lost World is kind of crap, man.
I don't know. I don't know if Jeff Goldblum can act or not, by the way.
No, did you see Independence Day too? God.
Yeah, I watch it
Jesus
often.
God.
I don't know if he can act.
He's just him. Anyway,
All right, so
these geckos, they reproduce. They reproduce by parthenogenesis, which means they don't need any males or sperm to fertilize their eggs. These girls, there's 4 of them in the tank. I call them all Maria, right? Their name is Maria. They're all clever girls because of the Immaculate Conception. They immaculately conceive and they lay fertile eggs, and the little babies are clones of their mothers. And that's how the species survives. And every now and again, like 1% of the time or less, a male will be born by an anomaly, but those males will be sterile.
I like that.
Do you love that?
I love that, actually. Thank you. As long as it's not
Girl
roaches.
power, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
I
about
can't.
roaches?
No, I don't like beetles and roaches. I can take flies and wasps and bees. I don't like beetles and roaches.
I feed crickets to my geckos.
I can take crickets and grasshoppers, locusts, and things like that. I can take those. I don't mind them.
Mantids are cool.
I like mantises. I tried to. Did we save that mantis? Anyway. Yeah, my son found a praying mantis in our yard, and I've been trying to hold on to it for dear life to keep it alive because their lifespan's about 18 months.
It's about 18 months, about 9 months, about a season. 9 months. Depends on the species, but yeah, they live the females live longer, and it's usually shorter than a year, shorter than 12 months.
All right, I'm not going to keep Ray too long, and I'm not going to keep you too long. I want to give Ray
No bother.
his interview, and don't forget to go shopping and
Oh
buy
yeah, I'm
pineapples.
just going shop. Okay.
All right,
For why pineapples?
just good for you.
Oh right, okay.
It's the
Yeah.
snack that snacks back. It's just good for you.
Goldfish.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay, guys, that was great. I love all of yous. That was great. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday.
What time
Brilliant.
do you have rehearsal?
I'm going to go live in about 40 minutes, and I'll go live for 2 hours, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll go live again at 9 o'clock in Ireland, 9 p.m.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll see you then.
All right, guys.
All right.
I'll chat to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Ray, ready?
Yeah, because I want to hear these questions. I want to participate.
I'm ready.
All right. We have 5 questions. They're not too
Okay.
personal. The first question is, you are in a room with dogs. How many dogs? What kind of dog? And what are you doing?
I'm in the room with 2 Dobermans, and I am. Uh, I'm chilling, watching TV.
Noodle, did you already explain? There's no wrong answer here.
No.
Just so you know, Ray, there's no wrong answer.
I didn't think there was.
Could
I
Okay,
didn't think there
possibly.
so
was.
we had a friend who wasn't so sure when they answered it, and they answered all really weird.
Nah, I'm gonna be straightforward.
By the way, it is
Nah, there's
this
no wrong. I know.
interview and then me going
Mhm.
into further explanation of each person's character as they were made for the person was
I
the
love it.
reason why they took their character that I created and used it as a new Shadowrun player online. I could never use their character again, so their character really lacks their story. Now the character has a story, right?
Mhm.
Written before the
Mhm.
creation of their Shadowrun character. But now it's an
Okay.
archived character that
And it's
was
my
stolen.
character.
This will be a character that's stolen. I steal your soul to build the characters. And because so many people are within a particular personality style, I can find the bard, the magician, the tank, the the DPS, I can find the archer, the tracker, I can find the ranger, I can find the dirge, I can find the necromancer, I can find whoever just on these 5 random strange questions. And I'm just stealing your bits of your soul. You don't know which character is yours, but you should see characterizations that you understand and relate to. Ready for the second one? Where'd my Ray go?
I'm right here. I'm headed downtown to meet up with Rock. We're about to go watch the Bears game at a bar.
Nice. All right, so let me make this
Yeah.
quick. 2,
Go ahead. Take
you
your
were
time.
inside of a room that is a weapons room. Tables, walls, and floors. Weapons of your choice. How many weapons do you pick up, and what are they?
Uh, uh, 1911 45, a carbine rifle.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I'm former military, so I'm just
I
thinking
know what
about
they are.
what I would want. Yeah, and and maybe a knife, a good knife, a real good
K-Bar.
knife that I can fight with. Yeah, there you go. That'll work.
3, provided that you have everything that you need: food, water, shelter, supplies, inside of a bunker, what are your next steps in your preparation for civil strife, civil
Okay, so
conflict?
one more time. Run the question by me one more time.
Provided that you have
Mm-hmm.
everything needed to survive, what
Mm-hmm.
are your first steps in preparing for civil conflict and unrest, urban conflict,
Good
urban
question.
warfare?
Mm. And I have water, food, everything like that. Okay.
And ammunition, supplies. You're good. You're in a bunker.
And
You're
I'm
good.
good. I'm good. Okay. Um, wow. Uh, and then I'm by myself. There's nobody else with me.
You can
Do
decide
I have
this
some communication?
narrative. You can decide
Do
this
I have
narrative. There are no
do I have
parameters.
communication equipment? Okay.
Yes, there's
So
no
I definitely need.
parameters.
Okay, I definitely need some type of communication equipment. Or some type of radio or something to where whatever's going on, I can know what's happening. Um, I do need some type of uh binocular slash
You already have that. You
night
have the
vision. I have
supplies.
that. Oh,
You
okay.
have that.
Okay. I'm going to need uh well, civil unrest is tough. Uh maybe maybe things that are a part of the culture where I
What do you
am. That
prepare? How
way.
do you prepare? Because it's
Oh,
coming. You
how do
got everything you need.
okay.
It's coming at you. What do you need?
Well, um,
It's either what do you
what do I
need or what
need?
do you do?
Oh, well, what I'm doing is I'm making sure everything is functional. All my weapons are functional. All my gear is on. I am also taking survey of the land, how much egress and degress I have, um, and just the man. I just need to know how many what's coming. I just need to know how many people
Gotcha.
are heading my way. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Accepting, this is question number 4, accepting that
Okay.
we are all going to die. What is it that gets you? The how or the why?
The why.
Based on?
Based on I don't care how I don't know how I don't care how it happens. I want to know why it happens.
Okay.
Like what is the parameters of why it happens?
Okay. And my favorite is the last one. Is the glass half empty or half full?
It's half empty.
How? Okay.
You say how? Oh,
No. I said, oh.
oh no, it's just like yeah, it's half empty.
Okay. So, if in a strategic position, you would be placed as a strategist. This is also a lone survivor who is not necessarily in need of a community to survive, only in careful, calculated steps. This is your ranger and your long-range DPS in a D&D setting.
Oh, so that's the character is a ranger.
Right. Most notably, you would be
Nice.
a sniper because you're Dobermans, which are guard and alerted dogs that are very well trained. You're relaxing with them, which means that you can sit for long hours.
Oh my
Somebody
god, do
would
me
put
next,
you
do
on
me
the
next.
top of a tower. I'd put you on the top of a tower. By the way, Bash does this thing with what is your favorite song of worship. I didn't know I was that
Yeah.
damn easy to understand. I felt so seen. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. I like the way he did that. I can do it with video games, thanks to BioWare.
What did you send it before? Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
Go
mute myself. I'm talking to my passenger. Hold on.
Okay. Sego, first question is, you are in a room. You have dogs. How many dogs? What are they? And what are you doing?
I would have 10 dogs. They're all Pomeranians, tan color specifically. And what I'm doing in the room with all these 10 dogs is training them.
Okay. 2, you are in a weapons room. Floor to ceiling, tables, whatever. How many weapons do you pick up, if any? And what are they?
2 very long black whips. Um, some blade, like a lot of blades, like knives, athames, things of that nature. Um, and a compact mirror.
Okay. 3, because nobody has actually ever fit the narrative of this particular character yet. So this is going to be interesting. Now we have 3. 3 is provided everything is at your disposal: water, food, shelter, weapons, supplies, your animals. What are the next steps that you take in the inevitable forthcoming civil conflict? You're in a bunker, same as Ray.
I would be having people coming to my undisclosed location to report back to me the results of my installment of them in those societies. What have they learned? What secrets can they clue me in on that gives me an advantage in a situation? Can I bolster relationships in a particular way that benefits me, obviously? I might poison a few leaders too. I don't know.
Gotcha. It's inevitable. Now, number 4 is accepting that we are all going to die. What is it? The how or the why that's going to really stick in your craw?
As in, I would have to choose. I would have to choose. Well, you said no parameters, so let me really think about that. Can you repeat the question for me?
Accepting, because not all people accept that they're going to die. So, accepting that we are all going to die, what is it about it that would stick in your craw? The how you die or the why you die?
Oh, the how you die. Appearances is everything. If I'm going to die, I expect it to be glorious. I expect it to be glamorous. I should have a shimmering dress on, and it should be dramatic. I won't accept anything less.
Glass half empty, half full.
Oh, it's sideways.
On its side. All right, now that particular character is one of the most infamously created characters, and it was based on one of my friends who would have given an answer like that. But it's the Lord of the Hunt, the Lord of the Wild Hunt, in
Ooh.
particular. It's the training the Pomeranians and your two whips and blades. Besides adding insurgents into various natures, this is called spy work, espionage, shadow liaisons. But this acts as a negotiator and counsel. Now, what is the Wild Hunt most notorious for rising up against? Oath breakers.
Okay. I like that.
And in order for you to be the Wild Hunt, the head of the hunt, the last one has to die horribly at your hands. So, because they're hard to fucking kill. So, welcome to your mythological format based on your own interview. Everyone has one.
Hey.
That's why I say the gods are just the representation of the human condition, and they are aspects of the human personality, where the Titans are a perfect representation of the nature of humanity and the nature of the systems that are already placed on our on ourselves by ourselves. The things that we have construed are absolute truths are Titan aspects. And what is the ever mercurial aspect of humanity is represented in the archetypes, the avatars, the gods. Now this
honestly,
branches across all mythologies. You just happen to find yourself, and it's a shame David left, an Irish Celtic lore of the head of the Wild Hunt.
and you know what? That doesn't surprise me, Eddie, because like I'm obsessed with like the Femme Fatale like heroine aesthetic, like specifically Aeon Flux, Ultraviolet, like things of that nature. Like those movies shaped how I conceptualize.
Really? Ready for the action now, Danger Boy? Ready. I'm ready for you, Danger Boy. You had to watch Aeon Flux on MTV first.
Mm-hmm. Like
That
it's
was
that.
insane.
Oh my God, Ultraviolet is like my favorite movie. People hated the movie, but I love it.
I absolutely
It's
hate it.
just.
It's like Blood Rain.
But I love like
We
it's so
all loved
camp.
Blood Rain, the video game. The movie made no sense.
That's probably true. But Ultraviolet, even though it didn't make much sense either, it was so camp that it just was good. That's my argument for Ultraviolet.
I am going to respectfully disagree and back off from that because I'm going to get in trouble.
Y'all just don't get camp. Camp is a specific thing that's just like the girls who get it.
I get it, but okay. So here's the thing: can you rewatch Buffy?
I cannot rewatch Buffy. That's the one show I can't do that with. I can rewatch Angel because it's a similar type of camp, but I can't do that for Buffy for some reason.
But Buffy, you couldn't miss an episode, right?
I could.
I
I
couldn't
could
miss
miss
a
an
single
episode.
episode. And Hercules and Xena couldn't miss a single episode.
I could not miss an episode of Xena. Xena is that's the type of camp I'm talking about. Like that's the type of stuff I live for.
Xena is the reason why I was like, all right, maybe there is something to blondes. Because if Callisto existed, she exists for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
God put her on this earth in leather and studs for a reason and made her perfect to play a sexy psychopath. It is a sign from the gods to me. Because
Hmm.
not only was I in love with Callisto, I was in love with every badass Amazon, including Gabrielle.
Same.
I don't know why Alti was sexy, but she was.
But like those are the type of characters that they usually build in like TTRPGs a lot of the time. It's like just because of that exposure to that type of media, my characters have to be so like larger than life, like sassy, like competent, but also like extremely sexy.
Like, seriously, there is nothing attractive about Alti. Alti is the female version of Smokin' Joe the Camel. But
That's wild.
somehow, in Xena, she's sexy.
Everyone in Xena was sexy.
That's not true. There was never a moment that Joxer was ever attractive. That's never a moment where Sam Raimi or his brother have ever been. See what I'm saying?
Hey, Fluff.
Yes, right.
Well,
Yes, right.
Uh, so now, let's just say, like, I wanted to play. Would I play as the character you just created for me, or you would put it in the game?
If you if I gave you the character's name, backstory, and all of that, I'm an idiot for doing it twice because I learned my lesson the first time. But if you played a D&D character, you would notice which one fit your narrative more readily. Like,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
the
Now, okay.
bard, but what am I? I
Yeah.
am the paragon, which is the clerical healer. I'm chaotic good. I'll take us all out to save us.
Wow.
That's why I'm a
for
bad
me,
leader.
I that archetype that she put me in for like the character makes a lot of sense. But like I've also played like only exclusively like magic casters as well. I've only played exclusively magic
How
casters, but
about
that same
dark
personality type.
elves and necromancers? How about
Hmm.
those?
Specifically in Pathfinder, I play a aberrant sorcerer, which is
See?
basically just like a strange alien, just a fucking like Cthulhu type of character almost.
Sweets, did I play Pathfinder?
No.
What's the one that I was playing with you?
It was D&D 3.5.
No, not that one where I was we were in mech suits and they never finished building. What the hell is the name of that damn game?
Oh no, we were playing Rift.
That's the name of the game, Rift?
You talking about video game or the tabletop?
The video game. The one where I'm in the mech suit.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I thought you were, because I know you
And it's
helped me
not
with the Rift.
Destiny where these ones are mine.
No,
Not that
I
one.
think anybody in the comments, if you remember, it was a game that came out a couple of years ago. They were mechs that can like fly and then dive in the water. It was this whole thing. It was kind of, and they just never like worked out all the kinks and the bugs for it.
You're triggering me because I know what you're talking about. EA made it.
Yes!
EA made it.
Anthem.
Anthem.
Yeah, we played the shit out of it, loved it, but they never like released the 2.0 that was promised, and it was like we just had to stop playing it. It would have been such a good game if they continued.
So you hear that, TikTok? Since I've mentioned I need a revamp of Soul Reaver so much, and they gave me like, here, hold you steady while we go try to figure out how to make sure that the storyline doesn't get messed up when we revamp Soul Reaver, like Castlevania. Pay attention to what we want. We want you to finish Anthem. Put that out
That's
there,
fair.
video game gods. Huh?
I would say that's fair.
Because Lord Gaben actually gives very generously. And takes all of your hard-earned money during a Steam sale. Why do we have so many games in our Steam library that we don't play?
My
Let's
ex
roll with
has
this.
like shared his account with me or shared his games with me, and all of his games are just in my Steam library. I don't think he knows that he still has me accessing his game library.
Probably doesn't care.
Probably.
Yeah, they wouldn't care.
I was actually thinking about playing Minecraft today, now that y'all got me talking about video games.
Believe it or not, I'm stuck between do I want to play Mass Effect or do I want to play Oblivion and be Sheogorath?
I
I
don't
really
think
should.
you play
I
either
should
one of those. You still have Silk Song.
Oh, and Bloodlines. That's probably like the only time I'm okay with being a vampire is with Vampire the Masquerade. Otherwise, don't come at me with fangs. I want fur. If anybody ever finds out the vampires are real, I'm assuming that
Wait.
werewolves are real too. Please get me in touch with your werewolf friends. I'm willing to howl.
Excuse me?
I don't like vampires.
I hope you're talking platonically.
I don't like vampires at all. Except for Lost Boy vampires. Oh, and Abigail, because that was absolutely adorable. Tiny ballerina
Yes.
vampire. Oh my goodness. Wow. Tiny little demon baby.
But I was
But
more
yeah.
sort of hinting at like do you want a werewolf like boyfriend? Is my question.
No,
Because
I
I don't think I
want
can
to
handle that.
be the werewolf.
Oh,
And you know
you
what?
want to be? Gotcha.
Seriously? Beauty and the Beast? Totally my favorite. Fuck around? Shit. I just fucking might.
There's a monster effort inside in everyone, I suppose.
I like fur more than I like skin.
I feel like I'll get a hairball.
They cough it up, just cough it up. Just let it out.
Skeptical,
Or poop it
hear you
out.
out. Oh.
Hear
Oh.
me out.
Oh
Think
my god,
about it.
Fluff,
They're loyal.
have you heard of the
They're loving. They're honest.
Mhm.
Right? They're warm.
But they gonna smell like dog and outside and wet.
All right. That's probably what my house smells like. I don't care. They live here.
Oh. Have you heard of like the Hear Me Out cakes? That was a trend that was like on TikTok. Have you seen those?
No. What I do like is the guy that says, "Can I be excluded from white people shit?" I like him because my favorite is he goes, "So I was at my friend's house and I see a canister with some bears on it." And I ask him, "Hey, what's that canister with bears on it for?" And he's like, "Oh, so when you go camping in bear country, you hang it up in a tree." The way that and he sucked his teeth.
Oh my gosh.
And he's like, "I think that's a white people thing. I'm pretty sure that's a white people thing." Actually, let me find
More
it
than
for you because
likely.
it is on TikTok. So hold on one second. TikTok doesn't mind if you replay their videos. Here we go. Where is that handsome dude?
Skeptical skunk, you would put Scar on your Hear Me Out cake? That's wild work. First of all, Scar is queer. He's very much a gay man. A gay lion, I guess.
Scar?
Yes.
Scar's not.
Scar's as gay as they come, hands
How?
down.
Is that why he's
It's canon.
resentful of
It's
Sarati?
canon, by the way.
Oh, awkwardness
It's
ensues.
canon.
You know what? All right now. Which one is this?
That's why he was so sassy. And it makes sense.
Hold on. Let me bring it. Bring to the front.
Ty Lung, the snow leopard from Hong Kong.
Hold on.
What?
Hold
I
on.
understand white people shit now. I was at a friend's house. He had a box with bears on it in his living room, just bears. And I said, "What's that box with bears on it?" And he said, "That's a bear canister." And I said, "What's a bear canister?" And he said, "Well, when you go camping in bear country, you put your food in it, and then you put it in a tree, and the bears can't get to it." And I said, never in buying that, did you ever consider maybe you shouldn't be in the same place where bears are and sleeping there and setting up a piñata for them? I don't understand. That's white people shit, right? I think the whites are the only people who are really attacked by bears disproportionately. That might be a specifically white problem. I'm going to go out on a limb, and if you Google bear attacks, the last victim, his name was probably something like Sean. That's
Oh
white
God.
people shit. I get it. I would like to be removed from the conversation about white people shit. I understand. I understand white people shit now. I was at a friend's house. He had a box.
So there you go, guys.
That's hilarious.
He wants to be taken out of the conversation from now on.
Rightfully so. Who said? Wait, because I need to go back to that. Who said that? Tai Long, the snow leopard from Kung Fu Panda. Are you insane?
Oh, isn't he so comfortable looking? Oh my god, snow leopards are my favorite cats.
Snow leopards are cute, but like
They're
to hear
perfect.
me out about them, I don't. Y'all do know those? They have barbed like
Who cares?
genitalia, right?
I'm not sleeping
Oh.
with a cat. I'm just
Really
gonna
say-
love it and cuddle it and name it George.
But that's the part that that's the thing about hear me out. Hear me out. It's like saying like the
God.
most like
Damn it, Skeptical said the last man who passed away in a beer attack was named Max in Arkansas. Was he a white dude?
more
By
than
the
likely.
way, how did we end up with a shark attack in the middle of America?
Huh?
Let me
When
show
that
you.
happened?
I don't want to know anymore. And I'm still trying to figure out if Helen Keller is racist or not.
I'm still trying to figure that out. Oh my god, I've been saying that for years, and people just don't want to clarify with me if that's true or not. I've been saying that for years.
By the way, do you want to know one of the hardest concepts for me to grasp, to wrap my head around? And you would think that Fluff would get it. Fluff does not get it. Marxism.
There's
I don't understand it.
I understand that feeling because I am black, but I'm also learned. So like there's a dichotomy of that
I
have
don't
very
understand what it is, and I don't understand why. I don't know why my mind won't grasp it. My mind doesn't grasp certain things, and like
Mhm.
normally I accept it, but that should be like because it's formula. It's like a well formulated thing, but I don't understand it. What is its example?
It's not accessible, and I agree. It's very not accessible. I will say that it's not accessible.
Sweets, have you figured out what Marxism is yet? Can you lay it on me, Daddy? Sorry. I would actually only
My
do that
goodness.
publicly because in private I would never call him Daddy.
My goodness.
Marxism, yeah, it's the one concept I have a hard time understanding. If anybody wants to come and explain it to me, please. Because
I could explain.
I
I
can't.
really could explain it, but like
I can read it over
it-
and over again. It doesn't make sense. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Historically. Like, what does it look like?
there's so much nuance to that, and I talk about it often. It's something that I get in fights about with my other comrades about, because like there's a specific. Do I want to get into this? Because like it's going to be so long to drawn out.
Now
It's my
listen to
niche.
this. Listen to this. Marxism is a political philosophy and method of socioeconomic analysis that uses a dialectical, materialistic interpretation of historical development known as historical materialism to understand class relations and social conflict. What
Hmm.
the fuck did I just say?
I understood all of that, but like I very much understand that like that's hard to explain to people. Um, Basically, it's people doing scientific observation to talk about specifically if their needs as a human are being met, whether that being socially or whether that being through like actual material resources that sustain their life.
Happy birthday, Xena.
So essentially, it's just like an analysis on like is the society, is my environment sustaining me and providing me the resources that I need, and am I able to get those resources myself to sustain myself?
Guys, I don't even know if Xena's in here with us. Is she on her own live right now? Let me see. Do we have a Xena live going? No. Because if she's like floating through, then I'll wait for her to come back so we can sing happy birthday as she floats through.
Exactly, Skunk. Like the answer is usually no because of capital.
She was live. Okay. She's
I wish I
probably
could break.
off of live to enjoy her birthday. Because, guys, just to let you know, I will be live for my birthday, but not the way that you think. You'll be ringing in the new year and singing happy birthday to me like you did last year, and then I am out for the count for 14 hours. After I go shopping, because I get the world all to myself January 1st.
Hey,
He hates that. He's like, why can't we do the laundry before your birthday? Why do you have to cook on your birthday? Why do we have to go shopping on your birthday? And it's the joy that the world for once is quiet and the population is at its fucking lowest that I have to deal with. I can have an entire mall all to myself before noon. All to myself. I'll just hop into stores just to wave at people like, thanks for showing up on my birthday. Like, seriously, the world turned itself on just for me.
hmm but Fluff, was that explanation like good? Like good? Because I tried to break it down like a little bit for you. I don't know if that's
No,
if it was
no,
adequate.
no. I have yet to find somebody that can break the understanding barrier for me so I can understand what I'm saying. Even when I try to break down the words, like definition by definition, I'm like, what the hell am I saying? What am I looking at? What does the system produce? That methodology, what does it produce? Why am I looking at a hammer and a sickle over his face? I don't
So
understand
basically,
it.
the definitions you read basically is like I'm gonna do it in caveman terms because that's always fun.
Please ugg it
Um,
down for me. I would really appreciate it if you ugged it. Ugg it down.
uh, caveman with other cavemen. Cavemen speak to cavemen and say we don't have food. Caveman verifies if other caveman is correct. Do we not have food? They go and look. They see they don't have food. Both cavemen ask why. They go outside in community, see bigger caveman, stronger caveman hoarding the food. Both cavemen that observe this say, that's why we're starving. That's literally what that definition is.
Blaming somebody?
It's not blaming, it's an observation like it, they're looking at their environment to see why they're at a disparity.
It's designed to understand class relations and social conflict,
Yes.
but does it create them in its analysis?
And this is the argument I get into the with my comrades with, because I would argue that even under socialist or communist projects, things can still come up because again, I don't believe in utopias. Agitation still happens.
You can't have a utopia um, with a divergent mindset. So what?
Exactly.
Yeah. So what I mean is a utopian society. What we do not have changes to fit the society. A utopian society would change the person to fit the society instead of changing the society to fit the narrative, to fit the time, to fit the generation, to fit the need. It changes the person to fit the society.
So like, specifically, it's just like an observation of like your environment and like
What I
seeing
use
if
as an example, because somebody went to make it a positive narrative, and it is probably one of the most abominable and atrocious narratives ever. Take The Host. You ever see
Are
it?
you talking about that capitalism is the most atrocious?
No, in utopian societies. Uh,
Oh,
in that particular utopian society, there is no monetary need, right? Um, but in The Host, the movie, how it's
Mhm.
portrayed is that this peaceful, harmless, happy, utopian society comes down to earth, but in turn wipes out the existence of the human being inside of the body they are inhabiting. They live inside of a utopian society, but they killed off another species to do so.
that part.
So one man's utopia is another man's dystopia.
Exactly. That's internal critique that I try to have with
So
comrades a lot of the
you
time.
can't have a utopian society. You can always have a dystopian society, but you can never have a utopian society without a dystopia. Otherwise, how do you know it's a utopia?
Right.
I don't know. That sounds like the argument of the reason why evil exists is because you can't have good without evil.
Incorrect. You can not have virtuous without evil. But yes, the same argument. Because
Because
that's our nature.
I would argue while I advocate for like certain things, I also like to talk about specifically what could be it. The response I usually get is like, oh well, we can't predict the future. I'm not asking people to predict. I'm not asking my comrades who are socialists or communists to predict the future,
We
but
kind of
I'm
can.
asking that you kind of can, but like I'm not asking you definitively to do so. So like I asked them, well, if we do transition from a capitalist society to a socialist society and then phase into communism, what are some things that could occur based off of just like us not having the foresight to catch it right away that we would have to deal with? Can you think of examples where like there could be still remnants of I was just talking about this morning, remnants of exploitation, for example, or can there still be remnants of like superstructures like racism? Will they all falter
Take a
away
look at
because we
something.
transition?
Take a look at something. You're asking questions, but let's look at something. Remember, Marxism is a class relation, social conflict. That's what I got.
Hmm.
Now, can you be racist?
Um, like in terms of like me being racist now, or just like can racism exist under
Hey,
a
Rio.
socialist model?
Can you be racist because you're a black individual?
Oh,
And I only say black because you are an American.
yes.
So now, notice I'm going to be playing with very specific words. So, can you be racist? Can I be racist?
In the construct of American politics, no.
Okay. Find
I
another
will
way that
say
we can be racist.
I think that are you familiar with the term identity reductionism?
Uh-huh.
Um, I don't think it's necessarily an explanation of how we can be racist, but I do think it comes close. I think it comes close
Watch
enough for me.
watch how easy you can answer a question.
Like I've noticed that
I
like with
want you to
identity
see
reduction.
something. Look at your ability to not be. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Are you capable of being racist?
Uh,
Wait until you. It's also a power structure. Remember,
right.
you can only
Yeah,
only the oppressor can be racist as our
ex,
understanding. But now you understand
ex,
that. Guess what else you can't be?
exactly.
Guess what else you can't be?
An oppressor
Prejudiced.
or prejudice, yeah.
Preconceived opinion that is not based on a reason or actual experience. Want to know if you can be bigoted?
Sure.
Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. Are you capable of being bigoted now?
Mm,
And that's something how so many things do not apply based on, according to this bit, class relation and social conflict.
I do, and that's true. So like that analysis is true
Am
in
I
the American.
understanding Marxism?
Well, it's under
Am I
the
getting
lens of
there?
like, um, it's part of it. It's that's a large part of it. So like
Skeptical,
you
come
are
up. I miss your voice. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I'm getting this. Hey, Sequoia.
you're you are getting parts of this because like that is under an
Right
American
hooks.
context, or not even just American. Because like if you want to expand this, that's under a Western context of like how race works, how bigotry works in these areas. So like
Sweets, am I getting
that's
it?
very much true. Um,
Can you repeat it?
I would say so. That's part like literally that's largely part of
I
it.
was trying to make myself some coffee too. Sorry, can you repeat it?
Okay. No, no. Oh my giddy aunt. Let me try it one more time. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. You paying attention, babe? Okay.
Yeah.
This is racism. Prejudice,
Right.
discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. We say black
Sure.
people cannot be racist, right? Or people of color,
Hmm.
technically, right?
Right.
Agreed?
Agreed.
I think that's what we generally say. Yes. Now,
Now, we also
I mean,
can't be prejudiced.
I would argue that there's nuance to racism. That anybody could technically be racist because it's typically a marginalized group, or a minority group, but that's not necessarily that doesn't exclude the majority either having
Wait a
to feel the
second.
effects of it.
Wait a
Well,
second.
we could
Hold
talk
on.
about.
One more time. Do you agree or disagree that it is hard for a marginalized, oppressed society to be racist against their oppressors?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, because I'm trying to get to the next point. So I'm trying to just
I
lay down your opinion on
I
it.
do not agree that it is hard. I think that it is easy for any group to fall into the trap of racism.
Now, what about prejudice? Would you agree with me that black people cannot be prejudiced, especially in America? Because black is American, I'm specifying black people.
No, I've seen prejudice across every group.
Okay.
How does that functionally work?
Hold on, do you see the definition for prejudice?
Correct.
Okay. Do you find it that it would be now irrational for me to make the statement that Black people are pretty much excluded from bigotry, obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudiced against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group?
Would I agree with you that Black people cannot be bigots?
Or would you find that to be an irrational and uninformed statement on my part?
I don't know about uninformed because we're all informed on our own experiences, but I would find that I believe any group can also fall into the same traps.
But the group I'm specifying is one minority that's marginalized. Do they qualify as any of the three?
So one of the fun things that our life together has shown me is that bigotry, prejudice, and racism doesn't know skin color, in the sense that it's only subject to one group of people. So for clarity, how does it work? Would be here's an example. I was one of a minority of white people within East New York, and I would face my own issues. Now, was it reasonable for them to feel that way about me? Sure, I would agree that it was certainly reasonable based on the oppression that was held by white people abroad. But a 12-year-old child doesn't really understand that that's why, especially when raised in a multicultural setting.
I would argue against that actually for multiple
Okay.
reasons.
Huh?
Um, Black children are taught about race at such young ages,
Sure.
whether it be through their family or whether it be through life teaching them about race. White
I don't.
children do as well. The difference is that what they experience is not dread, guilt, or shame about themselves.
Ah.
What they experience is specifically an uplifting of uh, their positionality within society. And
So,
this is even like shown through
th-
um when black mothers go to hospitals and when they're pregnant.
oh no, for sure. I agree with you outside, like when you start to venture out. One of the stories I tell my kids is because, like I said, we were raised in a multicultural neighborhood. So, and is that in school we really weren't taught about race separation per se at a young age. It was more like we constantly had this multiculturalism being ingrained in us. So the concept of race wasn't really ingrained in me. I had no idea, for instance, until about the age of 11, that I was a white boy. I actually didn't know that. This is different. And so,
With me as a best friend. It was
yeah,
not
that
part
she
of
was
our
my best friend.
dynamic. Yeah, it wasn't part
I
of
had
our
no
dynamic.
concept of that I was a white boy. This I didn't understand it because it wasn't said yet. And the first time I felt that and understood, it was in a setting where I was surrounded by Black people. And so the impact of that at first was confusing because I didn't understand why they were so upset with me. I hadn't done anything and I don't know what this means that I'm a white boy. Well, I come back to Starrett, come back home. Sorry, I shouldn't have said where I lived. I came back home. And some of my friends actually had to explain it to me. Mind you, these are my Black friends, my friend Kareem, my friend Stefan. They're explaining this to me and looking at me like, yeah, we felt this. But then within the community, as I got older, I was no longer just me. I was going to say my name, but I didn't. I was no longer just me. There was now this shape to me that I was unaware of previously that impacted my interaction with people around me, and not in a positive because of where I lived. it became more and more negative the older I got because I was seen as an enemy and I still hadn't understood why. And so I would be ostracized and mistreated. And while I'm not saying it in a sense of like I felt like they were wronging me, I actually started to understand instead what the difference was. Now, the actions of people against me without reason was a form of racism, bigotry, and prejudice because I was judged based upon others. Do I think that it deserves placing the whole group in that same boat? No, because as I even got older into my 20s, I came back and you know visited, and then in my 30s I would visit, and all of that treatment had changed back to what it was when we were younger. I just became me again as we got
Can I
older. Because,
can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Um, do you think that power and the ability to wield tools of power plays a role into how the enforcement of racism, prejudice, and bigotry, like, like how it's enforced?
Oh no, I completely agree with you there. It's certainly look. I will say that I feel that our system, the system of oppression within the United States against groups of minority, is so woven and ingrained within the enforcement of law and the enforcement of power that it's you can't no minority can get away from it, and it's constantly being shoved at you from media to in life, right? Like I do feel that that's the case.
Because I want to go back to a point that Fluff brought up specifically as they were like when they were working through the definition and trying to get an understanding for themselves. I had brought up identity reductionism. I'm going to offer because I want to clarify. I genuinely don't believe that people of color can be at the helms of those superstructures like race, prejudice, bigotry, because they don't hold power and they can't utilize that power in the same way an oppressor could or a colonizer could. With that being said, however, the reason why I brought up identity reductionism is that from a national standpoint, Black people and people of color who live in the imperial cores, which is like the Western countries that are like imperial core, they're big countries, they still end up doing types of things that I feel like can be likened to those three superstructures, but like their colonial bodies with they live with their colonial oppressor. They live literally day to day with them. It's different from maybe like let's say Great Britain when they were doing their colonization. Yeah, they would go to the countries in the Caribbean to like oversee plantations and stuff like that, but then they would go back home. They would go back home to their country.
So
We live in
when
tandem with our oppressor.
when we were growing up, for both of us, that experience of racism happened off home turf. For him, I'm not exactly sure how close, but me, it was right across the street, right?
Hmm.
And for me, I was the girlfriend of the guy whose best friend threw the bottle, spit, and called me the nigga. I was also the undefended girlfriend that day.
Mm.
So there was a narrative that young Black children were given, which is they'll do this, but you are still that. Then I got taught that there's a conditioning and a grooming between the two sections. And the class war begins between the united colors, right?
Hmm.
Now, where do we get a lot of this class system from? People say Portugal. I say, what's modern day class system? India. What does it look like? A battle between the skin.
Hmm.
Your skin now denotes your monetary value. Isn't that interesting?
That's yeah. Because like I
My
don't want to.
my husband's people, one half was not considered white until the
Mm,
1950s. The other half still isn't. Amongst themselves, they are. Here, unless they can show it, and their last name knocked out of the box.
exactly.
It
That's a
doesn't matter
functional
if you
ten.
can pass that one drop rule will never fucking drop off of American soil.
Exactly. That's a functional tenet of like white supremacy. It absorbs, but it's also contradictory. It has to remain contradictory in order to sustain itself, to be useful for capital.
But here's
Oh,
the thing.
absolutely.
Let's look at the class system and how his position, without my face being seen, right? Without me being present, if no one knew his lineage, he's a spy amongst people that look like him because he doesn't have the luxury of living like them unless he plays the part of being them. That would be denoting an
Exactly.
entire part of his lineage that's integrated into who he is, right? Now, this is called passing.
Hmm.
So, like, people do not realize that there is that aspect within their class structure. And I think I'm starting to understand Marxism, understanding it from a historical standpoint. So I just hope it's not a weird thing. I just don't want to look at something and go, oh, I get it, and it's bad, bad, bad. But,
I'm gonna give you. Can I? I'm gonna say something. As it relates to like that feeling of it's being weird. The reason why it feels weird is because like I largely blame my white tea comrades with not being honest about its history fully, because there's a lot of great things that like the theory promotes, but there's a lot of like blind spots that only get corrected with contemporary theory that supplement it.
yeah, but here's the thing. I asked somebody earlier, let's take out Abrahamic slavery. It still exists.
Hmm.
It's always existed. What are we bitching about? The loss of self, right? In a time when people are at crisis, what do they look for? Truth, honesty as what? A root system to understand where to go from where they've been.
Hmm.
Now take it away and give a bland history. You're doomed to repeat pastime failures. There's no
Yeah.
way out of it. Why do they want you to um, repeat pastime failures? Because there's only a small portion of history where the power structures are limited to individual men.
Yeah.
That's what I see. Sweets, you want to
Historically,
disagree?
that's true. Yeah.
Sweets, you want to disagree with me on that? You ran away
But
from me.
there's only a small portion of history where what?
Where the complete power structure, monetary belief structure, is in the hands of a very few men.
Yeah, there really is only a limited portion of history where that is the case. And
Hmm.
usually they're surrounded by revolution.
Exactly. And here's the other aspect. Why
Like
would
today,
they?
wealth inequality is worse than it was during the historic French Revolution from back in the, let them eat cake. It's actually worse at the moment. And the fact is that rich folks don't realize that you get people hungry enough, and all of a sudden people
They'll eat
become
you. You make people hungry enough, they'll eat you.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh God, you guys aren't disagreeing with me. I thought that was a pretty
No,
bold
I think
assessment.
the only difference we're having right now still is that I still believe that racism in general, just based on its pure textbook definition, all groups can fall trap to it.
But that's why I asked you about function. Doesn't function that way? Because like that's the definition. But like in like scientific studies and stuff like that, um, when they do analysis scientifically, they will give it its own working definition for that particular study or for that analysis that they're doing. And a lot of times they talk about the intersection of having power to enforce marginalization.
Yeah, but that's where but you see the exception to the rule comes in the typically part, right? Meaning that like typically this is actually not something which a marginalized group would be subject to, but there are instances where in fact that is the case. I'm just saying that there are cases where racism is still potentially a minority can exert it. It's just power isn't part of the definition of racism.
Okay,
Although it's
so
part of, I will
let's
agree that it's part of a functional usage of racism in and of itself.
historically, would you consider the Buffalo Soldier the exception to my analysis?
In what regard?
Oh, that is a great example. That
Right,
is a
he's
brilliant
saying
example.
we're capable of it, and instead of dismissing it because I want to be right, wait a second. We've always served in my family, even down
Sure.
to the, oh shit, what about the Buffalo Soldier? Because the Buffalo Soldier was the oppressed over the even more oppressed. But who was holding the leash? The oppressor. Is it
That part.
still, like, I'm like wondering, like, can we naturally, or is it forced?
I don't know.
Because we're
So if you're
conditioned for the black woman to be against the black woman by our own societal standards. So can we, or is it forced?
So let's look again back at our youth. You were a minority. I was a minority within our community, but forget me. There were actual countrywide minorities that lived amongst us. Yes, even more minority than.
However, being the thing that was on the menu for a lot of foreign tongues, the inside of their homes are richer than the neighborhoods they lived in. Foreigners are sponsored and granted by the government, afforded more wealth and opportunity than those naturally born here.
Mm-hmm. Because I
So
don't,
where
because like,
my grandmother retired at 51 years old as a postal worker, right? And her rent for a 3-bedroom apartment was such, and it was adjusted this way and that way, and blah, 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 right? Because it's good for senior citizens to live there. Above, the one that was sponsored to come in from another country, same apartment, same luxuries, rent's only $75 a month.
ooh,
Children are in college, driving latest cars. Her rent, $75 a month. How is it that you're able to come in, utilize the system, and then subvert the system? Now you're in a position of power. The system works for you. You pass as one of the natural born, and even your accent is respected because you're from a first world country, which is a white country. Does it work the same? No. The diversity is in the monetary value. And that's why they have a quota where we lived and how many can come in and how many can go out to keep it from being overly populated by any one type of people. Those that paid higher were of a particular type of people. Those that paid
mm-hmm.
lower were foreigners that came in, got an education, made high-paying jobs, and their rent never changed. But it adjusts for everyone else that was a natural citizen. Public knowledge. Even one of the stockholders is very famously no.
And this is why, because like I wanted to talk about like identity reductionism because like I feel like that, like I said earlier, it's the closest thing that I can say to like people of color getting close to um being prejudiced, racist, and bigoted. It's the closest thing to it because I can't necessarily argue that like they can be those things without the structure of power or without the structure of capital enforcing certain things. You know what I'm saying? So like with identity reductionism, it's essentially just like holding your identity, whether it came from a marginalized place. 99% of the time, it comes from a marginalized place. You're told what your identity is, and because of capitalism and oppression and colonialism, you hold on to that identity because you found some way to be comfortable in that identity.
But don't
Even
forget sweet
even
happy Jesus' slice of that diamond. All right, that's a big chunk.
hmm
Because what does it create for him? When we come out of a system where we experience it in our education, in our medicine, in our law, it is systemically woven into the structure of our society that we are the minority and marginalized 3/5 of a thing, right? We have the
right,
history. But now, when he's integrated into our communities, he ends up suffering the result of that system. What does it do? It breeds a child that can be put right back into the system that was created for him and leave us exactly where we were supposed to be.
exactly.
It is to
Yeah,
create the
I think it helped.
divisiveness.
I think it helped that you were kind of like my best friend. It helped that I was able to kind of like, because you know very well from part of my family that it could have easily went the other way. Um, they closet it for when you're older to train you into it,
Mm-hmm.
but not when you're little.
Right.
So little me didn't get that. Older me would have gotten that if, and most likely that would have been the case if you weren't around.
Correct.
Let's not mince words here on that. I was very much potentially a subject of it.
Potentially. Um, but I don't think your environment truly allowed it. You would have had to live out of it and stay out of it. Because even without me, you're always welcome at the cookout.
That's
Has
because I
nothing
can
to
cook.
do with it has nothing to do with the fact that you can cook. It has to do with your tolerance level. Has nothing to do with me.
I mean, I would only
Your
partially.
resistance to their conditioning. But even still, all of us walk off with some level of conditioning. Even if your mind wasn't taking it, your experiences will give it to you. Even if my mind wasn't taking it, stepping outside of the home turf, my experience gave it to me. Neither one of us should be considered prejudice based on previous experience. However, a once lived experience or a reintroduction to a system designed for you still make sure that the minority who cannot naturally assimilate back into this, you come out of our communities and go into one for yourself, it'll never happen. We come out of our communities and go into one of yours, we're in an even worse situation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
Because it's
agree.
not a sundown town. We have sundown neighborhoods. Even in progressive states, we have sundown areas where my skin is not allowed because I've had too much of a privilege. So, as an oppressed individual, having too much of a privilege, and then being told, I have no history, I have no roots, it still means that I am removed from the position of power from the mouths of babes to the elders. I am not allowed to be racist, prejudiced, or bigoted because I have no class leverage other than over the Native American who is not on American soil.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It's
it.
layered.
I'm
It's
only
nuanced and
on
layered.
rung number 2, and the Native is rung number 1 on American soil and off the ladder off American soil.
I could give an example of modern day. I could give an example of modern day of like how it's been presenting itself for the last 2 years as it relates to like um my peers, which would be black people's reaction to the election towards immigration and also in tandem their reaction to the genocide in Gaza in Palestine. That's what I would
Are
reference as
we
I did.
indifferent to it? Because I don't know what the general consensus is. As a medical prescription, I have been told to stay away from the news.
So what I've witnessed and there's video like documentation because people made archives of like the things that were said during this time. Um, the general consensus from my peers was that because the way the results of the election was, they feel that to be crass, they were saying that call ICE, like my people could say call ICE, I'm gonna do this and this because this is the way the election went, and I'm tired, I'm over it. And they would say the same thing as it relates to Palestine and Gaza. They would have the same sentiment saying that they can't wait. There was literally a lady on here that was saying they can't wait till Gaza turns into parking lots and stuff like that and resorts. These are black people, mind you. So when I brought up identity reductionism, the nationalism being the identity that they hang on to, despite them being a marginalized group in the imperial core, it allows them to like subjugate people that are under them, and the very thing that you were just explaining.
That's why I brought up the Buffalo Soldier. Does the oppressed really have the ability to stand on any box and oppress another? We don't. But if you give people somebody to point at or look down upon, it's easy to stick your hand in their pocket because they're distracted. You know what I
Lyndon
mean?
B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson. You give the lowest white man the ability to look down further on another black man, they will let you pick their pocket. They will turn out their pockets for you.
But now this is a culture that we are breeding into every narrative when we
Hmm.
have so much of the dissected American trying to decide what American is, that we're marrying all of these stupid things. I'm having a moment here. It doesn't make any sense to me. A failed experiment is trying to teach children that racism doesn't exist. But a failed experiment is also giving them a reason to keep it going.
Hmm.
And it's
You ate that because that's true.
see, because here's the thing: teaching us that racism is a sign of a mental illness is a better way, in my opinion, to save the child from growing up so. Oh God! Damn it, TikTok! I'm finding it. Give me 1 second. I actually literally have to go through a list of words that are going to suffice for the word that so succinctly explains what I'm saying. Oh my God, my jaw is tightening up because it wants to say it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. My mouth wants to just do the wrong thing. We need to get back to racism being the number one mental disorder amongst people.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. So that goes into a bunch of the other things.
Yeah.
Um.
Because something brings it to mind. I understand people's paradigms. But y'all know y'all just giving yourselves license to hate my kids. My children are a representation of the world kissing itself.
Mhm.
The history of every single line is beautiful. But somebody would find something wrong with it because of what? You see how much of a mental disease that is? A disease. A disease that does what? Bring death and chaos and lawlessness. We can justify it, but go ahead, find a good reason. It's almost like finding a good reason why a woman needs a man, right? You'll be here for days trying to find a really good one.
Mhm.
It's a mental disorder. That's the only one that I would ever consider a true mental disorder.
I
Racism,
don't
prejudice, and bigotry. Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think that I'm hesitant to say like fully it's that, but like the sentiment I don't disagree with. I think there's, like you said, I think there's like better words to describe what we need to position it as.
I look at it, and it's possible because I'm looking at my dream catcher, which is a yin and yang dream catcher in black and white, and that's the way I think. Right? I think
Hmm.
very much black and white, as well. But the black and white are spectrum. And I don't think people realize that there's a spectrum because humanity lives inside of that. Humanity thinks and operates, wants, wishes, and desires inside of the gray, inside of the rainbow of the individual. But inside of the structure of the species, we are quite nature, nurture, black and white,
Hmm.
right? You're either fighting one or the other, not even a mix of the two. What color was that person I just described? The person battling nature, nurture, uncovering their life, asking questions, existing from womb to tomb, having their distractions, learning, unlearning, experiencing pain and lust and or not. Which
Hmm.
what was the color of the person I just described? What color group does that most relate to?
I would say I would say white.
How do black people not feel pain and bleed and lose and loss and grieve and
Oh,
question life
okay.
and existence? What color is that
They
person I'm explaining? What color is the human condition based on?
well, it's not based on anything really.
What
It's
color?
not.
What's the most prominent human condition in the world in history? Do you see how racism makes no sense?
Hmm.
What's the color of the human condition?
I don't think it has a color.
So
Unless
how do you
specifically,
denote what a real human is? So how can you decide what human being is worth what? Based on
exactly.
what? Based on what? That's why I said it's the strangest thing.
For a second there, I thought she was like referencing like how you describe you and your husband growing up. So that's why I said like so like that's why I said that. But like realistically, like there is no color to humanity. Humanity is like literally just existence on this floating rock. Um, we have conflicts with each other. We make
Right.
contracts and constructions, social constructions that for some reason just itches our brain in a
Right.
particular way. That's literally just it.
Right. So now, does racism make sense? Like, when racist people talk to me, I can spit it right the fuck back at them and then turn over and hug my very pale husband. Why? Because if you didn't want to hear it, don't give me the rhetoric that's supposed to break me. Because
Hmm.
I can give you the rhetoric that'll break you. If you think a rhetoric will harm me, you're telling me what your weaknesses are. You're only
Yeah.
showing me what can hurt you, so I'll just use it against you. Do I believe one human being's life matters more just based on what they look like? No. Do I think that people that are unhealthy and are in control of their health should take care of their health? Yes. Why? Someone's going to miss you. Stop being a dick. It's not all about you. You know? But, you know, like, are things mandatory? No. No, not really.
Everything's
Is
literally just like a suggestion for us. It's literally just a suggestion. The only thing that like is only really concrete is our life processes, and even then, I can make the argument that there's some humans on this planet who will take their life processes and their needs as suggestions themselves.
Mhm.
There's people with like disorders
Mhm.
that can't help it, and there's people who just actively choose, no, I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna drink water. I'm not gonna do like
They just don't want to do a thing. You know, and there's some people that want to do a thing and they lack executive function control. It's like, what happened? And they're like, I don't know.
hmm
I wanted to do the thing, but here I am. I ate all of those cookies. I feel disgusting. I'm gonna go take a nap. And it's like, did you mean to do this? No. No, I was gonna go ahead and file my taxes. You know, it's just like,
hmm
so what is the color of the human condition? If you don't know the color of the human condition, then what is the necessity of racism?
There's people who would like to fling poop and not be mentally unstable.
Look, there is nothing mentally stable about flinging your own shit.
But there's some people who just they literally can functionally be like, no, this person's sane, but they just like to throw poop.
No, that's not sane.
I mean, if someone offered you $50 to fling a piece of poo, you'd have to be kind of insane to, be like $50.
No, it's not sane.
I don't need 50. I need a band to do that
Oh,
at
yeah,
least.
okay.
All right, fine,
All right.
sure, but you get my point. Like money being, look, listen, I have a very low bar. Money is money to me. You give me $50, sure, I'll fling a shit and then go wash my hands and be $50 richer. I know.
Think higher of yourself. $50.
You know? I think it's because I had jack shit growing up, and it's like, yeah, $50. It actually is kind of meaningless today to me, but I don't know. I guess I still just live.
That's basically $20.
Yeah.
That's a take a gas for you as SUV, kinda.
You know what? To fling a shit at someone, a tank of gas, I'll take it.
No.
What? Why? Can I be me?
I think this proves my point.
That's okay. I'm okay with it.
Ivy, you don't egg him on. No.
I'm also all for the Rapture cash, so anybody, I'm still up for it. You got
Exactly,
Rapture cash,
sober
you
mind.
over
It's
it.
no. And y'all don't egg him on. This is not how life goes, okay, guys?
I will sell my feet pics on the
Stop.
internet.
But
What?
you do have
God.
cute hobbit feet, though. He does. He has cute little hobbit feet. Well, they're not little, but they're big. But I think okay, so my dog is like what, 130 pounds, Bubba?
Yeah, roughly.
130, 140 between there. I call him little. So don't trust me when I say little. I am the smallest, second smallest
I've
person
got
in my
100.
house.
I've got 100 pounds on you, so
Great Pyrenees and Siberian
Meanwhile, the
Husky.
feet are probably like size 13, size 14, 16.
11 and a half.
Oh, actually, you're the same size. Well, I'm 10 and a half, but same shit. Same thing.
11 and a half is not bad. It's still sometimes a little bit annoying because my shoes look funky, in my opinion. But yeah,
Yeah.
they don't look as bad as like a size 13 or 14. That's for sure. You know, the average
And
male foot size is a
uh,
9.
my family realized that I had a very big problem. They had a lot of foresight. Very smart people. Very, very smart. They knew that I lacked the ability to shut up or filter my thoughts. Right? And it became a very hard thing over time. Like, I really didn't know how to filter my own mouth. And they knew that I was going to need to know how to fight because my mouth was going to get me in trouble. So while that is a big dude, I can still fling him across a room.
Period.
Yeah, because it's fun.
Uh-huh.
Not you liking it.
Well, it's harmless.
Oh, I love it. It's absolutely adorable when she does it.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's the cutest thing.
Yeah, my friends taught me how to like fight. Because I have a problem.
Listen, it's okay.
To put it frankly, I got a condition. I am really afraid of dolphins and synchronized swimmers. That's probably the only human being. Why? Because I'm pretty sure that the gill is on the inside of the mouth somewhere around here. The gills. That's why they're in the water, eyes all wide, nose is plugged up, and they're... Because the gills are in there. They're only coming up for water so we can keep breathing.
Fun fact: there's a tribe of people who like, in a part of the world who like, they spend so much time in the water, they have longer and bigger lung capacity than most modern humans do.
And now think about it. Think about it. Synchronized swimmers, are they real? I may be capable of racism and prejudice and bigotry because I don't think that...
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe you might be slightly.
Okay, guys, we can now officially say that Fluff is racist, prejudiced, and bigoted. Why? Because synchronized swimmers are not real human beings.
I mean, if you had power, what would you do to the synchronized swimmers? That's the question. That's the real
Is she
question.
xenophobic? I don't want no dolphin around me. They're nasty little perverts. What? You're welcome.
I don't think it's racism. They're not actually human. It is xenophobia.
Oh,
Synchronized
good.
swimmers are not human.
That's
I do agree with
xenophobic.
her on that.
I'm kind of curious about the xenophobia part because they're from the ocean.
They're aliens.
They're aliens.
They're aliens disguised as humans.
They don't exist, right? I've seen a baby pigeon. What does a baby synchronized swimmer look like? Aha.
This is very Hotep adjacent and it's hilarious. This is very much like white people have tails and iguana eyes.
No, synchronized swimmers are not human. I don't care what color they are.
I think now everybody understands when I talk, because what you just said. You understand why I say, tap dance like a white person in the middle of the tap dance on the screen like a white person. The ranch dressing just came out. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it comes from.
Think about it. The ocean's everywhere. And it constantly wants to drown you. And whales want to knock you off your little freaking boogie board and throw you around like the seal you look like.
Hold on, I have a beautiful body. I have a little gut. But I'm not a whale. I'm
I
not a
didn't say
seal.
you. We look like seals.
I got a Coke bottle shape. No, I'm just joking. I understand what you're saying.
Like, look, I worked hard on this hourglass. You said I look like a what? Half it, just you. I said it for you.
Period. No, because like my politic, the way my politic is set up, people would think that like I would have issues against like plastic surgeries. Oh no, I don't. Like scrape this belly off of me and put it in my butt. I want a BBL. I want a 360 and liposuction. I want everything tightened and stretched back.
Don't talk to me about that stuff. You literally give me a case of the vapors. I'll be sitting there all offending myself, Miss Scully. I just can't take it. All that talk about getting cut open by the doctor. I tell you right now, I'm just not made for it. Yeah, no, it's not happening. I'm clutching my pearls
Yeah,
in
so
my
go ahead
soul.
and stick those. Go ahead and stick those like long ass liposuction needles in me. I'm ready. Pump me.
No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I can handle it as a trans person because you know trans people we used to I'm not of that era, but like they used to go in the back alleys and get their silicones and stuff done by their
No, I
friends.
get you. I get you. Because at the same time, you're hammering and chiseling yourself into exactly the way that you want to be. But I don't want
Period.
anybody to, like, fillet me. You know? Like, I watch too much horror. What are they doing with it? Can I have it back? Why won't you give me the organ you removed from my body? What are you doing with it?
But here's a caveat. Here's a counter question. What would you do to be yourself? What would you do? What lengths would you go to be yourself?
I would possibly fight the most vicious, brutal battle over and over and over and over again. If I knew, if I had the ability to hope that I would show up even before my last breath, if it's 1 second before my last breath, let me see me again. I would fight for anything. I would fight anything. I wouldn't give anything. Because my life is the memory, the breadcrumbs of who I am. Right? And if I lost that, not to Alzheimer's, but to an episode of madness or to throwing my mind away to something, there's a part of me that would remember something that wasn't me this way. And I would feel again like a caged animal pacing back and forth, because I really don't do good behind stone walls, mental or any other. So what would I do to be myself? I wouldn't destroy myself. I would destroy the corruption of myself. People that battle mental health disorder face a daily battle and a lifelong war. What sometimes for their trauma that was 20 years ago, the memory is today. And here comes the battle again. Here's that army against you and your stick. You can feel it. You can remember the shaking of the ground, the smell in the air. If it was damp, humid, hot, you can still feel it on your skin. And for those people, it's a daily battle. To be themselves, they engage every morning in war. From the soldier to the survivor of whatever. They engage every day in a war, and new battles are added throughout life. Sometimes there's a moment of peacekeeping where they can sit down and eat. But then they may have to throw their armor on one more time and go out into a heavy field saturated with
Hmm.
mud and not die. Right? Their armor is heavy armor. It's hot. Their visor is heavy. Their sword is heavy. And sometimes their sword breaks and the stick is heavy, and they still step forward to fight. So, what would I do to be me? Put on my armor again. Get my gloves and my gauntlets dirty with the flesh and the sinew and the blood and the hair of the demons that stopped me or tried to stop me, whose only mission in life is to paralyze me, blind me, and confuse me. What would I do? I'd wake up, get out of my garden, put on my armor, and fight again.
I wonder what your thoughts on gender abolition are.
What do you mean? It's not my experience. So I don't think do I have a right? Sega?
I think that ooh, that's nuanced because like again like I think that you do. I think that if you want to hold an opinion about something that you're not knowledgeable about, I feel like doing the research and figuring out what that is
Then I don't have
allows.
enough information to make a solid assessment on
That's
something
fair.
that I would never think about. Right?
That's
Okay,
fair.
so let's think about it this way. A transgender woman who has had affirming surgery or not, transgender female, may or may not have to worry about getting something caught in a zipper. Because what if your transgender female is intersex and presents as male, but already
Hmm.
comes with the outward presenting bit, and now it's just going to put everything into alignment because of a hormonal fluctuation, right? I don't know the circumstances that each individual will go to enter into the spectrum of that group of people adjusting their identity to the reality of their minds, how
Ex-
their brains are shaped, how they are physically, how they
hmm.
live a dual nature inside of society. I don't think I have a right to really assess something that is so personally experienced. I don't think simple overhanging therapy assessed and medically assessed data is going to give me a nuanced version into every single person. I don't think that's going to be
I
able
I
to
actually
give
I,
me
I
enough of
actually agree.
a broad scope of here's my opinion. I think it's not my
I actually
business, and I need to keep my mouth shut.
no, I actually agree with that sentiment. I have I have a developed view on gender abolition, but it's not complete, if that makes sense. Um, Mostly because of the very reason that you stated for the reason why you can't speak on it yourself. It's very personal. I think that humans, like I said earlier, create constructions.
Right. I was just about to go into another construct that would have had you going, huh, that's a good question. Ready for it?
Hmm.
Why do we talk about cheating?
Because we created a social contract that says that it's bad.
No. Why do we discuss cheating? Yes, but no. Think deeper. Look harder.
um,
Hey, Jack.
what's the simplest way I could break this down? Let me think.
Even simpler.
Guess what
Uh,
happened to me on my hike? You'll never guess, so I'll go ahead and tell you. I got flashed by a deer. And,
how does
hold
that
on,
happen?
hold on. Because guess what? I have the picture to prove it.
Oh, pretty.
Oh yeah, she was beautiful. But yeah, I got flashed by a deer. whenever I was taking pictures of her.
Question: was she stomping her foot?
Yes.
Oh, she mean business.
And
did
she was
run off in another direction?
no, she walked very like softly, and we blew at each other to let each other know like we know what's up with each other.
Did you stay walking softly?
Yes.
Do you know why I asked you that question?
Because you don't want to be a jackass around wild animals.
No, because the stomping of your feet is alerting you that there may be danger coming towards your way. Deer communicate with humans by stomping their feet. If the danger is imminent, she will take off away from the danger it's coming. And if she's telling you to walk softly, walk softly. They talk to you in sign language.
Oh no, I got that. Oh yeah,
They've been
100%.
evolving with you since the dawn of time. Pay attention to them. They're used to you. If you have hikes and hike trails, they're used to you. So they'll just alert you from now on. Pay attention to if she's stomping the ground and her head is up. If her head is pointed in the direction as she's stomping, she's letting you know it's behind her if she takes off in that direction. If she turns, she was looking right at it. You shouldn't turn and look. You should walk slowly ahead or run. Like deer are like the black people of the forest. If a deer's running in that direction, you run with it.
Yeah.
She didn't run off, but she did stomp her foot, and she wasn't looking at me. She was looking like perpendicular to where she was going. And then, like you said, yep, she went to the other side of the trail, ate a little bit, turned around, and then went to the other side of the woods where she came from. But she wasn't like scared or anything. So, yeah, like you said, I just kind of followed her lead and just, yep.
She probably was warning you about the road.
No, it was just a trail. There's no vehicles or anything back there.
Oh, that's why.
Okay, so you ready? We've had a little bit of a relaxation. I'm about to fuck your head up. Why do we discuss cheating?
Survival. That's the only
No.
answer I came up with.
Why do we discuss it?
Ugh, I'm gonna say a bunch of things to see. I'm gonna throw a bunch of things at the wall and see what
Have
sticks.
at
Um,
It's because it's a mutually discussed decision and choice.
No.
So it can be lying.
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
Socialization.
No.
So we know
It's because it's fun.
Because we practice monogamy.
Oh.
If we were monogamous, we would never discuss cheating.
And humans are not
Practice
monogamous.
And fail at monogamy as a species.
We certainly do. Humans are not monogamous.
Women cheat 70%. 70% of women cheat. Why? We're not naturally monogamous. However, what is the number one punishment for non-monogamous behavior?
Isolation.
Yeah,
Death.
usually you're left. No, not today. It's not the number one.
A woman's greatest threat to her life is her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with 70% cheating, you would have a significantly higher unalivement rate if that was the number one punishment.
It used to be. We have laws now that protect people.
I
during
agree there. I'm
cheating.
just saying it's not the number one punishment.
Not anymore, but historically, what is the number one punishment for non-monogamous behavior?
You
Death.
didn't say
Death.
historically. You just
Like death, honestly.
No, but death. Seriously, the number one threat to a woman is her husband.
I agree.
First threat. But we're not naturally monogamous, so why a punishment for failing to succeed at a non-natural state.
Because I would argue that monogamy is not our natural state at all.
No, we practice multiple forms of relationships. We practice them.
Mm-hmm.
So our nature is to be polyrelational, multiple relationships, right? Across the species. So there is
Mm-hmm.
no one solid dynamic of reproduction. Men even have to develop a hormone to stay with their family.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they have an urge to keep mating. Why is there a punishment for going against your nature in our society?
Literally because of again,
Anybody
I would
see The
go,
Lion King? That's the only reason why we practice monogamy. Men kill off babies otherwise.
yeah.
Because there's no true value to the human species. By natural understanding, we are all born atheists. And therefore, by grade 8 standards, we are only concerned with whose lineage survives. We're still in, you know, Kerchak's territory. Because he's the biggest, because he's the strongest and the prettiest and the baddest, he gets to have lay of any woman. It'll be his genetic material that survives. Bonobos do the same.
Bonobos still do the same.
Without a structure to make one woman the property of a man, or a few women the property of a man within a socially accepted structure, we have more infant mortalities.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and argue with me if you want to, honey bunny.
Repeat it in a way I can ingest it.
God damn it, I don't know. The only reason why we heavily practice monogamy is the threat to women and children that men posed when they were vying for bloodline continuance.
Oh, I 100% agree. You know that. We had this discussion last night, just me and you.
It was
Remember?
last night?
It was last night.
God damn it.
It was the one where it was last night where I was arguing that monogamy is not human's natural state.
Yeah.
That it's not even evolutionarily our natural state.
I don't even
We
know
are
if
not
it's evolutionary
canids.
beneficial.
We are not canids.
Mm-mm.
Now wolves and dogs, they actually do have monogamy as a natural state for them. Funny enough. Some dogs. Some dogs have gone
humans
into
refuse to
polygamy.
engage in multiple relationships. Like I know somebody who only has had one partner her whole life.
Yeah, but then that's the social contract of it, the social construct of it, right?
Yeah.
We're raised to a social construct on top of it, but if you just went genetically speaking, and that's all we did, if we didn't have that existing social construct, we would naturally be polygamous. That's just
Yeah, I
the
think
point.
it's
That's the reason
naturally.
why people. That's the reason why there's so much quote unquote cheating. It's because the natural state of humanity is not to be with one person.
Yeah.
Everything else is just put together for us.
And
My
I would
package is
even
here.
argue
Go ahead.
I would even argue specifically that like the the way that different regions practice poly becomes cultural, and
If you can
there's a
afford
lot
it.
of if you but like even in like indigenous societies, whether in Africa or North America, like culturally, like poly can also inform like how they are egalitarian towards each other. Not all the time,
Right.
but like it can denote something like that.
Well, somebody brought up a very good question, and I think it was, my God, is a black woman. without, I think, without the necessity to breed with men within the construct of the patriarchal society that we're in, what is the conflict between women? It was me and you. What is the competitive nature of women naturally?
Can you repeat that for me, hon? I literally just like spaced for like 2 seconds.
So sorry. What is the natural competitive nature of women? What do we naturally compete over?
I don't think we do. I don't. Let me think. I don't think we
Resources.
do.
Resources.
How? If they're coming through the men we tend to marry.
Yep.
So what are we fighting over?
Right.
Do we outnumber them or do they outnumber us?
Depends which continent.
Overall, worldwide, do men
We
outnumber
outnumber
us
them. No,
or do we
not by it.
outnumber? Okay,
Yeah, we outnumber them a lot.
right. So, and we're the ones that choose whose line we carry, right?
Well, yeah. And what's really
So
interesting
who are we
is that
competing with?
what's really interesting, Fluff, is in times of famine, more females will be born than males because we store fat better and we're evolutionarily like our eggs don't age, so
Right.
we can have children. Yeah, we can keep on having children
But
up until
here's
a
the
certain
thing.
point.
We are choosing the mates that whose line we carry, right? And all
Yeah.
they're trying to do is remove our right to do so they can ensure their lines continue, whether by consent or by force, right? This is an American structure. But if we outnumber them or they outnumber us, as women, who are we truly competing with? And for what?
I don't think we. They can't. They have to. This is going to be a weird way to put this because I normally don't talk this way, but like they have to cheat in order to like do all those things that you're saying in order to like position their lineage to for survival. Because
No,
if
we practice multiple forms of relationship. It's not necessary. So who is the woman competing with? How many multiple marriages, right? A man married to multiple wives in modern day society are horrible. As long as he can afford them and treats each one kindly. And if he's not pulling from the young generation, but giving a family structure to a widow now, what is he doing to the community? So now, who is the woman competing with?
other women,
Who is the woman competing with? If in non-monogamous societies, a man marries a woman, when he takes on a second wife, he has to be able to financially support her as the first wife. And he cannot pick from eligible maidens who have an opportunity to be the first wife in their own homes. He takes a widow to return her to what? A family structure and a house where he takes care of her. What is the woman now competing with? And what is the necessity for a competition? Look at the law structure on how the wife is supposed to be managed in a poly marriage. Is she competing for first wife? It'll never happen. She'll always be second wife. So it's stupid for the competition, right? Is she looking for her child to be an heir? He has to be able to afford to give his children each a portion of his estate. So
right?
what is she losing out on? He has to, by their legal standards, respect her like the first wife. So how does she lose out? And the first wife is not displaced by a younger, more beautiful wife.
So they're not competing with anyone.
So what are they competing with? Now let's bring us into a monogamous structure. Now what are you competing with?
In a monogamous structure, you're competing with a lot of the time the younger woman. A lot of the time you're competing with um
The other
because of the
favorable
nature of
personality
the
and
favorable personality,
social
docile personality,
social class structures, status,
status.
symbolism. Imagine if you are the first wife, but due to the amount of children that you bore, the stress and the hard work that you were under, you weren't able to maintain a fucking Iggy slim body, right?
Right.
And he decides to go back to what you look like. You can be displaced and replaced in a monogamous society. But in a
Mm-hmm.
polyamorous society, what's the necessity of replacing you?
There
And
is
why would
none.
you be denoted from your position? So, what was the nature of creating a monogamous society? Not only to save our lives, but it informs and creates a power structure. Because a man is also worth more with the more wives he can afford.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, the value, the peacocking for the mating ritual that we've been engaged in all this time is now a power structure. They control the narrative of where we can pick. They class
Mm-hmm.
us, statify us, and then within the spectrum of statuses, we get to pick. But genetically, they control the flow of evolution now. We no longer operate on a pragmatic raising of humanity by their demand that all bloodlines survive without us being able to choose.
Mm.
They can continuously breed in a problematic aspect of human genetics,
Mm-hmm.
like inbreeding.
That part.
It's deleterious to the genetic formula formula of humanity. It's deleterious to it. It deletes us. It causes a dysfunction in what should have been at this point our conscious awareness of how to constantly make sure that we're breeding correctly. Because why would you breed deliberately knowing that it's going to cause the child harm? That's a deleterious structure and it's a poison in society. I'm not saying breed on genetic superiority, but breeding, mating, reproducing within your own kind should be based on a more logical opinion, right? No. Don't put your sister to the test to see if you guys can have a kid with three eyes, right? People that had blue skin had a problem because of the intermingling of genes. We are meant to intermingle genes. That's why I was saying, what color is the human condition? Why is it a problem? What is the benefit of purity?
Yeah, purity is not. There's no benefit to it. But I want to offer a caveat because, like, oh, this is very niche and I could have tomatoes thrown at me when I talk about this. However, um, a person that I follow greatly, who's a disabled, and she's a black woman. Her name is Imani Crutches and Spices. Um, I watch her content so much, and she talks about the very thing that you're highlighting, but she talks about it in the scope of like how societies have um, structured disabled life. How they've constructed societies around, not around, but like in lieu of. in lieu of disability. And I think that I'm not gonna go too great in detail about it, but she gives very good insights of like where certain thought process come from when it comes to disability. Um, why I mentioned that specifically is that like I hold the opinion that like, and please don't throw stones at me, but I hold the opinion I hold the opinion that outside of genetic disposition and health reasons, if the child is already here, or the children or the incestuous family is already here, what is necessarily wrong about their existence if
Nothing.
they're already here?
Nothing. Some people make a conscientious decision to not reproduce on the off chance that they will pass a genetic predisposition to their child that they feel the child doesn't deserve. However, I'm talking about the forcing of bloodlines. Why is
Yes.
purity so important? Not people choosing to make a family with whoever they feel like. However, we don't take into consideration what we will be passing to our children. Imagine if you're passing a vascular disease to your child. Did you take the time out, now that we have the science, to be able to note that you would be able to? If you remove the history of people, do we have medical history to bank on? It's different. This is not eugenics, because I value every life. What I'm
Hmm.
saying is that the forcing of bloodlines creates a problem.
It would be like, so since I have a blood clotting disorder, right? It would be like someone forcing me to have children with someone other than my husband, because my husband also, he has an allergy to fava beans and some other stuff, but it's minor. But he also runs the risk, because of his genetics. We run the risk of having a kid with a major blood clotting disorder, and you can't fix it because it starts in the bone marrow, and it has to do with how the
In the
platelets
bones.
yeah, like it has to do with how the platelets themselves are made, and how like serum works and all this, and like it's really complicated. But the gist is I have a blood clotting disorder, and it would be like them forcing me to have children, like I said, with someone other than my husband, because he also carries the risk for a different disorder, but it's still a blood clotting disorder.
Right.
So
Don't take offense, Jag. I'm sorry. I saw a video and it made me laugh when it's not you.
no,
The
it's
whole
okay.
thing of, it's
It's
the
okay,
whole
'cause
thing of it being in the bones.
no, it's okay. I told Fluff, oh my god, anytime someone says the phrase the N word, all that plays through my head is the song Tequila, but Trump saying the N word. Do 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 do. And I'm like, nope, not the time. Nope, nope, nope.
But Jag, is it in the bones?
It might be
Fluff,
in the
just ask
bones.
Fluff. Just ask Fluff to send you the video.
According to the bones. No, but
The
that that
bones.
that's the thing that I look at, right? Like, why do we have the conversation? It's because we practice a thing and then try to make a non-natural state natural, and then we punish a person for coming outside of a forced construct to be themselves, right?
Hmm.
We do this often. So one of the reasons why I think Sago and I would not believe in a utopian society is because trying to create a utopian society is forcing the human to change
Exactly.
to a forced evolutionary path.
I mean, it would also be a, like, considering it would be like a form of eugenics anyway,
It
right? Like it
is.
just wouldn't be okay, like morally, ethically, just like all
We've
around, it
always
wouldn't be okay.
practiced it.
I don't like that person. It rubs me the wrong way, but I
Right,
get it. I get it.
Nature has its own way of doing it, as opposed to like us constructing ways of doing it.
And we are
But
nothing
like they
more than
still
an aspect of nature
of nature, right?
inside
Exactly,
this fishbowl. So what are we
exactly.
really trying? Like I keep saying that we keep trying to achieve heights, but we've gotten no higher than our own mountains, right?
Yeah,
The most I advocate for a lot of the time is just like us being more conducive to ourselves. But when I say that, I also come from the space of, but that's not utopia, and that's not how do I put this? That's not we're going to we can only do the best we can as humans. We have limitations.
Okay, think about a human being that doesn't believe in evolution. How ridiculous does that sound to you?
Very much so.
Why?
It's emotional reasons. It's not a real reason, but it's an emotional reason for me.
Go ahead.
Um, Literally because I expect a higher level of like observing the material reality in which they live in.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, despite how that makes me feel, people don't do that. I have to be okay with that sometimes. Sometimes I'm not.
Jag, what do you have as an answer for that?
sorry, what was the question again?
Oh goodness gracious me! What was my question again? The hell did I just ask? Brain fart. Hey now,
Seiko, what was the question again?
Sega, what the hell did I just ask you?
You asked me what would be the problem with someone not believing in evolution, or
Oh,
would I consider them like
what
um
is so ridiculous about a person
what
not
is
believing in
ridiculous? Yeah.
evolution?
Oh, so I think the ridiculous thing about somebody not believing in evolution is that it's right in front of our eyeballs. So it would literally be denial of reality, which I mean, I get, because there are some times whenever I hear a truth and I'm just like, no, that's not true. It's just not true. Like, I'll wake up sad and be like, I'm not sad. Like, I will gaslight myself into that and be like, no, everything's fine. I'm good. I'm an adult. Everything's
Oh,
fine.
okay, sweet happy Jesus. By
What?
the way, the package was delivered, but um, why do you think a person that doesn't believe in evolution it's absolutely ridiculous?
Why do I think it's ridiculous to not believe in evolution?
Uh-huh.
The truth is I don't necessarily think it's ridiculous to not believe in evolution. What I do think is that it's it's weird if you're not. It's weird to not consider uh, the logic of evolution, right? Like, so think about it. We can see special divergence occur in nature. We can see mutations occur in nature. We can see all these things that, when you look at them piece by piece, over the course of, let's see, first life emerged 500 million years after Earth formed, so 4 billion years roughly. So, over the course of deep time, 4 billion years, enough change and specialization and speciation could have occurred when you consider it piecemeal, right? One piece at a time, sometimes multiple things at a time, that slowly evolve into what we are today. It's not so much, it's just the willful ignorance to ignore evidence to feel special. And by special, I mean to feel you were created exactly the way you are created by some magical deity in the sky going, poof, let there be people. Right? It's kind of weird to feel that special about yourself in particular.
Can I
To
give
me,
you a
that
perspective?
Wait,
exactly like
hold on.
how
I
you
want to
said.
see if our Marva Granny is up with us on purpose, first and foremost. Um, uh, our Marva Granny. It's not always. Let me send you an invite to unmute. See if you've been with us on purpose. Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
so.
Hey, Bakuman. I don't know why you guys.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Bakuman, what do you think? Why do you think it's ridiculous that some people don't believe in evolution?
Because in Buddhism, they say most people are sleepwalking through the world. You're on autopilot. You know, you take America, the average person is trying to earn a living, to maintain their position and family, and they've got no time to really think about these things because it's not critical to their well-being. It's like a lot of other things that we don't consider on a daily basis, you know, so it just slips past people. The fact that, change, as they say, is the only constant in the world. Sometimes, people are asleep. They're just trying to survive. So they're not necessarily engaging in a lot of things that they even see as wrong. You know, it's just the way the humans go about doing things. And I know I never thought of it a whole lot until I started considering the certain aspects of religion. You know, the world being 6,000 years old. I didn't know that the world was more than 6,000 years old until I was somewhat older. You know, it just never occurred to me to have to think about these things, and they weren't important to me. It's only now that I got into the stage of being an atheist that I try to talk to other people about it.
Guys, did anybody stop to think that you literally are a perfect demonstration of evolution? It doesn't need to be further explained. You were born. Here you are.
What makes me a perfect thing of evolution is even with all of the health shit that I have, I can still reproduce. Even with all of the bullshit I've had going on, I can still reproduce and I can still contribute to evolution, even with health problems and all of this shit because of modern medicine. So to me, it doesn't make sense for someone to not quote unquote believe in evolution because and I have a problem with that phrase in general because you can't that would be like saying I believe in telescopes or I believe in microscopes. Like no, they're an instrument and you trust your observations and you trust your measurements because you trust an inch is an inch and you trust a centimeter is a centimeter. You trust wavelengths, so on and so forth.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is, do you not realize that going from an egg in an ovary to talking to me on a technological device is evidence of evolution?
Oh, of course.
But yet there's some people who would just say, no, that's not true. And that's also a product of evolution.
No.
I don't know if I'd agree.
Well, there's people, because when we talk about, I'm liking this to religion. When we talk about religion specifically and what it does, there's an evolutionary reason for religion being in existence. Is it useful to describe the material world? No, but it served either a social function or some other third thing.
How are you
Um,
not evidence of evolution?
we are. I agree that we
No, I'm
are.
fighting with sweet happy Jesus.
Oh,
What
period.
do you mean? How am I not evidence of evolution?
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the technological change. I don't believe that's evidence of evolution. I believe that's evidence of
When you were in the womb, were you on a cell phone? Did you know what a
no,
cell phone was? Did you have awareness?
nope.
Did you have cognizance? Did you have a brain at one point? or a heart.
Not one bit.
These are emergent properties of what?
Science over many, many generations of people learning.
I'm gonna beat you up. When I see you, it's on sight. I'm tackling you from the knees, and I'm gonna take you out at the ankles.
Because I was having a conversation about this as it relates to religion, and like someone asked me a really good question that I haven't thought about in a really long time. They asked me if I was anti-theist, and before my I also talked about this earlier. I have to find a different word than deconstruction because the way that I use deconstruction comes from like a socialist communist lens. The way y'all use it is completely different. And when I talk about deconstruction, I'm talking about deconstructing certain systems that I'm beholden to um, under like a political lens, right? So like there was a time where like I was first of all, I've never been a religious person, never have been.
I was.
Um, I never just I don't know. It just all seemed very confusing to me. When I was in a Christian school, when I asked questions, they
I
punished me. So
I
therefore, I
was
was like,
religious, but knew evolution was a fact. Not all religions remove um, knowledge. Just to let you know, there were safer
exactly,
options.
exactly. I think that's like part of my point with like me. I used to like consider myself anti-theist, and then I started having a more like humanized and less dehumanizing approach to like the human condition. And when I started doing that, it led me to the belief that like, hmm, don't think religion is great in any aspect or any like form of a society where it's like
I was
a big
heartbroken when I lost mine.
when it's a big society like a colonial state. Really hate that when it's like indigenous people. I'm kind of indifferent to it. Still don't like how it feels, but humanizing humans, I've recognized that like that's probably always going to be a feature.
I was heartbroken when I lost my faith. Do you know why? I had so much fucking fun in it.
Oh,
I loved it.
and
I was
you know that's
happy.
fair.
I was happy in it. There was no conflict. I mean, I wasn't smart in it, but I was happy. And it wasn't a conflict of morality until I got hit with survivor's guilt.
Mm.
So, and survivor's guilt on what? My faith working for me. My prayers were answered. Oh, Dark Nathan, you came to fight me? But yeah, no, seriously. My prayers were answered, somebody else's weren't. And that gave me
Right.
survivor's guilt. And then it let me know to apologize.
Oh, okay.
Why am I getting an apology? I don't remember. You'd have to say it out loud. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what I'm talking about. You got to understand that, like, I'm, I, I'm like, I'm a Mog, half man, half dog. So if it happened and it bothered me then, and I addressed it right then and there, I probably moved on from it. I don't know what you would be apologizing to me for. I'm not gonna even, not even. I have no idea.
Specifically,
You know what? You owe me an apology for something else. It's like, why do you always keep trying to shut me up? Why are you always assuming shit about me? Like, why do you want to control me? But other than that, no, you don't really owe me an apology.
Fluff, don't drop off. I'll be back. I gotta drop off half. I gotta drop off one half of the little bears.
And I gotta go grab lunch.
the
Thanks
Bernstein
for having me,
Bears.
Fluff. Put me down
Bears.
for the algorithm.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's Yakko, Wacko, and Dot.
Yeah, I gotta drop off Wacko.
Got it.
But no, like I used to take a like very like black and white approach to like religion and stuff like that, and I still kind of do in some respects. But like I think I've lightened up a lot about it. Um,
Everybody
Did you
back in.
get the package?
I'll go grab it in 1 second.
I've learned now that like when I look at like I think I can have nuances about people holding faith
I don't
as
like it.
opposed to I don't like it. I don't like it either. But like being equitable, it means that I have to hold that nuance despite me knowing like what's wrong with like religion. I can't force someone to not be religious, and I also can't um but I could also have the dichotomy to also demonize colonial powers utilizing religion the way that they do. Because ultimately, we have indigenous people in the world who are not touched, in modern day, by the way, who are not touched by colonialism, who are not touched by contact with like European nations or Western nations. And they still have their cultural religious practices intact. What can be argued particularly is like, are those practices ethical within that group and within that closed off environment or that uncontacted tribe? I don't think it's our place in the colonial core to make those decisions or to ascertain that. So that's where I've come with it, basically.
However, Nainka, it is religious. Religion is the belief in and or worship of a superhuman power or powers, most notably God or gods. Um, I like to give. Oh, thank you so much, Christina. I like to give people that definition because sometimes being religious for the person that is, it almost gives them a level of shame when they admit it. And it's because religion in and of itself is shameful. And that's why they separate from it being, I believe in a God, I'm religious, right? I believe in that. This is what I align myself and my view and my opinion of a lot of things on. It may
That's a good
not
point.
be inside of a church, and it may not be right. It may not. Thank you. It may not be inside of a formatted setting, but in believing in the God, it is being religious. Um, Even I was really hi Crystal. I was religious, but of a different nature of a God type, right? What would be considered a God, it isn't a God, right? But and it's not. You're over. You're over my view. It is it is like a formula, right? Like so, not all of us looked at like I would qualify as more what is the phrase? Is it pantheist? Pantheistic, right? Where like the universe really is the source of all life. However, colonization of my own faith system put it where it's split into multiple forms, the universe itself, and then it comes down into a male and female form. I don't know how to explain it today, but 15 years ago, it made sense to me. So,
No, that's fair.
it made sense to
I
me.
almost fell down the trap like when I was like in middle school, high school, I almost fell down the traps of like looking at meditation videos and like star seeds and like astrology type stuff. I they almost captured me, girl. It was real bad. But I immediately like, wait, no, this is silly.
Oh, I was a Satanist for like a week with my friend until she's like, Satan loves you, and a little kid turned around and smiled at her, and I was like, okay, nope, and not like that's scary. First thought in my mind, ooh, my grandma would kick my ass. No, it wasn't like It was like nope, nope, nope. She kicked my ass. I am not getting in that kind of trouble. So yeah, that kid's like, now I'm like, I'm like, the omen is real. You
You'll
know,
be
I thought a couple other things made sense, but I liked what felt natural and what aligned with what I believed was most important. So I ended up being more nature based.
I
Hey,
found I
Fluff.
found that a lot of the spirituality that I would try to test out and see if I was religious always it's so blaringly obvious. It's actually like scary how obvious it presents itself. How much of it was like indigenous erasure, and when I started realizing the pattern of that, I'm like, I no longer want to try to like do this, especially not in a Western context.
I know a lot
Hey,
of.
Fluff.
Hey, welcome
I
man.
pushed an unfamiliar button and everything disappeared. I might have to drop and come back.
Okay. Oh, swipe. If you went that way, the comments and everything will disappear. If you run your finger back that way,
Yeah,
especially over
yeah,
the
yeah,
comment
yeah,
section,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
it comes right
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Um, no, it's like, okay, so I understand the slavery argument that comes across my board on a regular basis, right? And I'm like, all right, I can deal with that. But when people are like, they did this, they are also a product of it. They are also a product of so many different forms of belief and worship disappearing,
Hmm.
right? When we look at the class system that I was talking about in India, what is that a form of? Colonization and invasion, right?
Hmm.
So, what do they do when they take away your history? They give you nothing.
And you
They
have to
only give
oftentimes
you that your greatest enemy is the person next to you, not them.
exactly
That's it. That's why I was like, what color is the human condition? What
silver,
color is human evolution?
rainbow,
So,
prismatic.
what is in any way, shape, or form a logically sane argument for racism? Sane.
Nothing really. Nothing at all.
So, not only is it very hard for the minority and the marginalized community to be racist, racism is a mental disorder. Prejudice, a form of that. Bigotry, all of that.
Dialectically,
All of
I
it.
can't say dialectically I can't say like
Thank you so
I
much,
agree,
guys.
but I will like emotion wise I agree, but dialectically I can't agree. Emotionally, that's how it feels.
Ugh, TikTok is doing this. You can add so many gifs.
Let,
You
let
can add so many
Fluff,
gifs. Uh
Fluff.
huh.
Let me add something. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear
We can
you.
hear you.
Okay, so you can't hear us,
Oh,
and
okay.
now you know what the problem
So
is.
I would.
You can't hear us.
No, I
And
hear
now
you.
you know what the
Hear
problem
you.
is.
Hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes, we can hear you.
Can
Oh,
you?
yes, yes, we can hear you.
All right. So I kind of agree that it may be a mental disorder only because people can be cured of their racism, right? Like therapy actually helps. Funny enough, therapy can certainly help. Um, it is all within your mind. It's not, inherent to any given person that tribalism based on skin color. It's usually like what's inherent is tribalism based on the structure of what you're raised within. So, like I said, I had no concept of race until I was
a little bit older than a child. I was 11. I can remember it so distinctly because of how it hit me. But when you think of tribalism, if you have, like, I was very much a tribe of where we grew up, right? Like, those are my people as far as I'm concerned. And they don't look like me, but they're my people.
But hold on one second.
And
Reckless said.
I think.
Hold on one second. Reckless said racism is inherent. Racism is inherent. How?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen, if your kids aren't brought up taught to hate people based on the color of their skin, then it doesn't matter who your parents were. It's not genetic.
That's not like the
right?
real.
You don't just get.
That's not like the real. Am I echoing?
A little, yeah.
Am I echoing? Hold on.
It's not you. It's not you. You don't have the echo. It's Sweet Happy Jesus. It's not you. It's not you. You don't have the echo. It's Sweet Happy Jesus.
Oh, then mute me. I'm sorry.
I'm starting to notice that my comrades are coming in here because they see me in here, and I'm recognizing that.
So it's not that it's genetic. What it is, it's that you're still benefiting off of racism from the system.
But I don't know if that makes it inherent or if that makes it a created environment. An orchestrated
It's a created environment that
doesn't necessarily.
White people inherit, though.
Well, they inherit, but I don't know if it makes it inherent.
It doesn't make it inherent, but it makes certain people inherent to it.
I don't know. I don't think so.
But you're still proving my point, though, that it's a social construct. You're proving my point that it becomes a social construct where the parents or some other factor within society is teaching
it would be the system
versus
not the
someone being born.
system.
Hold on versus someone being born as a racist. People aren't born racist, they're taught racism. Just because I would technically quote unquote benefit from it, just because I would benefit from it, doesn't mean that the fact that it's taught versus inherent or genetic, it doesn't change that. Neither one of those other scenarios are true. It's all taught. It is completely taught, and it can be cured. There are plenty of people who are racist that they suddenly go, for instance, to college and they realize that, hey, wait a minute, this guy is just like me. Everything I've been told about them is wrong and a lie. Same thing with the military. There are plenty of people that go into the military that realize that what they were raised upon was a lie, and boom, racism can go away. You can go to therapy and be taught that and learn that these things are a lie, that they're just taught to you.
That doesn't get
As
rid
a
of
youth,
necessary.
speaking from ignorant people.
That doesn't necessarily get rid of the systems and like, for example, like there's.
But that's not what I'm arguing.
I understand that, but like I want to offer perspective that because like while we understand, at least I want to deposit that like it's not genetic, that like because how perverse racism is. We still have things like epigenetics that play a part based off of racism existing and the systems of race existing. Does that make sense? Do you know what epigenetics
What
is,
you're
by the way?
saying makes sense, but
Do you know what epigenetics is, by the way?
yeah, it's passed down genetic structures.
So like in the
Can you hear me?
so like yes. There's just a lag, so I'm trying to like make sure I don't step over your speaking.
I had to kill the echo. It was driving me up a wall. I'm so sorry. And I also went because they told me they left my package at the back door, but it's
It wasn't
not.
there?
No.
That's
they
horrible.
put it in the wrong spot.
But yeah, like epigenetics is like that's not a real genetic thing, but it describes a phenomenon that happens when certain oppressions or certain events. Because it's not even just oppressions. Epigenetics is a very broad thing that's describing specific genetic dispositions that happen to humans.
Reckless.
Who is trying to call me? I'm so sick of these bill collectors. No, but
I agree with Travel Slut. Racism does not go away. It's kind of like addiction. It is addiction. You will be a racist your whole life. Like me, I will be a fanatic my whole life. It doesn't matter that I don't have a religion. It doesn't matter that I don't believe or even care if gods exist. I will always be a
mhm.
fanatic. I have shaped myself thus.
And everyone has a perpetual to be tools of racism. Ju- But like being tools of racism, for example, for people of color, is different than being racist or being prejudiced or bigoted, just like we discussed earlier.
I
They
do
and
not
that
believe
gets
a
in.
marginalized community has the position of racism, prejudice, or bigotry. It is impossible. You do not fit the narrative, and you
I
can't shove it into that closet because its ass is too big. It's not going to fit. We're going to
and,
know it doesn't belong there.
and what gets passed down between a white person and their families as it relates to how they inherit race and racism is different from what gets passed down to us from white people and our own families.
Really?
Um,
Because
at,
Sweet Happy
like
Jesus
as
is example of the result of racist teachings, prejudice, bigotry, being aware. The result of parents keeping their children woke, harmed an innocent child.
in what capacity?
Think about it.
'Cause maybe I'm not following.
They picked on a child who was different than us due to historic systemic racism. He is naturally hated due to them understanding their position in their society. He doesn't belong with them. Now, in response to their parents keeping them woke, right? And I use it in quotation marks because, in essence, of teaching the child the history and the situation that the child will be going into, teaching your young black child that they are born with
Hmm.
a target, that they are born lesser in society, that they are born into a racist system that does not want to see them succeed. Their training and their teaching created harm to an innocent white child who didn't know about that racist system due to the education that he received. So
I think
while we
that's still
do
an
not
inherent. I think
have the ability to be racist, we can create racists.
I don't necessarily disagree, but like
What's
we
the difference
discussed,
between the narcissist and its prey?
well, I still hold that like what's inherited still ultimately remains keys to the kingdom, i.e., keys to the system and control of the system.
Okay, well, inherit genetic memories should have made me more terrified of a
Genetic
dog.
memory should have made me more terrified of a dog.
Mm, mm. That type of epigenetics can rear itself,
That type of
but it
epigenetics can
but it
rear
doesn't
itself
always do.
One second.
So like there's an aspect of that where it's like yes that we've been sprayed down with hoses and stuff like that. We should be scared of dogs and stuff like that, or like it's just hell, just even like epigenetics that would have came from chattel slavery. Um, there are big ways in which that presents itself medically and genetically because of how that happened. But there's other ways in which it just won't show up unless one either we just don't know about it and we have to research it more, or two is just like it just didn't show up.
Right, and I also want to bring Nainka into the conversation. You are absolutely right. The genetic memory is real. However, spatial memory is for the most part, your genetic memory. We are all afraid of falling when we are born. They no longer have to slap you on the ass because every human being, when the doctor lowers them, we're afraid of falling. Where did we get that from? We never flew, right? But we can feel it. So we have a liquid change in our ears, right? Drop. For the baby, it's very instant and it's a shock to the system, right? But it's registered as fear. So our first instinct is fear. Second one is to lie to survive. Infants begin to lie at 3 months old.
That is true.
Right? So what is genetically beneficial to the species is harmful sometimes to the society. It's harmful to be a liar in society, right?
Fluff, can I just ask for clarity on a phrase? What do people mean by genetic memory? Because I worry that we're using some science fiction definition of the word versus actual, like, what is meant by it.
I don't think any of us are meaning that like we can recall a genetic memory. I think that's a lot. The way that I'm talking about is a lot more subconscious and automatic, if that makes sense.
And the way that I'm using it is based on an evolutionary survival instinct. Right? Like fear and lies are necessary to the special survival, as well as its curiosity and its scientific mind, right?
Sorry, can you let me back in? Sorry about that. Little Happy decided to lock me out.
Well, Lord Slashington, we are animals. We still have like instinctual stuff that we do based off of like specific things being passed down.
Yeah, I think that special wise, we all have a genetic memory, which is part of our evolutionary process on how we are designed. Like, it's kind of like the need for the evolution per generation is kind of woven into why that evolutionary emergence showed up. That's kind of what I mean. Like fear, lies, the baby's incredible grip and fast hands. Like there's
Hmm.
nothing faster on the planet than a baby's hands in your
Right.
plate of food, right? But that's a very strong monkey grip.
And
Infants
even in
show you we are primates.
and even in the opposite, like what we touched on earlier as it came to like how random and just like nonsensical evolution can be, despite it being like just a force that happens. Um, like literally, when we think about hyenas, the way the way that they are like how they developed evolutionary wise
Yeah, it's kind of fucked
makes
up.
literally it's fucked up. There's nothing. What genetic memory were predisposed that they have to develop that way, and how is it useful? Like
How
evolution
is it
as a
useful that we breathe, drink, and eat out of the same damn hole?
that part. That's a perfect example.
Evolution doesn't care about utility outside of survivability.
There you go.
And
Hmm.
so a single male had somehow developed pseudospines at some point, right? And for some reason, a female also happened to develop that long track. And those things, they worked for mating more than anything else, and that's what became the primary. Utility is only for the process of getting to reproduction. Beyond that, genetic evolution has no care.
Because why is female hyenas just in perpetual like suffering? Why?
Oh, because they fucking helped Scar kill Mufasa. Weren't you paying attention?
Oh my goodness. So is this like the Garden of Eve story where like the snake is just cursed now?
But
Same thing.
Reckless, hold on one second. I really, really want to I want this. Reckless, why is it inherent?
Oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. I'll be right back.
And what is it? So let me see if I remember correctly. You're talking about the female hyena pseudopenis that bursts.
Yes. And the birth canal situation.
Yeah, their birth canal is actually a pseudopenis.
Oh, Jesus.
And so it bursts. The truth is I don't think
That's what I call a hot pocket. Let me stop.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot pocket, that's for sure. I don't know
And
if we
here's
actually
the other
know that
thing. Guys, where did my jag go? Oh, that's right, she ran off. Why is nobody utilizing the womb to tomb aspect of a human being as a sign of evolution? Do you not conform and change your environment to suit you?
Literally.
Right. And do you not? Oh my God. Get a tongue piercing and understand how evolution works over time. Right? Or let's look at the wisdom tooth. Humans were in wisdom teeth were in massive abundance. Now, people
He
are
only got
being
like
born
4.
without them. Before people were being born, you expected them to come in. Now people are being born without a wisdom tooth.
We still have vestigial like appendages and shit like that.
Like, how are we not? One life alone, whether human or not, crows. How are we not evidence of evolution? Dragonfly, how is it not evidence of evolution? How can a Christian reject evolution when it's even in the Bible?
Because of evolution.
They're like, you mean to tell me that we get life out of a rock, sir? You get a zebra out of crossbreeding donkeys in front of a striped tree. I think we can suspend a few things here.
That's literally why I brought up like my lessening of like my anti-theist stance, because like yeah, evolution just allows for these types of things to just happen and people to hold these beliefs. So regardless of
Unlike,
how
you think you came
regardless
from
of
a
how
rock.
sensible, right?
They think a supernatural being made a voodoo man out of dirt, breathed on him, and here we are. But we can't come out of the ocean.
That's a good example. No, we weren't fish.
We
Hello.
can't come out. Ha!
Oh,
I mean, we started out as an aquatic species.
yeah, but let the Bible tell it we came from dirt and some ribs and a slap of
Right.
barbecue
I
ribs.
love the way you put that, dirt and some ribs, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, just
I'm hungry.
yeah, the little bit of hot sauce, a little bit of barbecue, it'll be really good. I
It,
promise.
it, it,
Say honey in that
the Bible
barbecue
gives
sauce.
very much. The Bible gives very much dry rub and ribs. That's where we came from. That's what God said.
Woo! The thought just made my mouth water a little. I'm sorry.
That's why cannibals exist. No, let me stop.
Yeah. Maybe.
Now, a couple of them had to like figure it out. It was the brain that was taking these people out. They're like, oh, but it's so good. But
No, it was the bone.
it was
People still eat
bones.
animal brains, though. That's the crazy part. That's the wild part.
You look
People
at the
still eat.
bones.
animal brains, and I'm like, how can you sit there and eat like an animal's brain and call it delectable?
Depending on
How?
how you flavor some shit, you can eat anything. I can make a rock fry. Like,
It just,
seriously.
but the texture, I couldn't even imagine what the texture would be.
So buttery and kind of like a
I
little bit
hate
like.
that.
Hold on, let me finish. A little bit more separated. You know how you have like the fat of like a really nice juicy steak. Um, Kind of like that, just a little bit more easy to separate and break down.
Are you answering
How you know?
Lordy?
No,
Oh, thank God!
I
I'm
was
like,
answering Sego. How do I
Who,
because
know?
ta-
Oh, it
who
was the
taught you that?
I don't know,
okay.
but he
So it
almost
was.
took me out.
Do you remember Fluff? Do you remember Dan Harkins? He's the one who described it to me.
I remember Dan, and honestly, nothing made me want to crash out more than the way that Dan tested the sponge of my bread, the springiness of my dough. Just the way he did it, I was so mad. I haven't gotten over that moment. Anyway,
No,
Dan
I've
was
been.
fine outside of that. I like Dan, but it was just the way that he pressed my dough.
Now I'm imagining the smell out of witch burning. Huh?
I don't know.
No, if you're curious, no, I've never personally tried brain. That is not something on my to-do list.
I'm sorry, guys. That was a strange segue. But when I think of somebody, it's either my favorite memory or my worst memory. And the memory that popped up was I didn't like the way he touched my bread.
Oh, actually, now that we're on this topic, this is a good like thing to talk about in relation to like Christianity and like just like the tenets that it holds. Why were there so many European Christians or people who are religious into cannibalism? What was up with that?
Meat is meat. And here's the thing, you're holding things by a standard that you live in, not the standard they lived in.
It's still weird.
Really? Because there's a form of ancestral worship where you would literally eat your mother's liver or her heart.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
that was considered sacred and damn near holy to do so
That's true.
because you now have her. So try it again. You're only basing life on an evolutionary process of our own moral standards. Anne Rice
Has
has gravely misrepresented Africa on such a gross level
yes,
that, yeah, no, not like an Anne Rice. It's different.
not like inlays at all.
Ooh, I really wanted that.
Have,
Part of me is happy that she will not be writing any more books about us.
has anyone read or heard about the delectable N word? It's a
Nectarines?
I don't know if I can say it. I mean I can say it. I'm the colors that can say it, but um the N word, the delectable N word. It was about colonization and cannibalism and how like they cooked people of color a lot of the time.
Oh, you mean like Soylent Green? I'm like, nectarines? I can't think of anything else that starts with an N in the grocery store. That's delectable. What are you trying to say?
I'm talking about black bodies. Black
Oh,
bodies.
yeah, no, they've been eating us, sewing with us, cooking with us, flavoring their food with us for a very long time. As a matter of fact, did anybody forget that they used to eat mummies? Hello,
As an
and
aphrodisiac.
a cure for shit.
That too. They was munching on mummy jerky. I say it all the time.
You do understand that we made food items out of people and then said, "Oh, look at the great preservation. I like human jerky." Oh, look, the human jerky comes with gifts. It has presents. Like, I
I
don't
understand.
understand. Like, it's not a box of food. It was a king or a nobleman or a this or that. And they're like, but wasn't he so tasty? Look at him. Look at him. And you can make a necklace out of his teeth. It's a whole, eat the whole animal thing. I want people to understand that we weren't the smartest species on the planet.
We
We're still
aren't.
not. We made jewelry and cookware and cupware out of radioactive material. Makeup out of radioactive material.
We did do that. Because what do you mean this green glass that I made? This green
You want to
cup and
stop at
table?
cannibalism? I'm
We
still
made.
mad at what we did 5 years ago over toilet paper.
Oh yeah. Why did y'all do that? Because I
What do
didn't
you mean,
partake.
y'all? I got a bidet. What do you mean, y'all? I'm
I
still
didn't partake.
mad. I'm mad. I'm mad at what human beings did over toilet paper after fighting to make their broom stand up straight. Y'all need to make friends.
After Ariana Grande started that trend of licking ice creams in the grocery store and closing the lid back and putting it back.
She didn't.
She did.
I don't care how cute she is. Saliva has a smell, and I can always smell it. Nasty. But thanks to that, at least we have packaged ice cream. And sealed?
Y'all was doing the cinnamon challenge and burning y'all throats. We is not a smart species.
The what challenge?
The cinnamon challenge.
What the fuck is wrong with my species?
Swallowing globs of cinnamon and burning your throat.
No, you're not getting it in there. It's like trying to whistle with crackers. What's wrong with you guys?
I don't know why that tickled me. Because it's true. Like y'all did the ice bucket challenge. Granted, ice bucket challenge, great reason to do it. Absolutely, ALS, horrible disease. Make raise awareness. Absolutely. However, I can't help but notice y'all was getting pummeled by those ice cubes real bad.
Oh, a couple of people got knocked out. I'm still trying to figure out how a whole human being is perfectly comfortable with giving up their kid because God's coming.
Oh, that part.
Oh, that part.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
that part. Oh, yeah. I forgot people do crazy shit like that. Or let's talk about the crazy lady that was talking to a sheriff. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Because I know TikTok did it for me. All right. And I want to know why this is a thing.
People sold their houses because of the rapture. Yes, they very much did that. And it was very much like,
Okay. Are you ready?
yes,
Because
yeah.
this ain't no bullshit.
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who'd you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
He went for a walk this morning.
And you haven't seen him
He
since?
didn't ever come back. And we went to the boat and his clothes were there. And God told me he's in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find the fish and you will find my husband.
That's drugs.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
He's in a fish.
Yes.
There's no fish large enough on an atwood to swallow your husband.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
I want
Ma'am,
the shit she on.
can you explain to me what happened? Who'd you throw in the water?
I
gave
gave
my
son to God.
son to
Your son?
God,
Yes.
and my husband is at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
That's that true devotion right there.
God
That's that booger
said,
sugar.
that's where he is. That's where he is. That's not even booger sugar.
What is it, dear? Because I need to know.
Are you kidding me? Somebody didn't check the barrel of moonshine, and a squirrel, a skunk, and a raccoon died in it. I'm surprised she's alive. But of course you can, Mommy. Like, hello. Your
Hi,
husband.
everybody.
Hi, Mamita. Your husband's
I
at
am
the bottom
sugar.
of a lake in a fish. In a fish! What's up, Woody?
Dude, what state? What state is this? Did that say that is in? Is it a state that has high meth concentrations?
Talking to me like this.
Hey, again, I'm still thinking when they were talking about the burning stuff and whatever. I'm like, oh my gosh! Now I'm thinking, what would it be like? You know, my daughter and I were talking. We just talk about weird stuff.
Man,
We're like, can you imagine being at a witch burning? What the smell like? What the like? And then it came to me again when you were talking about it. I'm like, oh no, I'm back in the witch burning smell. What would it smell like? Like because
she's
everybody per se must smell nasty already because they haven't bathed in a year. And then they light this poor woman on, you know, I can only imagine. And then you show me this and they don't burn her at the stake.
Meanwhile, Christians are sorcerers themselves.
Where is Atwood Lake? I don't know where Atwood Lake is, but Ruth
Atwood
Miller's son was 4.
No.
So did she just unalive her husband and her child? I'm confused.
4-year-old, yeah.
But I heard her say that her husband was there, but I thought that he was somewhere else.
Oh no, her husband was at
she
the
did it.
bottom of a lake.
Oh wow. Well,
I
she
gave
got a
my
calling.
son to God.
And my husband too. Why didn't she like I don't know.
You know, when a woman is
That was
scorned,
kind of. Hey, I don't know. She was sounding like she didn't sound that scorned, as if she sounded a little like not so there.
Amish, she's probably severely traumatized.
Oh, she's Amish. Yeah, she's probably traumatized. Yeah,
that
she's
part.
Amish. Yeah, say no more. Say no
Like
more.
I'm devastated for the baby. Like, what the fuck did the kid
That was
do?
right. That was a baby. Like
What the baby doing? The
Yeah,
baby ain't
baby.
doing nothing. What the baby doing?
Right.
Just sitting there, googling and gagaing and existing. Like, the baby didn't do shit. Like, ma'am, that was too far, but you can't stop him.
And they can't even complain that the kid was, you know, had the TV too loud or anything because they don't have TVs. You know what I mean? The kid
you
was
know
what?
4
And you
years
know
old.
what? Do you know what this means, though? This goes back to our point that we've been talking about. It's evolution. Evolution did that.
No, Sago, I came at like the other day, I was talking to Oblivion and I was like asking him because you remember the last time we had this convo with genderless, no, God, God is a woman, my God is a woman.
Yes.
And, you know, she got a little, you know, whatever, but, you know, everybody has their angers and whatnot. I get it. But we've been denied as a species, like
Wait, what do you mean my God is a black woman got upset?
No, when we were talking here the last time, remember Happy? That Happy had to even leave a few times.
Oh, that bit? Oh, God, yeah, no, I forgot
Not
about
with
that
that
for a
bit. It was
second.
again. No judge. It's like it's just it brought me to that, and then but when we were talking about how we were denied as a species to determine how our genetic makeup should continue, because instead of we choosing who we're going to, you know, whose genetic material we're going to push forward, we were used as chattel ourselves and given to these men to, you know, procreate for them instead of us using our judgment like in nature that the male has to wear the pretty feathers and may shake a little tail. So apparently Oblivion, he's a biologist or something. And from what we started talking about where we would be if officially we would have been allowed to, to determine our species and where we would be at, he said we would be at a matriarchy. We eventually came to the conclusion that, he's like, we would have been a matriarchy, even though because again, we had to take into accord that we did evolve from apes and not birds. So that is something we had to take into and how ape society and each culture within the ape world works. So again, it was really cool. You know what I mean? It was just like,
apes
again,
are not
people
naturally monogamous.
Correct, but
they are violent.
Yes, and the male does take the female according to strength. So we did go into that, but he eventually at the end, I'm like, well, okay, what do you think is? He's like, we would if the whole religious aspect wouldn't have entered our society, we would most likely be a matriarchy.
We still technically are slightly a matriarchy because we really do go out of our way to decide who we give birth to. We try to. We're still trying to go what's natural.
Yeah, there's some societies still living today that are. They haven't been touched necessarily.
Yeah, we always bring Seminole Island because of that, because they're still basically untouched.
There are a couple of them that are out there uncontacted. That's just
even though Africa's
talked about.
And even though Africa has been very touched and very much groped on, there's still tribes that participate with the matriarchal lens. I think probably
multiple wives.
There are multiple tribes that were original. If you guys have to check out what the Kandake did. They keep talking about Cleopatra and they bring Cleopatra over and over. I'm like, she was Greek. Forget about Cleopatra. Let's talk about the Kandake. They were a little more south of.
Cleopatra was a pygmy.
Yeah,
that's my
she
thought.
was totally a pygmy. Girl, why are we giving her? Well, she had to use that thing to get her thing.
Oh. Whoa! Let's back up. Hold on. Let's back up.
That's not where I was going with that.
But... Whoa. Cleopatra didn't have to do shit. She was the ruler, the pharaoh of Egypt. And if that union between her and Rome went off, Egypt held power over Rome.
Wasn't her brother hunting
is
her?
Not a pick-me. Cleopatra is a general. She's a king and a general.
Look, all I'm saying is that when she met Caesar, was she or not being hunted by Ptolemy?
Does it matter? How is she a pick-me?
She wasn't the pharaoh, Fluff. She was queen, but she wasn't the pharaoh himself. It was her brother.
And whose child was the heir to Rome?
Wasn't it Caesarion? After the fact?
Right.
So she had to, again, she utilized her intelligence and all of her
tactics.
How is
that a pick-me?
Because I feel
I didn't say she was
I feel like a lot of I can make an argument for this. I feel like a lot of things that happened with colonization would have not have happened if Cleopatra didn't do the shit that she did. That's how I feel.
What? How does this woman, brilliant, strategic, even exalted in Greece and Rome for her intellect and prowess, now surrounded by the next ruler of Rome after Caesar is betrayed? She wasn't. How is she the pick-me when they needed to take her out to establish absolute power? How's she the pick-me?
I wish you went better. How's the Daughters of Confederacy not the enemy? Boom.
No. What happened to answering the question that I asked? Why
What
not
are we
address
talking about now?
why are we not talking about the defamation of Cleopatra's character? Why is
Okay,
a
well, let's talk about
queen
it.
hold
But
on,
how did she
why is a
meet Caesar then?
queen equated to nothing but a gutter slut?
I didn't say that. I want to make that
Wasn't
clear. I didn't say that.
just question, maybe again, maybe wasn't the pharaoh the one that was considered divine?
What was Cleopatra?
Again, when I'm talking about when
A war
Ptolemy was
asset.
still alive.
She was a
No,
war asset.
I'm trying to figure something out. How is a queen equal to a gutter slut or a concubine? How is she the pick-me? What did she need to fight for? Who did she need to compete with? How is she the pick-me? Who did
But
she
didn't
need
she have this
to?
whole? Didn't she have this whole
Who was
chisme with her
greater
sister?
than her? Who was greater than her that she needed to
Oh my
get
God!
their
Then I got my
attention?
history wrong.
To which Cleopatra are you talking about? It's a dynasty of
I don't
seven.
know. I'm confused. Again, give me a break because they took a little gummy. Give me a sec.
But
It's just
here's
I
the
heard thing.
thing.
I'm like, wow. From what
When
I have
is-
understood and read from history is that the way she was able to get back into the palace because she wasn't there when Julius Caesar got there, all right, was that she had to enter with in a rug. Am I wrong?
I'm just talking shit because it's funny.
What
I'm not
was,
serious at
Am I
all.
making?
what was the
do I have to read
statement?
another history book?
What was the statement when they unrolled the rug?
No, for real, I don't remember. Like I said, I took a
So
little gummy.
that's the thing. How is she a pick me when she's a strategic genius? She's a general.
Uh-oh. Time for me to double check info.
It's strategicness. How can I
Well,
put this?
not genius, but she's smart.
Oh no, she is smart. Again,
She
she
is
read
smart.
over 200,000
So
scrolls.
how is she a
you know?
pick me?
You can be a smart pick me.
How is this queen a pick me? I want to see Cleopatra in a narrative that denotes her
Didn't she
that
need
way.
for my again? I might be wrong here. Don't eat me up, Fluff.
I'm
chick.
not eating
Go
you
ahead,
up. I
Fluff.
just want you to give me the definitive
Okay, my
statement,
question:
not
did
ask
she
me
or
to
did
answer.
she not? Did she or did she not need the backing of Julius Caesar and then Mark Antony to be able to protect her lands from Augustus, Octavius?
That is true.
So, you know what I
Okay.
mean? That's what I'm asking.
Right?
Did she or did she not need? I am at yes, she took
So how
power,
is
she
that a
took
pick me
control,
and not
but
strategy?
she had to utilize her thing to get what she wanted.
I won't go that far to say that, but I will say that like I do it from a like fun like
Do you know
made
what a
up.
She
royal
did use
hostage
strategy.
is?
That's absolutely fine.
Do you know
But
what a
again,
royal
women back in the
hostage?
day, they utilized
You're yelling at me, mommy.
everything.
Mommy, you're
Oh,
yelling
sorry.
at me. Do you know what a
Like
royal
I said,
hostage is?
she took him as a hostage. I'm confused.
No,
Because
I'm
again, I'm trying
asking
to.
if you know what a royal hostage is.
Yeah, like a ward.
Not
Like, right?
necessarily. Not necessarily.
Because you could take one from a noble family and just raise them up yourself.
If
Wasn't
she
that a
puts
hostage?
herself in Caesar's hand and by a child combines the empires, how is she a pick-me and not a royal asset?
Well, I will say this one thing though. For all of her strategy,
She failed?
after her reign, Egypt was no longer its own empire.
There you go.
No, it would Bill Octavius came in and took it. He was Caesar's heir, and then he had the fight with Mark Antony.
So she's
And again, the only one who
royal-
eventually was able to follow her line was her daughter.
Wait a second.
Celine,
So
if I'm
she's
not
a royal whore because she used royal politics to secure Egypt's future and failed? That makes her
I
a
don't
pick-me?
agree. I don't agree with that.
The reason why I said that
How does-
the reason why I said that specifically is only, and I was only saying it jokingly. I wasn't really serious, but I was saying it from like a joking standpoint that like
How
the-
is she
the
a
Roman-
pick-me?
the royal empire,
Muting her.
like not royal, excuse me, the Roman Empire, Jesus, um, like like take over took over like a bunch of like indigenous cultures and stuff like that. So that's the only reason why I was joking that way. I wasn't actually serious about calling her a pygmy. I just thought it was funny to say that.
Right, but do you not realize that she's a victim of an assassination?
I realized that, yeah.
So she couldn't have been a pygmy. Not especially when she's trying to fight for the freedom of herself and Egypt. That is not
Fluff,
a
nobody's
pygmy.
denying her taking
That
anything
that
from
is an
Cleopatra.
Esther.
Mommy.
That's an Esther without the king for her own people. So no, she doesn't qualify as less than a queen doing what she needed to do to protect her people and failing due to an assassination success.
But
Fluff,
we are.
absolutely granted. Okay, I personally even didn't even said she was big. I just said that she utilized her thing to get her thing. That's all. again, in history, the most powerful women even have done this. Catherine the Great, even Emperor Wu Zetian, they all had to, women use the weapons they have. And she utilized, you can't tell me that she didn't utilize all the weapons she had. She was, like you said, a general, a strategic woman. But the moment she met Caesar, she was still running from Ptolemy. Her
Well,
brother was keeping her
I'll say
down.
that like I don't consider people like if a girl wants to use her coochie to get power, that's one thing. But like I don't.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hmm?
Let's not.
What?
Because when we're constantly seeing that women are consistently forced in that position, and sometimes that is the only thing that can be utilized for their lives, stop. Because if you're saying that Cleopatra decided to go enter into a royal marriage to keep herself alive, produce an heir, and save Egypt, what is she?
Well, that's
Because
not.
I'm not.
That was politics for the course. That was par for the course at the time.
Royal
Right. I'm
politics.
not. I'm also not a proponent to like because I have a specific
I
view
don't
of pick me.
understand because again, this is a weapon women have been utilizing.
Well, I don't have
We have been limited in our power.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I would argue that it was 100% par for the course for her to marry for power.
He was already married. She did a political strategic move. Wonderful. And you used what you had to. Look at Hurrem Sultan. She became an empress after being a slave, but she had to use her thing to get there and use another
But I don't
person's
think there's
power.
anything wrong with that though. I think that's the point that at least I want to like say that like I don't contribute pick meism with like using your body to like gain like freedom or like power.
Maybe let's just liberate the word and not say it again. That's it. For nobody. Even the ones we might
No, because now the pick me applies to the slave that did what she needed to do to survive.
Well, there you go to Hurrem and to Qasim and to all these ones.
No, but now the slave that opened her legs to keep her husband alive and keep her children on the farm is a pick me.
Because I don't, because again,
by your
just
logic, by your example, the slave that lived and endured 900 different procedures is a pick me by staying alive for her own survival.
I don't know if it equates the same way.
It can't equate the same as a pick me. You can't say a royal marriage. You can't say a royal marriage for her survival and for the survival of her kingdom is a woman being a pick me, when a woman is going to, for the survival of herself and for her family, do what she needs to do, even if it is sacrificing her body. Especially back then when the mortality rate is high. So this wasn't just a game of getting knocked up to get a new daddy. It's literally marrying a kingdom to prevent war.
Oh, again, and absolutely
a
nobody is taking that away. Again, I didn't call anybody a pygmy. I'm like, I feel like attack now. Maybe it's just the paranoia of the gummy. Anyway,
no, it's probably the paranoia of the gummy. But at the same time, you cannot equate a survival mechanism with greedy, desperate womanism and resource hounding and resource
Right.
hoarding.
Is that what officially a pick me is?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
maybe again, maybe I'm trying. Maybe I have the context wrong because
Yeah.
that's why I said she used her thing to get her thing. You know, but that's what women had to do. You know, and that's sometimes what women do now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Pygmy, what would be the definition? Because again, I'm Puerto Rican, and we don't say pygmy here. we don't.
So
We say
so pick
something
me
else.
is like literally just that. Like they agree and want to side with like misogynistic views. They want to be picked by specific type of men that are that
red
whole.
pill woman.
That's a good example of that. That's a good example of that.
A woman that basically would subscribe to red pill mentality. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, more or less.
A pick me is the bitch you can
You want to power
convince
for herself.
to do anything, and she'll do it. That's the.
Oh no,
pick-me
she had
bitch.
her.
That's the bitch that'll
I love
smuggle
when-
shit across state lines and walk into an airport with some marijuana for you because you asked her to. That's the pick me bitch. The
Is
one
this
that'll
story true?
turn on her own for a man. That's the pick
Oh no,
me.
she basically was the only one who learned native Egyptian. This woman learned the native language so that the people loved her more. That's why, again, she won against her brother.
How is a
And her
queen equated with a gutter slut?
I think we've already established there may have been some miscommunication there.
Yeah.
I think it's just, a miss,
Yeah, because I'm like, wait. I still think that she was assassinated. She didn't take her own life. They set her up.
Oh, I think
It's a mafia hit.
Octavia's.
No,
I agree with you.
She didn't.
Let
She
me
didn't
argue-
trip and fall down the stairs. They pushed her.
Let me argue something here. Her kingdom was falling around her, and she was basically losing control of everything, including them. So I would argue that, which was common amongst leaders at the time, just offing yourself in a way that was,
Yes, but
not
that's
so-
cowards and not Egypt. Egypt, the leader is at the head of the army. So no, there is no reason for a queen who also has an antidote to snake venom in her comb to
That's
take her
not-
own life when she is surrounded by her enemy inside of her gates, inside of her palace.
What? Wait. What she would have had to deal with would have probably been Rome's equivalent at the time,
Exactly.
which would
Yeah.
have most.
I
which
agree.
would have most likely
Basically,
been,
the United States at the time.
A
Well,
crucifixion.
no. What I mean is
A
what
public
I mean is
crucifixion.
that, yes,
And then a
so-
beheading.
Yeah, see, it's much better to go out on your own terms, and she
Yep.
already knew it was lost. Like, I mean, literally, it would not have been uncommon for her to do that.
She already sent her children away. I think the only one that eventually survived was Celine, right? So one of
Cesarean
the
didn't make that. Cesarean was never going to make it.
no, or the other twin. But Celine is the one that carried her line.
Anybody
They
ever
married her
wonder
off.
why a C-section is called a cesarean section?
Yep, these people had that technology.
Stop. Think it again.
What?
Who is Cleopatra's son?
Cesarean, the first one.
Why is a C-section called a cesarean section?
I don't know if I understand what
I'm confused. I was under the impression and knowledge that they had this technology in Egypt in that time, and that's why they called them cesarean. That's why the procedure is called a cesarean.
that was my understanding.
Is that what you have, sweet happy Jesus? Because again, I think my notes are really freaked up today.
I think that's it.
Not why was the child named cesarean? Why is the
Well, the child was named
procedure
Caesarea because of Caesar. It's basically Little Caesar.
Right, and what is a cesarean?
What?
Procedure.
It's when they cut open the.
I had under
belly of the
the
womb.
understanding that that's how he was born, that's how they had to bring him to the world.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're.
Oh my
I
God.
apologize, Mama. I'm not sure if I
Okay.
understand what you're getting at with that. I
Okay,
mean,
give me
it's
one.
All
Cesarean
Caesars were born
section.
that way, Jim?
Hold on one
I
second.
just want to know, like, who do y'all think were historical pick-me's back in the day?
If
I know
they
a
made
fabled
history,
one, and that's
honey,
Guinevere.
there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
Julius Caesar is born by that method.
So not cesarean, but the procedure is named after cesarean.
Caesarean from the story that Julius Caesar was delivered by this method, denoting
Oh, okay.
that the son is his.
So again, Rome had this technology back in the day.
Egypt had this technology back in the
There
day.
you go.
All
All I'm saying is that it
tribes
went
that
away.
saved their children, Body, delivered in this way. Rome didn't
I love
make
the gummy she
anything.
got.
Rome didn't create much. Rome didn't build itself with its own hands.
But no, they colonized a lot.
No,
And they
Rome
took
built
technology.
itself
That's
with
why I was
slave
telling.
hands.
Okay, this
Yeah.
is where the conversation started. So I'm talking about that people pay so much homage to Cleopatra and forget about a little more to the south and the Nubian and the kingdom of Kush, the Kandake.
Why?
These women, you know what I mean?
No.
They were fighting off Rome themselves too, man. You know, it's like
Right, and
Well,
she
that's the
failed.
re-
there's
that's
so
the
many
reason.
stories of in Africa and America and the continent, you know, of women taking up arms themselves.
Hmm.
Boudica, you know, we have always been powerful.
Well, that's the reason why I made that joke in the first place, because of like the colonization reason. But it was mostly just a joke because I know there's more context to
I'm waiting for
Cleopatra
this
and
little
her
handout.
story. Like, it's literally
You
just her.
guys should check out the Kandake, man. Man, I wish I could find a really good book. I will see if I find a really good book about them. That is an insane story right there. They did amazing.
I finally have what I have been looking for and waiting for all day.
Yeah, pagans did more than people want to admit, like calendars. You know what I mean? They're the ones who started all of that.
I think Juliet
Why do
Capulet. I think
people
that's funny.
believe they're
Juliet.
not pagans?
Oh, I don't know.
You are a pagan. Today, you are a pagan. A pagan is just a non-Christian.
Hmm.
You are a pagan, unless you're a Christian. And then
I
you're a
think
true
Shakespeare's.
pagan because no Christian is a good Christian. Why? Because if you don't realize that you are pagan, right, then what's the problem with you? You're deluded. If you believe that there's some good message from a war god, then you are pagan. Because you are choosing to worship a war god and his son. If you are a Christian who has not really read the book of Revelations thoroughly, you are a pagan that doesn't realize that you are utilizing the second beast to help you worship the first beast, the first god of war.
Hmm.
So, even Christians are pagans. Because pagans are those denoted as worshiping multiple gods. And if you are a believer of the Christ, a follower of the Christ, or a believer in Yahweh, you are still a pagan.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, imagine thinking you're not polytheistic because you just didn't read a book that you should have read. Imagine not realizing what you are. Like I was saying before, how many people do not realize they'll never be monogamous? Ever.
There's so many people who don't know that like Yahweh and Elion are two different things and entities.
There you go. Now imagine a human being fighting you tooth and nail to tell you they are a monogamous human being. You're not even born that way.
We can literally like discern that from how like men talk about body count. Quite literally.
No. How many times have you fallen in love as a teenager?
That as
Fuck.
well.
There is a scene in the movie Inside Out 2 that talks about your anime crush, and my daughter and I started laughing like two crazy people because we all have an anime crush. That is so true. And usually this it becomes a teenage fantasy. And it's so funny, that they really got it. Yeah, everybody usually has one.
Yes.
How'd it feel?
Mine is the main character from Trigun.
How
Like
many
that?
But here's the thing.
Huh?
How many teenagers had multiple crushes? How many times did you fall in love? How many times was this time it really is it? How many? And if you think that you're naturally monogamous, I'm so sorry. Think again. You're a fucking grade 8.
Do fictional crushes count?
Yes.
Of course. That's what I said, the anime crush. You know, when you watch
Yes.
sometimes an anime or something and you're like, oh, fixated by one of the characters.
Because
Fictional
black,
crushes count. Yes, they do.
because black hair,
Zago, there's the movie Inside Out 2. They bring it like the more of a teenage mind. And when they brought out that the teenager had this anime crush, again, it's an animation. It's not even a real actor or anything. But we've all when that came out, I started laughing hysterically with my daughter, and we looked at each other like, "So you have one too?"
Listen, black-haired Inuyasha.
We are so weird, as our species is weird. I love it.
Black-haired Inuyasha was like
There you go.
when the moon did something to his hair. When the moon did something to his hair and turned it from white to completely black, I was like, oh my god, black-haired Inuyasha kind of eats. Yes, I want that. Same thing with Colonel Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist.
That is the
Same
one I
with.
haven't watched.
Oh, that's such a good one. You need to watch it. Brotherhood specifically.
Ooh, and I got cuticle oil. I don't. I've been waiting for this package all damn day. I don't have. I'm very, very brutal anime love, right? Like Attack on Titan got me. Berserk.
You like guts, don't you?
No.
You don't? Wow, okay.
The one that I like was the most consistent character. He literally did all of that to become evil. And the first thing that he did was enjoy it.
Oh, you're talking about oh my god, what is his name?
Griffin.
Griffin, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate Griffin.
Ooh, you like a femboy.
But do you know why I hate him? Because of how he was created. They took it and went as far as they could go. And I'm like, the balls on these people. And I loved it. I can't really watch it again, though I own it. But yeah.
Griffin is the original femboy, if we want to be honest.
No, he's not.
Who's the first?
He's pure
Well, anyway, my
narcissism.
dears, I have to go. I said that would be for 10, and I stayed for 20. So I have to go anyway. Besos a todos. Pasen buen domingo.
But
Bye.
yeah, he's a pure villain. About as villain as you can get.
That he is a really good villain. I'm not gonna hold you. I can't even argue
He's a
that.
horrible villain. I hate him, but that's the point. The point is to hate him. It's like Giovanni Ribisi. He plays his role so well, you're like, oh my god, I hate this guy. And he's just brilliant at what he does, right?
Can we say Eren Yeager is a villain or not? Because that gets blurred lines very quickly.
How is Ellen Yeager a villain?
Eren Yeager, it's Attack on Titan has a very complicated production history. Because it was made by a person who believed in Nazi ideology. And you can kind of see the parallels within the story. I still like the anime, but I can't not divorce it from knowing that tidbit of information. So it puts in perspective Aaron and like his cause. I still love the story though. Um,
Right, but it's anti-controlled will.
I think it's an amalgam of things. I do think it that's part of it, and then the other part of it is kind of like
I see
the ups.
anti-controlled.
I think part of it is
It's an anti-government system, by the way. That's what I see. That's what I see. I could be
I think
wrong,
it's
huh?
probably an oversimplification of it because it's more complicated. It's definitely more complicated than that. Like Aaron at the end is very much like not the hero. per se.
But he's not supposed to be the hero. He's supposed to be the system breaker. That's not a hero. The system breaking that people live by. It's gonna be blood,
yeah. Regardless of like the like
especially if
what
the
the
system's already
author
bloody. What are we expecting?
regardless of what the author was like intending to do, because I really don't know. I didn't dive too deep into like the author's intentions with knowing that like he like sometimes really like played into Nazi ideology. Um, the story still presents itself as a very good story, and it talks about like a lot of like things that are about breaking systems. But then the question becomes to whose benefit, and that gets gray area in Attack of Titan. You really don't know for real.
You're not meant to. Because you're not really told, per se, why the system is in place. And then we have another aspect. Why are the Ackermans so free from it?
That part.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's the bad guy. Because the one that cannot be controlled is the Ackerman. Why is the Ackerman so free?
And then we also like just like how like hyper martialized people are like not paid attention to in real life. We almost exclusively don't talk about like the girl that Aaron like gives an
Mikasa?
offer to. The girl that the first like literally the mother of all the Titans.
Oh,
Like her story, her being underage and all of that stuff happening to her. Like
huh?
and then being like in you watched the entire series, haven't you, right?
Yeah, but I don't get
The
triggered by shit. I don't see deep social constructs inside of things like that. I see the narrative of the story. I don't see a young girl having to go through all of this or that at a particular time. I just see what creates the person I'm looking at. I see the origin story like I'm meant to. I don't look deeper. Unless I'm
it's fun to
asked
have
to.
it.
So
It's
I
fun to
wouldn't
have
think
an
about it.
emotional. While I understand like that there's no real utility in it, I still like to have an emotional like reaction to
No.
it.
Do whatever
Or
you
if
like.
it's not a or if it's not an emotional reaction, it's I like connecting things to real life parallels or events. Because again, it's just fun. Doesn't really do anything. It's just like I like storytelling that way.
I have been waiting for one color to come in for so long. This one. This one is my cat eye special of rose red.
That is so pretty.
Right? And this one is fun. This is a black and silver with blue. Ah!
Ooh.
And then, which one is this? Firefly, which is going to be fun
See,
because look at the color.
oh, that is gorgeous. It's almost pearlescent.
I know this one. No, I'm like completely addicted to cat eye nail polishes. that I'm like overloaded with magnets.
See, I can't. I love nail polish, but I'm not the best with them. That's why I get press-ons. I get pre-made press-ons and keep it moving.
Well, my daughter's also working on her nail skills. Which one is this? This is Love Letter. So I'm going to be her hand model for like the next few months, and we got this one. Love Letter is.
Is that a pink?
Yes, it's a pink.
I live for a pink.
Oh, I think this one is also pink. Is it? This is guava. Oh no, this is the one I was waiting for. Green.
You like green? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I like green.
Green is such a green and purple just are the bane of my existence. They make my ass itch.
This rose red. Hold on one second, my loves. I'm
And
trying to
dark
show you
blue.
all the cool things. Which one is this? This is the red of reds that I have been waiting for. Red spider lily. Ready?
Oh, that's
Yes.
gorgeous.
And yes, this one is a cat eye.
Oh my goodness.
That made me ugly
Jesus.
happy. So, yes. Yes, I'm a goofball, guys. So, guess what? I'm going to go because it's Christmas. And I just opened my presents. So, I'm going to go make myself pretty for you guys for tomorrow.
I should probably go eat.
Yes. Everybody eat, enjoy the rest of your day. I don't want to steal all of your Sunday. Enjoy your daylight savings. Thank you guys, for hanging out with us while we shot the shit, talked about some things without really getting into a heavy debate. And I didn't open up the book. Unfortunately, Lush, I did not. Because my normal Bible breakdown buddies are not here. I want everybody to relax over this holiday season. Do not feel pressured. Do not feel pushed. Always feel welcome. Okay, Seiko. Always feel welcome. And over the holiday season, remember that there is a lot more time after full debate structure to come in and talk. Just make sure that we try to keep it on topic. Each topic has a lot of depth to it. And I want to wish you guys a very good Sunday. And I will see you tomorrow at 9. Or 8. I think Mondays I start at 8. All right, guys. Good night.